Take a trip with Destination Design, where top architects and interior designers bring you on an exclusive tour of iconic landmarks around Asia.
This beautiful rain tree right here was a source of inspiration for the school's name and is one of 2 such classes on the premise.
The formerly abandoned warehouses have been refurbished into a creative hub. The 50-story Cocoon Tower is an iconic site in Tokyo's Shinjuku district.
There are so many good architects in the world. Everybody is very talented. So how do you differentiate yourself? With your passion and also with your storytelling.
很多以前我们总以为把东西做得美美的就好，他发现其实不是，要看到面对事情的真实那一面，然后去研究人跟空间的关系，这个是后来我们慢慢从工作过程中发现，去找到好问题，这很重要。
My generation would come and go, but then their generations are also the ones who could come and turn the tide. Because to me, we're at the stage where architecture needs to be a lot more sustainable than maybe decades before.
Hi, I'm Tanay. I'm an architect and a self-taught photographer from Pune, India. I'm the winner of Asia Young Designer Award 2018-19 Architecture category. I got to know about this competition through my seniors in college. I eventually applied for the competition. While going to Chennai, I was kind of excited as well, but nervous because, this was my first time in front of such huge audience. When we reached Chennai, on the first day we had the mentoring session by Ethos, where they explained about how do you present at nationals, how do you put forth your project, put forth your story in front of the jury members who are there. The moment when they announced the gold winner and when they called out the name, that was the astonishing moment. I was super proud that I won, and now I'll be representing India at the Pan Asia level in Singapore. The first day was the mentorship session arranged by Nippon Pens. All the students, all the finalists from 15 different Asian countries were together. The kind of energy, the kind of excitement of being together was at its peak. Subconsciously, you have that in mind, that you are presenting in front of very eminent architects who have inspired you through their work, and you are now presenting in your work in front of them. So it's an honor as well, and a kind of big bag on your back. We were learning from each other, and big platform for a student who is recently graduated. So after the presentations, Nippon team took all the contestants and the jury members to a kind of short Singapore tour, and we did the boat ride around the river, and they explained about the architecture in Singapore and what stuff is coming, the technology, the architecture, the landscape. And in this journey, I made a lot of friends. My roommate was from China, and all the other friends from Thailand, Vietnam. So it was a kind of quick form family with us, all the young budding students, everyone so talented was just coming together and having fun. So before the award ceremony, we had the presentations by eminent architects from Japan, from Singapore, of how the urban designing came and changed the Singapore completely, as now we look at as the successful model of urban planning. And all the lectures were very inspiring, but somewhere down the mind everyone was waiting for that moment of the award, the announcement of the award. And finally that moment came, and I won the title award for the architecture category. It was the first time India won this award in the 11 years of AYDA.
Now to announce the winner of the Asia Young Designer Award for the architecture category, I would like to invite Mr. Wee back on stage.
And the winner, Mr. Tani Narendra Botara from India.
So it was a very, very proud moment for me and India as well. So after winning the award, I knew that I was now going to Harvard for the 6 weeks design course, fully sponsored by Nippon, and I guess that was a dream come true moment for me. You know, it's Harvard. It's every architect's dream to go there and study there. It's winning this award was a huge thing because like my life changed overnight. You know, before the award, I was just another student who was studying architecture and who had participated in AYDA. And after winning the award, you know, it changes completely. It just like kind of living a celebrity life for a moment. So after coming, many interviews were lined up with the national newspapers, the international magazines, and now I was heading to Harvard. This award had just opened doors for me at such a reputed university. And yeah, the next day was the registration day, the day when we were starting our program. We were now introduced to how the program would be, the modules of the program, and how we would be curated in 6 weeks. And my fellow course-mates were from all around the world, aging from 18 to 50 years old. The thoughts of designing which were coming in weren't just from the people who are from designing background, but there were students from medical background, music background, physics, chemistry, maths, and you just name it, they are there. So this wasn't a typical studio where all the architects are coming together and learning, but this was a kind of studio where young students are coming in and putting in their thought of what designing should be. And throughout the program, my perception of looking to architecture, perceiving spaces completely changed, and I feel like, you know, I kind of got a little matured in terms of designing. I am kind of very happy that my journey landed me here, and in retrospect, I would like to say that, you know, kind of seize every opportunity you get, because you never know. It was just one task for me to apply for the competition. It completely changed my life. Participate in this competition. It's rather than competition, this is a very interesting journey of learning from others, learning from your colleagues, all the talents from all around the Asian countries, from the jury members, from the mentor sessions which happen. So I guess it's a wholesome design experience which Nippon has created through AYDA award, and I'm super proud that I was the part of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to all the gold winners in your respective countries. The mentor is here to share their experience and their valuable insights about what they see, what is good about your project. Good morning to all of you, and thank you very much for joining us once again.
I think this is a good starting for all of us here, especially the students.
Would there be a way for you to also design in a very basic way without using any form of technology?
AYDA is dedicated to the young students. AYDA would not have succeeded without the support of all the practicing professionals we have and we count as partners. And AYDA will have a bright future because we are prepared to and committed to support it. And we know there is a good social purpose. And over the years, as you grow up, enter your field, make good designs, make good money, and the world is better for it.
I was very impressed with yesterday's presentation, and I've seen all the works that everybody has done, and then I was very touched and excited at the same time.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Asian Young Designer of the Year for the ID category is
Dang Hu Chuang from Vietnam.
I don't think Right, now to announce the winner of the Asia Young Designer Award for the architecture category, I would like to invite Mr. Wee back on stage.
And the winner, Mr. Tani Narendra Botara from India.
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution, and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
Designers of today have to deal with challenges our ancestors have never met. We live in a world where there are too many noises in design, and it gets harder by the day to stand out in the world of spatial design. At the same time, designers burdened with having to strike a balance between commercial and environmental values as they deploy their ideas. The role of designers of tomorrow has to be redefined with a clear vision. Designers are no longer only providing a framework for the hardware aspects of space, but they would also need to think about how people would interact with the software of the space. We want to acknowledge the evolution of designers through the following statements. There is a massive paradigm shift from constructing a building to developing a city for communities. 2, the focus of design has expanded aesthetics to a deeper level of emotional understanding of the needs of the people. Designers are required to make essential decisions in maximizing commercial values while protecting the important aspects of nature. Amplifying empathy through design is a theme for the year. Hello, everyone. I take immense pride and pleasure to welcome you all to the most awaited grand finale of yet another successful edition of Asia's Young Designer Award, AYDA 2021. This is the 7th year of AYDA nationally and the 14th year internationally. I'm sure all of you agree the premium design competitions like AYDA gives you the opportunity to step out of your day-to-day routine and test new concepts and ideas that you have. They give you the ability to make mistakes and learn from them, which is something you're unable to do in real world without having to lose your job or receiving a bad grade in the class. Essentially, across any profession, you can't be successful without making mistakes along the way, and competitions like these give you this chance. It's once in a lifetime opportunity. This year's theme will further push the boundaries of the ingenuity of our participants. We cannot wait to see how our participants breathe life into their ideas while tackling the challenges of sustainability and environmental care. One thing we know for sure, every year, the creations and designs never cease to fascinate and amaze all of us. Wishing all of you good luck. May now request our President of Nippon Paint India, Mr. Mahesh Anand, to officially declare open the competition with his opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Welcome for the 6th AYDA finale. Yes, this is India's 6th and 13th International AYDA finale. AYDA has grown into a complete Asia-Pacific event covering 16 countries in Asia-Pacific, the current one being Turkey. Theme for this year, Forward, Amplifying Empathy Through Design. This theme reflects the need for designers to grow beyond one-dimensional spaces of the consumers and simultaneously care for the environmental factors. We are very sure this year's theme would have pushed the imagination of all the participants. Like all year, this year also the participants will go through a rigorous selection process, and the gold winners of each country from architecture and interior designer category will represent their nation for the grand title of Asia Young Designer at the international level, mentored by a panel of reputable industry professionals, both national and as well as regional level. The winner for the grand finale will not only win the coveted title, the Asia Young Designer of the Year for each category, but will also be awarded a 6-week summer design discovery program at the Harvard University's Graduate School of Design worth $10,000 USD. In India, AYDA has grown in terms of registrations from 287 in year 2017 to 4,000 in 2020, and the submissions from 88 to the highest ever submissions of 463 in 2020. This year, also we have received over 1,000 plus registrations and about 285 submissions. It was indeed heartwarming to see that there were submissions from every nook and corner of the country. The number of participating colleges were actually higher than the last couple of years, which is a clear indication of how well AYDA has reached out to the student community across the country. Despite all the challenges during these pandemic times, our team has reached out to more than 450 plus colleges last year through virtual roadshows and through social media to ensure we reach out to the most deserving participants. I would like to extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to the most distinguished jury members for taking time to shortlist the best submissions, which is very, very critical for an international competition like AYDA. Also, want to take a minute to thank the honorary presidents of IIA, IIID, HODs, deans of colleges, faculty members, mentors, and our biggest pillar of support, Team Ethos, for the constant support and encouragement in making AYDA one of the most sought after design competition in Asia. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all on behalf of our entire management and wishing the most talented finalists a great day today. Good luck for all your presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for joining us today. And like you said, truly your vision and mission is one of the major driving force for AYDA to become this successful across the country. And we assure you that this year is also going to be another super successful year because our students have been mentored by the greatest architects and mentors of the country. May I now request Niti to welcome our biggest pillar of support, our very own architect Geeta Balakrishnan ma'am, to share her welcome address. Over to you, Nidhi.
A very good morning to all. If I had seen beyond others, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. As it is said by Sir Isaac Newton, mentors extend vision, mentors guide us and provide us with valuable insights, isn't it? Nippon Paint's Asia's Young Designer Award had attained great heights today with the continuous support, guidance, and mentorship of a very old Geeta Balakrishnan man. Architect Geeta Balakrishnan is a multifaceted architect. She is the founder of Ethos India and a marathon runner who gives us a run for money with a fitness goal. It is a deemed honor and privilege to extend a very warm welcome to Architect Geeta Balakrishnan ma'am and Team Ethos. Thank you.
Thanks, Nidhi. Nidhi, yeah, it's been a pleasure associating with these awards for the last so many editions. Very good morning to everyone present here today. We all know that by now that the Asia Young Designer Awards, popularly known as AYDA, has been providing a platform for several years now for budding professionals to meet their contemporaries from across the country and as well from across the region of this world, and to seek out mentorship from eminent experts and expand one's network while encouraging sensitivity in design. This year at AYDA, the theme Amplifying Empathy Through Design reflects the need for designers to grow beyond designing one-dimensional spaces, but focus on spaces which address evolving demands of the end users. While factoring in critical environmental factors, empathy in design thinking is often the most crucial step as it leads to defining the problem, ideating, and eventually prototyping the solution as well. All the 21 finalists here have proven the same through their brilliant choice of project topics and their design response. Young ones, you've made it among the best in the country, and that's no small achievement. Give your best for this last leg and be proud of yourselves for making it to the national finals come what may. They have been working at it behind the scenes after the first stage of the jury. They've been working at improving their communication skills, their designs, and they had some fun yesterday getting to know each other in the icebreaker session as well. So yes, all the very best to all the national finalists of AYDA 2021. Mesmerize us with your work today. And a little note to the jury members. I think the timekeepers will kind of let you know as the interaction time also is, we'd like to stick to time as much as possible. So I think the Team Ethos and Team Nippon will let you know when you need to conclude the questioning session as well. I hope that's in order. And thank you very much, and let's have a great day together.
Geeta, I have to first interrupt this for a minute and congratulate you on this wonderful, wonderful, we are all architects. So, but I salute you as a marathon runner and as a walker, because that's really, really close to my heart. And I really bow for that.
Thanks so much, Sonali. Thank you for that personal note. Over to Team Nippon and Niti.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your presence is always graceful, and we owe the success of AYDA definitely to you and to your great support. And what more, it's now time to welcome the most prestigious jury panel of AYDA 2021. And what a fantastic season it has been. In fact, it was really wonderful to get such amazing feedback from our jury, saying that this year the submissions were top class. So we definitely have to thank them for their time and support. May I now request Manisha to welcome the most prestigious jury panel of 2021 AYDA Grand Finale. Over to you, Manisha.
The last few months have been an interesting run with our expert architects and interior designers who have evaluated each entry with immense patience and eye for detail despite their busy schedule. Architect Naresh V. Narasimhan is the managing partner at Venkatraman Associates, a multidisciplinary award-winning architecture firm based in Bangalore. Steeped in values of design, quality, integrity, commitment, and ethics. Venkatraman Associates has held a steady reputation for the design of benchmark projects across typologies since 1969. Mr. Naresh trained as an architect at the Manipal Institute of Technology, India, 1985, and further studied management at Harvard in 1995. He founded the Mod Institute, an action-oriented think tank addressing highly relevant urban design issues, and is a trustee of Suchitra Cinema and Cultural Academy. His interests range from politics, governance, and communication strategies to cinema, art, and popular culture. After graduating from Sir J.J. College of Architecture, Bombay in 1983, architect Dean joined architect Gerald da Cunha as an assistant in Goa in 1985. Enamored by the soft and human scale of Goa's architecture and lifestyle, he decided to stay. In 1986, he became a partner in a firm called National Architecture, working on cost-effective housing in a very Laurie Baker approach, using waste building materials and innovative design. In 1994, he expanded base of design work, taking on small hotels, large houses, and institutional work as principal architect of Dean D. Cruz and Associates. Awards and recognitions. In 1998, designer of one of the 100 best small hotels in the world, Nilaya Hermitage, Arpura, Goa. 1999, Designer of the Year. Special Commendation, Goa. Presentation at the MIT College Design Festival, Design Valley featured in the publication Design Matrix. Architect Biju Kuriakose co-founded Architecture Red and as a partner brought crucial sustainable planning and international design expertise to the firm. Prior to the founding of Architecture Red, architect Biju was an associate at FX Found Architects, a leading architectural, planning and urban design firm based out of New York. He joined FX Fowl in 2000 and led the design efforts for most of the firm's large-scale planning and urban design projects. Architecture Red is an award-winning architectural design and planning firm based out of Chennai. In the past 10 years of practice, they have been engaged with some critical design thinking for projects covering various typologies like institutional, housing, commercial, mixed-use material planning, large-scale urban design, as well as individual residences across India. Architecture is the mother of all arts, says architect Sonali Bhagwati, President DPA, who has envisioned diverse projects and successfully integrated distinctive architectural disciplines for over a decade now. She says, today with rapid globalization, the world has become a small place. While it is important to learn from globalization, it is also crucial to have the discretion to select what is best to keep the indigenous spirit alive. She has received numerous awards, including the 11th AYDA MK Awards in 2006, Architecture of the Year Award in 2008 by Z Business, Architecture of the Year Award in 2012 by India Home Awards, Design Excellence Award in 2015, and Leadership Award in 2015 by CE Worldwide. Lalita Tharani is the mentor, co-founder, and principal of Collaborative Architecture. Architect Lalita's understanding of psychology and human interactions in space, materiality, technological adoption, and her ability to observe diverse themes to solve complex design programs has brought dividends to the practice over the years. Lalita is passionate about women leadership in the profession and has been an avid proponent of diversity and inclusivity in the sector. She has been part of various juries over the years and has spoken extensively on the works of practice and design leadership. In various national and international events, Architect Lalita leads material research and technology adoption of Collaborative Lab, the research arm of the practice. Architect Deepak Gugari graduated from College of Architecture, Kolhapur in 1998. Upon graduation, Architect Deepak started working with renowned architect Christopher Charles in Pune, India. Varsha and Deepak Gugari architects work deriving architectural solution through study, analysis, and exploration of visual, spatial, formal, social, and technological ideas. They have received IIID Design Excellence National Awards 2018, Trends Excellence Awards for Architecture and Design 2018, IIID Design Excellence Regional Awards 2018.
architect Arun Karthik, the managing director of Design Cube. Design Cube is a curated consortium of architects and interior designers based in Chennai and Bangalore. An acknowledged architect among the design fraternity, architect Arun has won national level design competitions and also hold visitor professorship in various architectural universities in Chennai. Leading the firm with strong environmental values and policies that are actively sought to be incorporated in the projects created, architect Arun started his career with architect Nimesh Patel Ahmedabad. During his internship, his interest grew in the field of building science related to vernacular Indian architecture and intuitive green design methods. Architect Arun held the national championship in architecture quizzing in the prestigious event of Augment 2008, winning national level design competitions by IGBC, Indian Green Building Council, and by Water Portal. Architect Arun derives his inspiration from nature's working methodologies. Of late, his interest has evolved over to creating sustainable business units catering to various public needs through his entrepreneurial skills supported by his flair for web design and application development, not restricting himself to architecture or interior design works alone. Sir, it's amazing to have you on board. A very warm welcome to you once again.
So, next let's welcome Tasha and Neha. They are our previous year's gold winners. They're here to support you, guide you, and send across their best wishes to you. Welcome, Tasha and Neha, and thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Tasha Singh and I was Asia Young Designer Awards Gold winner in the interior design category at the national level in 2020-2021. So I got to know about AYDA through my college, who motivated us to be a part of this incredible journey right from day one. And that is something that stuck with me. So during my design development phases, I would always come back to that year's very relevant theme every time I was taking an important design decision. I believe that the only way I can describe my journey with AYDA was that of abundant learning and learning at so many levels. Whether it was understanding how to prioritize what I wanted to show and talk about right at the shortlisting process to the mentoring sessions where I learned how to shift my academic way of presenting to a method of storytelling. It also made me understand what gave my vision so much power and allowed me to create a very strong narrative for it. So on the final day of the competition, I was extremely nervous, but I decided to just enjoy that day. And I ended up learning so much from the presentations of my peers and also from the very insightful and specific comments of the judges. So for these very well-respected and reputed judges to actually accept my design so wholeheartedly was a very humbling experience for me and something I will never forget. I believe that AYDA is a very unique platform that allows you to interact with the brightest minds in the architecture and interior design field. And I am incredibly thankful to both Nippon Paint and Ethos for this opportunity.
Hi everyone, I'm Neha Harish and I'm from RV College of Architecture. I was a student there and now I'm a practicing architect at Collective Project in Bangalore. I won the Architecture Gold Medal for the architecture category in AYDA and it was one of the most enriching experiences I've ever had. It was just a matter of applying for the competition through my college's recommendation. And they really did tell us about how great of an experience it could be. And it truly was because of because of the number of people you meet, the number of mentors you actually get to interact with. You get to talk to them about design in general, about your project and their approach to their practice and design as well. And the same was true for even the international category where I got to win the Sustainable Award. And over there, it was really beautiful to meet these new people from all over the world. And they have such new perspectives and ideas about their social conditions or their societal structures and how architecture could play a great role in that. And therefore, it was really amazing to actually have that experience. It wasn't in person, but even the virtual experience was great. And I'm really thankful for that. And I can't go without mentioning my people from Nippon Paint. Geeta ma'am and the whole Nippon team really helped us. And as well as Ethos India was like a huge part of my preparation for the international finale itself. And of course, my mentors, all of the Indian mentors as well as the international mentors, they were a great source of inspiration. They helped you understand. They always help you understand how situations may arise. In this case, it's a competition, true, but it was always about how you could present your ideas and how you could actually get across your thought processes and your values across to people from any other country or any other cultural background. And therefore, it was a really great experience. And at the same time, it was always so nice to meet new people and make new friends from around the world. I was so close to going for the Harvard program, but then the exchange program was just a one slot away, I guess. But it was still a great experience, and you get to always keep these relationships that you built through this platform for the rest of your life, and I'm really grateful for that as well. So yes, it was altogether a great experience, and it's always so nice to see platforms that are helping students actually reach their potential, as well as maybe even just giving them as small as a platform to actually showcase their ideas and talents. So yes, thank you.
Architecture is a visual art and the design speaks for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. Let's begin the day with our very first presentation, and please make a note that after all your presentation, a Q&A session will happen for 5 minutes. May I now welcome Jashwant to begin his presentation, please.
Hi, I'm Jaswant from CAS School of Architecture. My thesis topic is pop-up structures for temporal scenarios. Pilgrimage is a part and parcel of a culture of subcontinent that take place sometimes in a specific form that is based on a religious center. The thesis attempt to provide a temporary pop-up structures like tirthapas that can assemble and serve different facilities that is required for the pilgrims who undertake the Palani Padayatra festival. Post the event, the flexibility and temporal nature of the structure can facilitate multidimensional and varied requirements. Palani is one such unique pilgrim in India, wherein people from all parts of Tamil Nadu take a Padayatra after the Pongal festival ends. The main aim of the Padayatra is one should enjoy the life of celibacy. This is dedicated to Lord Murgha. A major stretch of 24 km from Wattanchidaram to Palani is documented, like how the people use the facilities, character of the festival, economic generation of the festival, how the festival observes the people, and deployment facilities and waste management system. How the event is organized. The event is organized by three characters like facilities, business, and engineering. Facilities is like what are the facilities that people are using. Business about how the people generate income from the event. And engineering is like how quickly the kind of structure that can deploy off and what are the footprints that is being left off. There are some three major facilities that is documented from Palani Thaipoosa festival. A place to refresh. Place where people get refreshments like toilet, bathings, and washing clothes, etc. The existing facilities provide only for a privacy, but not solving the functions properly. A place to rest. Place where people used to take rest, cook food, and bhajan for some time. This depends upon the facilities that is nearby. Under medical facilities, primary health centers plays a major role in this event. Place where people get all medical facilities and massaging facilities for the Padayatra people. The PHC facilities are placed where there is no access to the medical facilities nearby. As an inference, there are three major facilities like place to refresh, place to sleep, and primary health centers are organized by the municipalities. These facilities are clubbed one to another for easy access. A different typology of structure is seen in the festival. From the table, 60% of the people use temporary structure because of the flexibility and placement of the structures. There are three major facilities that is designed and served for the event. One is a place to refresh, place to rest, and a medical facilities. My design intent is want to create a place that offer a combination of facilities to assist the pilgrims and the local people, thereby creating a temporary environment for the event. A place to refresh. This module consists of 4 inches of toilet with a water tank above. It is made up of aluminum plates and steel box sections to resist against anti-vandalism. It works with the help of vertical scissor mechanism. When the pulley is rotated, it reaches a height of 2.7 meter and on closed condition 1.1 meter is attained. This is because of sliding wall plates and the scissor mechanism. The structure is included with dismantleable folding doors that supports the structure when it is open condition. A place to rest. This module consists of 24 units of sleeping unit with 2 level above at 450 mm above the ground. This works with the horizontal scissor mechanism connected to each other to form a shelter of rest. Services area includes 12 units of mobile charging units and the place to store for all baggages. A dismantleable ladder is used to move from one level to other level. The roof is covered with waterproofing trampoline cover or shamiana cloth that represent the character of the festival. And finally, a medical facilities, which is a private health center. A module of 2.5 cross 6 is developed according to the study of private health center with a stove toilet in it. The skin of the structure is made up of GA sheets, which is very light and folding capacity. The size is reduced to half the area on open condition. Services like water and electricity are fitted in the service at the core of height of 2.1 meters. Typologies. There are 3 different typologies that explain how these structures are scattered and work with the existing site condition. Typology 1, that is adapted to the existing site condition throughout the stretch. Typology 2, structures that is added to the existing site conditions and build spaces to make more efficient. Typology 3, structures are clubbed to make a temporal environment where there is no access to nearby facilities. Out of these typologies, typology 3 is explained. The site. The site is located near the Palani, an agricultural land of 50 cross 60 meter. Before the event, the site is occupied with the seasonal crops in and around the site. During the event, the irrigation time of the crop is before the Thaipusam festival. At the time of irrigation, the site becomes empty, so the site can accommodate the Thaipusam festival. After the event, the site is re-accommodated with the seasonal crop during the second week of February. This is how the site turns into agrarian condition. Instead of adapting a land to the festival, here comes the temporal of the structure, people, and the place. The plan showing the overall facilities with the parking layout. Likewise, how the facilities are combined and work like an institution. A place to refresh, which is kept at the corner to get an easy service of water and disposal methods. Place to rest, that is placed in between the facilities so that they can get an interaction point for the people. They are oriented 30 degrees from the road for an easy identification and signage for the facilities. PH is kept at the front of in case of any emergency or accident occurs. The section showing how the facilities are clubbed and clustered from the road to the site edge and the level of interaction and the playfulness of the structures. The overall view site explains how these facilities are arranged, like place to refresh. The toilet modules are arranged at a corner in order to get water from the existing well. A place to bath, an inflated water tank that is provided in between the cluster. Water will be replenished periodically from the well for an easy bath. Shops. A part of the sleep area is converted into tea shop to generate income from the event. Local participation. To generate income for the pilgrims, mobile markets are used to promote the small businesses. Parking layout. It is designed to accommodate tricycles, mobile shops, and four-wheelers. Two-wheeler parking. They are arranged near the sleep area. It is important to maintain eye contact with the vehicles. Place for budget. Between the interaction of the structure, place for interaction, the place for used as a budget area, and the place for interact. The view showing how the site is occupied and accommodate the facilities with the walking circulation. Since the parking layout are kept at the back in order to get a clear interface from the road, these two-wheeler parkings are kept parallel in order to reduce the pedestrian vehicle circulation. The final image shows the overall circulation of the people from entry to the exit of the site. The overall image interface explains how these facilities are kept at the front, like place to rest and a PH facility, which is kept at the front, and how the people are using the site. Place to reference. This shows how the facilities are clustered and in between the place to bath at the center. Place to rest. How the people use the place to rest in order to get a clean corridor for a budget and every interaction point. Medical facilities. Medical facilities are kept at the front in order to get any emergency or accidents. Picture of the facilities. What happened to the structure after the event? The structure is not centralized always as it moves around. Post the event, the flexibility and temporal nature of the structure can use it to facilitate multidimensional and varied requirements in and around the city of Palani, like other functions for schools, present events, temporary bus stops, mobile hospitals, highway patrol, and medical rooms. Before the event, the place to refresh module can be used in and around Palani. Likely, it can be used in any one of the large-scale events. During the event, the facility take a part in Palani Thaipusam festival. After the event, the module can be used in Vattanchitram weekly market, as it can be used in any other purpose like construction, industry, site, public spaces, nearby rural areas. Place to refresh. This module can be used in school for dining area that can pop up on some time. During the event, the module take part in a Palani Thaipusam festival. After the event, the module can be used in any one of the purposes like temporary bus stops, schools, special shelters, etc. Medical facilities. Before the event, the primary health module can be used in any one of the Palani, like it can be used in mobile clinics. During the event, this also can take part in a Palani Thaipusam festival. But after the event, this can be used in mobile clinic, highway, medical rooms, etc. Coming to the conclusion, it is a structure used when the situation and the event appears and disappears quickly, but which also invests and embed itself in a community and public spaces or set of ideas. Thank you.
So, do we comment now?
Yes, sir.
Jaswant, a very good presentation indeed, and hope you're ready for the Q&A. Over to you, Geeta ma'am.
Yeah, can we ask the jury members if to pose their questions? Dean, Naresh, Biju, if you have anything to ask Jaswant.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting presentation, very graphically, very strong, and great amount of clarity in it. An interesting topic as well in terms of because we are looking at a lot of these yatras and events, especially where there's massive public gatherings. Now we actually look at an architectural solution that is both flexible and lightweight and quick to erect and quick to dismantle. I have some issues and actually queries really on this thing. A lot of the designs, even though they're very innovative and interesting and very well engineered, they're shown with these tiny little rollers, and most of these grounds are really rough grounds. So how does one really, stretch out these things? Also, in India, we have a great amount of manpower. We have a lot of people who can actually erect these things on their own, and we don't necessarily need to have it so, mechanically in tune, where there's very few people needed to actually erect it. There's also the issue of how local is it in terms of, because we see, like, especially in mandaps, where these structures have a lot of local flavor, craft flavor into the thing, the sort of the way they design it. So is that being addressed in any way? Because it's one solution fits all, for everything. It's just a flat pack thing, which, is an identical setup at every location. Another issue which I saw was really the space creation. It was very functional. You have these little corridors going there. It seemed random in a way. But these events really revolve around something central. So whether it's religious, whether it's a festival, whether it's food, or whether it's a gathering, where there's some play happening. So that didn't come out in the design as well. So these are just some of the queries. Another very important point is, even though you've addressed it architecturally to some extent, is what are the other issues of water, waste, power coming to this area? How has that been really taken care of? I'm sorry, it's a whole barrage of questions, but yeah, feel free to answer them.
Yeah, can I respond to your questions? Yeah, while talking about the water and services facilities, these are taken care in the agriculture land, which is the water is getting from the existing well at the site. And this waste management system, talking about that, so that is taken care later. That solid waste and solid waste that is used for agriculture purpose for after 6 to 3 months. Services like are handled like this way, and how this erection is made. The erection is done with the help of the local participations people. So most of these structures are mechanically worked, or with the help of these things, so this can be done at a site. So that's how I acknowledge there.
Naresh, would you have anything to ask, or Biju?
One second. Yeah, I saw as I agree with mostly with what Dean is saying, that rather than when you do things like this, it needs some sort of central organizing principle around which the whole installation should revolve. So I felt that could have been done a little better than what has been done in the current design. Completely just putting sort of streets, very narrow streets between the stalls may be a bit, monotonous after a point. So you should look at that to create some sense of place in all these kind of, even if it's a temporary installation, it should give some sense of place. So I agree with Dean on that. It's just a statement, it's not a question.
Yeah, so my comments are also very similar. I think one of the thoughts that I had is, during this process of going through this project, how the student felt about the role of the architect in these kind of interventions. Because one thing I felt is that while it is highly engineered, very well resolved, a lot of innovative thoughts, the choice of materials, the usability, is it highly engineered, and hence what is our role, in these kind of projects. What is missing, I think Dean touched upon this, is the idea of, social spaces as a place of gathering, and how people come together. How do you kind of articulate those space, articulate the ground, in a way that it becomes places for congregation, places for people to come together. And clearly there is a lack of thought in the sort of the idea of making the place. To some extent, of course, it is very temporal, even the place of gathering. But it would also be wonderful to see what happens to those spaces, or once you create that sense of place, can it then be tied to the larger community? And because that space can be permanent, while the structures may come and go, the space can still be permanent and can be used as a way to tie the communities together, etc., etc. So a bit more understanding of what happens in that stretch, because it is a specific site, right? And what are the communities around that stretch, and kind of looking at these events or these interventions as a way to kind of, while it is temporal, there are certain things can be permanent, in the way it kind of come together. Space is one of them, the idea of placemaking, and so some more thought process into kind of looking at that context a bit more deeply. I felt that in the end it became too much about the tectonics, which is fine, which is very well worked out. But given that you chose a particular site, and a particular location, it would be wonderful to kind of look at it from from the sort of the asking this question: what can become permanent in this process? And by permanent, I didn't mean buildings or things but things that can then become part of the day-to-day life of people who occupy that space on a larger permanent basis. So I think some thoughts, and one other thing is that it would be wonderful to, since you've gone to the depth of understanding these structures and looking at it in depth, it'll be wonderful to see some nice detailed drawings, because a lot of them are three-dimensional. I don't know whether you have those, but at least the ones that you have presented were all three-dimensional. It'll be wonderful to see some really nice detailed drawings, since you kind of went into the depth of the tectonics, sort of a bit too much. So,
Jaswant, I think most of them were inputs for you to enhance and improve and think about, Shirley. But if you have any responses on the specific cultural interaction bit, then
the thing that I have to answer is regarding the site selection. So the site is a temporary thing. So I am borrowing the site for 15 days for the festival. So that's the intent I started with. But what you said is that's another way of thinking. That's taking out of the box. So I'll proceed with the thought also. Yeah, thanks for the jury comments.
See, every intervention as an architect we do has a certain amount of permanence, even if it is temporary.
Yes.
And that is the idea of place, what that place becomes. I mean, I think part of that place is also that this temporal activity comes and and take part in that, whether it's a once a year, twice a year event. And that is also part of the placemaking of that particular location. And so hence, one needs to kind of look at it. I mean, we tend to look at it from an architectural standpoint, but one needs to kind of look at it from, from that angle as well.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Thanks, jury members. I think, Neeti, we can move on to the next presentation. All the best, Jaswant.
Thank you, Jashwant. That was an elaborate presentation. May I now welcome the next presenter to begin the presentation.
Greetings to the respected jurors and one and all present here. My name is Rachit Joshi and today I am going to present my project, Humans Conflict Responses, Walking Through the Walls of Time. As we know, violent conflicts have been an inevitable part of human history and evolution since the genocide of Neanderthals to the various wars between kingdoms, civil wars, world wars, and clashes between communities. In my project, I am essentially addressing violent communal conflicts. Violent communal conflicts not only causes physical devastation but creates a lot of intangible impacts on human society, due to which we see forced migrations, fear in cultural expression, limited economic exchanges, hate speeches, and ultimately loss of identity and creation of ghettos in our city. What can be the ideal responses to such problems? According to me, eradicating fears and notions, acknowledging the presence of conflicts in the society, creating better public spaces, and thus improving our social and cultural relations. That's where the role of architects come into the picture. We have seen numerous examples around the world where architects have addressed such social issues through their architecture. Communal conflicts in India. First seed of conflict was sown by the Britishers through the divide and rule policy. Then they divided the nation on the basis of religions, which caused a great forced migration and riot. Post-independence, India saw four major communal conflicts in 83, 84, 92, and the most recent 2002 Godhra riots. In Ahmedabad post-Godhra riots, we can see imposition of laws like Disturbed Areas Law Act, constant police patrolling in sensitive areas, and ghettos based on the religions. Riots caused a lot of migration from the core city to the other areas of the city, due to which we find three major Muslim ghettos in the city, that is Bapu Nagar, Shah Alam, and Juapura. A notional border between Juapura and Vejalpur. Juapura is a Muslim majority area juxtaposed next to a Hindu majority area, Vejalpur, and the road between them acts as a notional border. We can infer this from the 4-meter high compound walls with barbed wires put across the road dividing both the areas. This wall is a pure physical manifestation of notions and differences present in this society. Thus, in light to past violent incidents and present social stigmas, I realized that we in India don't have any architecture that strongly addresses such issues. Therefore, my project is conceived as a start point, an architecture that would insert itself in the city to augment and accelerate the realization and retrospections, generating opportunities for reconciliation as a resultant of continuous process. So, my design is based on three keywords: acknowledgement, reflection, and reconciliation. Looking at the walls of Juapura and Vijalpur, I decided to use wall as an element in such a way that somewhere it divides you, somewhere it connects you, and somewhere it encloses. Some of the other design intentions were to have a sense of openness, create user-defined space, use nature as a symbolism, create a journey that would ultimately end with a sense of reflection. Thus, it becomes a place of healing and realization, a journey through the spaces that would evoke various emotions. My design is based on an idea of linking memories. From a house in the city, post-riots, only the walls remains on the ground as a ruins and the memories in the mind. Thus, I decided to create a new wall and a wall that encapsulates the past, a building that would link past and the future, a building that would have no edges and no prejudice. So, the project is juxtaposed between the river Sabarmati and the historical fort wall of Ahmedabad, on a site which has a historical significance, as Mahatma Gandhi, the propagator of peace, gave his famous The Last Speech on this land, which created a nationwide impact. Building is designed as a journey, in which one enters through a dark ramp with uneven walls, which symbolizes the delusions present in the society. Further, moving on to a ramp with a play of staggered light, which gives a sense of disturbance, one reaches to an inclined wall which separates the two distinct spaces. Across the wall is a gallery and an exhibition space themed on the conflicts and differences. Further, moving on the path of violence, a corridor whose walls are dedicated for the curations based on violence, one reaches to the spaces of acknowledgement. To design a space for acknowledgement, I interpreted a fabric of Ahmedabad as a void caused due to the violence, where only the common walls and the empty streets are left. Further, I added an elevated deck through these walls, which allows one to walk through the walls of time and experience the void in the city caused due to the conflicts and the violences. Fabric of the city is scaled down in a circular space with a peripheral wall made out of wire mesh and rubbles, which is inserted 5 meters into the ground in order to respect the height of the fort wall. As a result, we get tall, narrow spaces and volumes with ever-changing light play. A ramp runs at a height of 2.5 meter, which provides a unique experience walking through the walls and also the universal accessibility. While walking, one experiences the feeling of being lost and helpless. Once they get down on the streets and empty houses, they can't find a way out. Moving in a dead city and coming across curations, one feels the disturbing emptiness of the houses. These spaces are designed as a metaphor for the void of life in the city. After experiencing the disturbing spaces, one reaches to a space for retrospection, a surreally quiet space designed with natural elements symbolizing loop of life and death. A place that allows people to calm down, contemplate, mourn about the losses, and reflect on the importance of soul and growth in the life. This space is designed in a contrasting language in comparison to other spaces. The circular structure is tucked inside 2.5 meter in the ground with a central court as a focal point. With the tall opaque walls around and the only opening in the center, the Bodhi tree creates a cosmic connection of the mortals and the divines. Walking across the loop of life and death, one experiences the infinity of the space and finally cuts across the water body and everyone meets at the center under the open sky. In the center is a space for the people to sit under the natural canopy and reflect upon the conflicts and its implications. Spaces for Reconciliation is designed as a natural landscape and a user-defined public space with walls of various size and heights as an antidote to a tall rigid notional wall is shattered into the spaces and spread across the site. These walls spread across the site as follies which can be adapted as display and exhibition spaces, pavilions for daily meetings and gatherings and for a large gathering. Thus, the project subtly inserts itself as a sculpture of realization in a way that one only sees two distinct circular structures in the foreground of the historic wall. Therefore, I would like to conclude my presentation with a walkthrough, a journey from differences to reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachit. That was a wonderful presentation. May I now request the jury members to shoot out any questions?
Yeah, thanks. Sorry to go again first. Yeah, it's a very noble cause, I must say, Rashad, in terms of trying to address this issue that's facing our country today. And most of these sort of museums or spaces of introspection are done when the conflict has happened many years ago. So if you look at the Holocaust Museum, things like that, it's almost recalling that thing in the past. But for us, it's actually continuing on, and it's getting worse. In fact, I see that the intent of your space is in terms of you're almost from intimidating in the beginning to relaxing in the end. I have, of course, an issue in which the architecture has been treated with, but my main comment is really in terms of one is the symbolism used, and the other thing is will that really help the situation? If you look at even the India-Pakistan sort of conflict that we've had, over decades now, and there's some people who've actually written this, done an assessment of, if we just had cultural exchange, versus the sort of war building up of, mass amounts of money in just armaments, we could have actually solved this problem a lot earlier and addressed it in a much more civilized manner. So if you look at, say, what happened in Afghanistan, of course, well before whatever happened now recently. So at the time when the Taliban left and UN forces moved in, one of the first things they built was actually how do they restore cultural infrastructure. And in fact, there was I think a Norwegian architect who worked with I think there was an Indian architect also involved in actually recreating hammams, because they found hammams, even though they're really bathhouses, and it's also a place for cultural dialogue, where the men of these villages could actually gather in a much more informal atmosphere and actually start talking about what the future of Afghanistan is about, and find solutions within their own communities. Yeah. So while this is this space for introspection, I think something which has a far more purposeful need, so whether it's cultural, whether it's entertainment, whether it's educational in some way, would be far more meaningful today. So I'd like to view on that as well. Yeah, because the scars that we see what have taken place in Ahmedabad and taken place in other parts of the country are way too deep to address with just a museum. I know as architects we're trying to do our best to do that, but is there a better way to actually address it, where still our roles as architects are used and are, yeah.
You may go next.
Yeah. So, yeah. So for one, I also would like to understand the scale of the project, and it seems to be sort of running across quite a lot of course, there is a concentrated part, but also it seems to be kind of relating to the larger Sabarmati and kind of opening it up. So it would be interesting to kind of, clearly understand what the scale of that project is. And many of the comments that Dean touched upon, I think is extremely valid. How do we, I think it's also important. It reminds me, of course, a lot about the Jewish Museum, the way it is approached and the way spaces are looked at, etc. But from our standpoint, from how we look at spaces and how we respond, especially in urban India, respond to incidents like this, is this the kind of the appropriate kind of answer to that? Is something I think it would be interesting to kind of look at it a little more deeper. Why I say this also is that one of the impressions that I got looking at the entry is also that it could be anywhere to some extent. It doesn't have to be in that particular location. There are many maybe cultural institutions, or even the Sabarmati Ashram, etc., etc. There are a lot of other activities along this thing. How do we can we look to then tie it to that and build upon that? A lot of these institutions, and I think this is in some sense, I believe even Dean is talking about, what is the relationship of these to that? I think for us, if we have to kind of heal, I'm not sure it's about contemplating too much about what happened. It's about how do we create spaces that allows people to come together, and thereby then you start to kind of bridge that gap, and break that walls. And what reminded me here is about too much of that wall. It kind of really symbolically then again tying into that idea of the wall. So how do we kind of look at these walls as porous boundaries or a blurred lines or thresholds, which then kind of come and tie the communities together or allow different peoples of different walks of the life to kind of come together. So it's really for me a space of introspection in urban India is also a space where we all come together, and it is not necessarily meditative, and it kind of then it also start to then use these projects as a way to kind of really build communities, and allow people to come together. So I think those are my sort of larger comments. Otherwise, if I look at it purely architecturally, spatially, there are a lot of qualitative aspect to that project. But I think, again, similar to what I made the comment in the last entry, a deeper study of what's happening around that site, and kind of mapping and seeing, are there already sort of institutions, public activities which are happening around that context, to which I can then build upon, and in totality altogether it becomes a wonderful place of gathering, which I mean, if you ask me critically, that's also something that is missing in that Sabarmati stretch. So bring in more people, create activities, program it in a way that people can come together. It becomes a wonderful place to gather.
I would, again, just a suggestion. I think most of the points have been addressed by Viju and Dean. See, both in South Africa as well as in Cambodia, once the conflict with apartheid and also the ravages of the Pol Pot regime was overthrown, they constituted something called the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where, many times what happens is many of these experiences people go through in these kind of, traumatic situations needs to be catharsized out of the society. And I would suggest that the young architect who presented the scheme look at how South Africa and both Cambodia, I won't go into the details now, but the point that Biju made saying, don't build more walls. The idea is to create more transparency and inclusivity between peoples so that this kind of thing doesn't happen again. And the design should reflect some of that rather than reinforce the fact that walls were the walls which were in the mind, which is what created the problem in the first place. So just look at how South Africa and Cambodia have come to terms with their horrific past and see whether that informs your design in future.
Thank you, sir. So, sir, my approach is, so basically for the project, rather than having a programmatic approach where you bring in people to have some certain amount of to perform certain activities, I decided rather to take a symbolic approach where my building itself lies as a sculpture near the Sabarmati riverfront, and then I provide different kind of spaces. Let's say maybe this spaces for curation also, and also for the interaction also. So the site which I have used and where I have used walls as a follies. So those follies will act for will cater those activities which will bring people together. So it was more of a symbolic approach rather than a programmatic approach from my side. And why I took the symbolic approach was because, as we know, those who are the victims of these riots, and those who haven't seen these riots. So the kind of hate spreads from generation to generation without any tangible form. So just to address that, just to bring that acknowledgement about the riots, so I decided to have a symbolic approach.
Thank you, Rajat. With the jury's permission, can we move on to the next participant?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Rajat. All the best.
Thanks, Rachit. Now may I welcome Kaushik Singh for his presentation.
Good morning, judges. I'll be starting my presentation with a discussion of an organic growth of a city. So in an organic growth of a city, there are these clusters of traditionally dense settlements that are formed, and they form the backbone of a city's economy. Yet they are often valued only for their production output, and the dwellers are overlooked, which forces them to abandon their traditional crafts in an attempt for a better standard of living. This actually raises the question of survivability of these settlements and their crafts and their relation with the dwellers, the city, and the space in context of commercial viability. One such story is of an area called Kumartoli, a sculptor's village located in one of the oldest areas of Kolkata. The area chosen for the study is the heart of Kumartoli, and it encapsulates the essence of Kumartoli. It has the highest concentration of people involved in the art of idol making. The city's socio-economic pressure has slowly forced the area to evolve into a commercialized production industry, a factory for idol making, where the lives of the karigars are valued lower than the worth of machinery. Area's livelihood depends on making images of gods from clay, yet the living conditions of the karigars are as ungodly as possible, and the karigars remain seemingly invisible from the public eye. Their opinions and the problems remain unacknowledged. This questions the sustainability of the settlement and calls for interventions that would help to connect the built environment in a way that would redefine the bargaining powers held by these image makers, while at the same time recognizing the roles of generations of community which form the actual living heritage of this place. First step would be to analyze the socio-economic dynamics of this place, which for years has defined the living pattern and the nature of spaces here. Generations have settled in this area through a Theka Tenancy Act, and the stakeholders involved in this area are firstly, the studio owners and the future generations who are slowly moving away from the area in search of a better livelihood. Second is the fluctuating influx of karigars from all over West Bengal who barely get any livable spaces. Third are the auxiliary complementary industries. Then there is the upcoming industry of the fiberglass, which functions in the dingy studios and has a leading cause of asthma. Then there are other smaller industries and commercial sectors such as chai shops and metal shops. This entire production survives due to the interdependence of these various groups residing in the area. But the majority of the land use pattern has been evolved around the workshops, and almost all open space has been used as an extension of this workshop. This can also be seen in the spatial hierarchy of the activities, where the densely narrow lanes are bustling with activities throughout the day, with activities such as public activities, semi-public activities, semi-private, and private. But they all seem to be centered around one major lane. This lane sees the extension of workshops using tarpaulin, which increases the temperature and also decreases the ventilation in the area. It sees idols being dried on the lane, karigars working, household people washing their dishes or reading newspaper. It sees different hierarchies of spaces being spilled over each other, showing the prevalence of the heterotopic character of the spaces and also the prevalence of the para culture of Kolkata. Hence, on site, while retaining the heterotopic nature of the spaces, there should be commercialized frontage that is well connected to the street network, while inner lanes are preserved for community activities. Coming to the self-built character of Kumartoli, for a dweller of Kumartoli, it is not only a house, but also means of generating income. It is not the final product, but an ongoing process that changes and expands depending on the season and the work. Hence, it needs to be adapting and ever evolving. This can be achieved through a mechanism of steel structure with EPS paneling. As it has the fastest construction, it's easily available, it's flexible and incremental, it's compatible with the other local materials, and has a structural integrity to hold the weight of the heavy idols. This craft-based enterprise is slowly taking a shape of an industry where the living spaces in the workshop should act as an extension of each other while being an entity of its own. So the first step to increase the productivity would be to tackle the encroachment on micro level, which affects both the habitat and the workshop areas. Storage is one of the primary cause of encroachment, and it encroaches almost all the other functions in its vicinity. Clay as a material leads to waterlogging and rotting of other materials. Hence, a segregated storage module is needed, which has a ventilated rack for storing bamboo and wood, a cool basement storage for clay, rainwater harvesting tank, a wash-up area, a bounded clay mixing area, separate drain lines to prevent clogging, a brick wall to absorb extra water from the clay. Segregation would lead to an effective street circulation, a workplace circulation, and much better productivity. The change in space requirement also changes throughout the year depending on the festival being celebrated. Sometimes large number of smaller idols are made, needing more horizontal space, while sometimes taller idols are made, needing more vertical space. This can be solved by a mechanism of a movable mechanical flooring system, where the grid is divided into 4 parts, each capable of its own movement. The system utilizes the basic principles of a chain hoist pulley system. Incorporating all of this in the studio module, the site also demands the studio to have a covered adaptable workspace with ventilation control, a space for loading and offloading idols, a commercial frontage for legibility, a master artist office or shop for supervision, backlane that is connected to the street and community life, a segregated storage and wet areas, undisturbed drying areas, possibility of connection with other modules. The compromised living spaces of this cottage industry forces the people to look for accommodation elsewhere, which affects the business greatly. Hence, the habitat, while being an entity of its own, with livable spaces, should also have spaces for community life, connection to the studio space, spaces for domestic mode of production, additional storage spaces, rainwater harvesting tanks with hot and humid parts being located outside, flexibility in planning where the area can be used as a fiberglass studio, accommodation for laborers, or a space for a tenant. It should also be incremental. The other stakeholders, the karigars, jewelry makers, and small shop owners form an intrinsic part of the community. Yet they barely get any livable spaces. The daily schedule of the karigars are also very labor intensive, and the duration of stay varies from 15 to 90 days. This calls for a more bachelor-centric accommodation that is interconnected, has community spaces such as game rooms, is incremental. And for the small shop owners, other than a livable space, it should also have connection to the community spaces, extended workshop areas, a commercial frontage, and flexible spaces that can be used for drying. This would provide humane living conditions for both the karigars and the auxiliary living industries. These 3 incremental and adaptable modules are designed in a way that would provide dwellers of Komartoli with all possible scenarios they are able to create in an organic manner, such as connection to the kitchen for the laborers, connection of the fiberglass studio to the clay studio, and etc. When these modules are placed on site, they act as a prototype demonstration for the possible future master planning of Komartoli, where they form a continuous flexible structural environment. that combine the traditional spatial organization with advantages of a contemporary building technology to form organic spaces. Spaces that would include community space to celebrate Durga Puja, playgrounds for kids, a legible commercial frontage. All this while retaining the community life of Kumartoli and recognizing the people for their heritage.
Thank you, Kaushiki, for your presentation. Over to the jury for the Q&A.
Hey, I'm going again first. Okay. Yeah, so I think it's very sensitive presentation. It was soft from the perspective of having a lot of empathy in it, in understanding the craftsmanship that's involved and the people that are involved in it, as well as the hardness of really good engineering and design solutions. So I must congratulate you on that. I think the ideas of modularity and were well captured in your presentation. What I didn't see is really public space. How is public space? I know you probably had streets running through it, but could you have actually recreated public space in these solutions? I know it's a very tight space. I'll give the example of Dharavi, for example. There are a number of organizations that have worked in Dharavi, trying to sort out the problems. In fact, IIT actually worked on this very interesting module of a 5 meter by 5 meter by 5 meter structure, which had slipped in a sort of mezzanine in between. And it had great, like that mezzanine very loosely segregated the upper level and the lower level. And it was done in such a way that, people wanted to say, live on the lower level and have their crafts. So if it was tailoring or something, it would happen on the upper level. Or if they wanted to run a shop or something which needed ground connection, they'd have it down and they'd live upstairs. And tremendous flexibility. So even the inbuilt toilet would completely collapse, within the thing. The kitchen was multi-purpose, both for, cooking at the same time for, production use. So I see a lot of that happening in your design, which is really nice and interesting. One thing I didn't see, of course, is the actual materials for construction in terms of, is it a steel framework? Is it a, waste material? What are the things that are being used there? But I think it's a very, very well resolved design. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, sir. So there is actually one public space right in the middle of the community, which can be used for the Durga Puja, which is only celebrated by these people in the month of March. And it can also be used as playgrounds, or during the extensive Durga Puja, it can be used to set up pandals and for the larger idols, where 4 or 5 studios come together and work on just one big idol.
I have I have 2 questions. One is heterotopic means occurring in an abnormal place. Like we have it's usually used for, it's a medical term used for tumors or something like that. What is the meaning of the word heterotopic in your presentation? One. Second question is that the material that the people use there is clay, right?
Yeah.
Why would you not use that itself as a building material rather than use more steel and what do you call it? Other modern materials? Why would you not look at the materiality of the space itself and also it's a thing you also mentioned that it gets really hot and uncomfortable, right? So why would you not use that itself as a material which is known to create a cooling environment if used correctly?
Okay. So I've used the word heterotopic to actually showcase this, that the living spaces, while they are discrete, they are actually intermerging with each other. It's not a very monolithic space where I've just created living spaces or community spaces, but spaces which tend to spill over each other. This was my understanding of a heterotopic space.
Please look at the dictionary definition. A heterotopic does not mean that at all. Heterotopic means abnormal. So please be careful in use of adjectives and nouns in future. Check
Okay, sir.
So it sounds like a good word, but it's actually a bad word.
Okay, sir. And so for the material, I just wanted to give more structural integrity to the entire structure. That is why I used steel. And EPS was a material which had a manufacturing unit right there, where the laborers of the Karigar laborers in their off season used to go and work there. So there was an interdependence with the entire thing, and they knew how
What
to
is
work with the
EPS?
Sir, EPS panels, the polystyrene panels.
Yeah, but why
I've
would
used.
you do that? No, I mean, why would you bring a plastic material into a place which celebrates natural craft? I mean, I don't understand that logic at all. On the flip side, your organization of space, allowing the outside corridor, making the insides clever, putting that central space, spatial organization is fine. The materiality is you should have been a little more careful about materiality and not bring in. You already said they use tarpaulins and all that and plastic tarpaulins, and it looks so increases the heat level. How does introducing plastic into the whole thing solve that problem?
Yeah.
Okay. So other than that, everything. Other than that, I think it's a well done and good quality drawings. I'm glad to see that.
Any last comments from Architect Biju?
Sir, you're on mute.
No, I was just saying that a lot of our comments will be very similar because I think a lot of us are passionate about public spaces and integrating and looking at cities as spaces for shared living. So I think that's clearly it would have been. I'm sure these streets and the spaces that you've created are kind of cater to that, but I think a sort of a more defined diagram, a more defined discussion on that could have been incorporated. I just wanted to understand. So, so there is no built structure that you are keeping there, or is it all kind of completely new, or how you integrate?
So there is actually a proposal by the government of the Kolkata to redevelop the entire area of Kumartoli, where already while I was doing my thesis, the built structure had already started being demolished, and the people were moved to a go down nearby.
Yeah, I mean, see, government always likes to wipe out things and put new things. I mean, whether it's slum redevelopment or that's the easier thing to do. But I think I think a little more study on what's existing on the ground, and see, because a lot of these spaces that you are talking about is also a creation of the built structures that are there. And this is not to say that your articulation is not. I mean, it's very sensitively done. It's wonderfully done. But I think when you intervene in sites like this, a bit more deeper understanding of what memories are also created by choosing what you want to take forward. And culture is also a resultant of that. When we intervene in sites like this, you also kind of make that conscious decision of what needs to be preserved and what needs to be taken forward. So I think a deeper study of that would have been wonderful, because we are not, I mean, I don't think, the purpose of architecture is to do development, it's to allow progress to happen. And progress is much more holistic than the word development. So, and hence you need to, when you intervene in locations like this, our role is also to kind of understand and make that conscious choice as to what needs to be preserved, what needs to be taken forward. And if tomorrow you come back and say nothing is worth preserving it, that's a very strong statement that you need to make then with arguments. And I think because it can't be alien. I mean, even if you talk about incremental, etc., there is a way of living there, which needs to be studied a bit more in depth, rather than just from an architect's eye. That sort of, and through interactions, through discussing with them, understanding their way of living, etc. So that's my comment. But otherwise, very well worked out. Quite a good project. Very, very sensitively done.
I want to say one thing more, and this is not addressed to you, Kaushiki, addressed to all the students in the discussion today. Resist the temptation to use big words and polysyllabic words in describing what you do. Okay, and even though it sounds very sexy and makes you sound intellectual, do not do that. And if you want to know how to express yourself, all of you please buy a book of essays by Charles Correa called A Place in the Shade. Biju, I think that's the name of the essay book, right? A Place in the Shade.
It is.
Yes,
It
yes,
is.
yes,
Yeah.
A
yes.
book of essays. And see the simplicity of the language in describing very complex ideas and understand how to express. Now it's becoming the fashion now to make nouns into verbs. People don't say imaginary, they say imaginaries. And they say all kinds of new words are being coined to articulate something as simple as something which can be said in simple English. Resist the temptation to become sound as though you know the language. You use language as a crutch for what you do. And English should be real. The language you describe must be really simple, and learn from Charles Correa how to talk about design.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Architect Naresh. So we all have something to read about. Thanks, Kaushiki. Let's move on to the next presentation, maybe. All the best.
Hey, thanks, Kaushiki. Thanks for the trip to Kumatuli. May I now welcome Abhijit Pradeshi to begin his presentation, please.
Accoutrement of film artistry, a medium concourse to an urban narrative. Upliftment of slum using hip-hop as a tool. I would like to start with the words of Rabindranath Tagore. If God has wished, he would have made all Indians speak one language. The unity of India has been and shall always be a unity in diversity. Even though we have all types of people and religions, we still have this concern of unacceptance. The slums of India, its second most largest in the world and biggest in Asia. Located at the southwest coast of India, Mumbai, the city of dreams, in which lies another city in itself, known as Dharavi. From having a city like Dharavi, the concept of inequality, racism, and other negative ideology still remains in this modern Mumbai, creating an intangible social discriminative wall in between the contexts, one being dominant, another being suppressed. As humanity has taught us, all being equals. Therefore, the question arises, why is it that Dharavi is looked at as a shame of Mumbai, whereas it's the hidden gem? The answer lies in the perception of humans on what and how people see slums as unwanted, poor, untaught, and burden overall to the society. But unaware of the colors they had to show, Dharavi has taken up hip hop as its tool to narrate and express their stories to others. From being the stars, musicians, choreographers, arts, and directors of tomorrow, inspiring me in thinking how can architecture help in molding Dharavi's Bollywood dreams. For this to happen, I had to understand Dharavi from the perspective of hip hop and how different people reacted to this new culture of hip hop, analyzing the way in which hip hop works and is it impacting the society, bringing change in community. After understanding and analyzing, how can architecture translate these emotions and needs of hip hop community? According to a research, in 4 years, hip hop is raised overtaking all other genres, especially from the age group of 16 to 24. People have always found music, art, dance, and performances as a source of entertainment, and sometimes as a healing tool as well, spending almost 18.5 hours in a week on an average. With this rapid increase in entertainment industry and hip hop overtaking all other genres in the world, brought in change for this community to transform their passions into their professions. But the question still remained, what is hip hop and what it means to them? Is it the chest trembling beats, the rapid fire lyrics, the anti-gravity dance, writers turning walls into canvases, or the mesmerizing acts? The answer is all the above, but much more. Hip hop embraces these artistic elements, but it also blends and transcends them to become a means of seeing, celebrating, experiencing, understanding, comforting, and commenting on the life and the world. Hip hop, in other words, is a conduit to social awareness and change. From a black rapper named Tupac in US, shining light on racism and brought change into the society. An Indian rapper rapping about the life struggles of farmers in India. A 14-year-old teenager rapping to create awareness about poverty and water issues in UP. This gives rise to a question. Can hip hop and architecture come together in an approach to bring a platform that bridges this gap between the two diverse concepts of Mumbai and bring in new opportunities for the people of Dharavi? In an attempt to do so, the idea lied in empowering the empowered by comparing the entertainment industry with the underground hip hop industry to extract program from where these artistic elements as act, music, art, and dance function on both sides, narrowing down the common aspects from each, providing accoutrement of film artistry. Listing each artistic element and characterizing it in individual, two-person, group, mass, and open space events. In order to impact and bring in togetherness in society lies in the basic fundamental of three E's. Treating the cross-connecting aspects as educate in terms of workshops, studios, exhibitions, and public events. Enact in terms of in-studio practice training sessions supported by open public events like friendly battles. Express in terms of Hip Hop Slum Museum with public interactive sessions and exhibitions around the space. I had to understand the project as an extension of Dharavi, but building anything on an open space is like taking away the breathing spaces from them. Nor could the built be above, as it could lead to suffering from light and ventilation, causing disturbance in day-to-day life of them. Therefore, the project sits in as a bridge above the railway tracks, addressing the Sion railway station, satisfying the need to bring people together on a single platform. The site being placed at the very entrance of Dharavi, in between the context where the tourist starts their journey to explore and the very day-to-day life of the local people to catch their trains. As the project was treated as an extension, the empowering vision gave an idea to extract concepts from the creative minds of Dharavi, with flexibility as a way to achieve individual events, 2 to 3-person events, group events, to take place in a single space. On special occasions, the idea of expansion playing in by openable facades and making use of outside space. The central adaptive space acting as a get-together for collaborative events. And sustainability, as Dharavi itself is a hub for production, providing countless materials to explore with. Towards the site, the existing footpath was pulled in, placing all these spaces were arranged thinking of all individual and group events possible in one single space of each element, which then opens up to an adaptive courtyard, further connecting courtyards for much more unraveling and collaborative experience, achieving my final plan. As the project behaves as an urban insert, it was all the edges of the site to decide its character. Therefore, multiple entries and exits helped in ease of access from both user groups, the hip hop community and the people passing by. So South Facade playing a part enclosed and made public, while some treated as pergolas with creepers protecting from the harsh light of Mumbai. An indirect light was also pulled in the amphitheater, lighting up the active recording spaces below. The northern side having entry exhibitions and peek-through spaces from the footpath into the courtyard as well. The project demanded as an urban consciousness of the event. Hence, the landscape sits into the public street with multiple elements of surprises and pause points that engages the public to participate and large courtyards allowing the public to peek from above. The Hip Hop Slum Museum having a direct entry from the public space, unraveling the aspect of expression by music and dance museum. Forward, where the albums and videos are professionally made and prepared. At the very end sits in the amphitheater, promoting friendly battles of rap, b-boying, a well-known tradition of hip-hop. A professional skateboard and a BMX arena also sits in on the top for other events to take place. In section AA, cutting across the courtyard, is lit by the central stripe of plastic glass fixed on the space frame. As the space represented hip-hop, its culture demanded playfulness to keep people engaged. Therefore, elements like slides, ramps, levels, and bridges are also used to connect each level, allowing BMX and skateboarding activities free flow in and around the site. The courtyard also sits in between the masses around, protecting it from the climatic conditions, making it usable throughout the year. The acting space was detailed out where partition panels had three components: entry as a frame, enclosure as a partition wall, and visual as a partition wall with windows, giving user flexibility to create spaces according to the performance's need. The facade is made using broken windows and plastic glasses having a frosty texture, allowing the public to experience the expression of the user in terms of blurry shadows, yet maintaining the privacy needed. The music space had open expansion spaces placed below on the public street called Mehfil space, making the event public and promoting performers and their talents involved by the street performers as well. Further, opening the musical garden where shapes are composed with different volumes and materials, providing diverse sounds and endless possibilities of creating music together. The facade holds its uniqueness in changing its character according to the user needs, where the squares could be opened, moved, and flipped. The art space events demanding openness and natural light had facades that itself adds on to the panel that can be rotated and moved, one side having finished surface while the other holding up pin-up boards. Though the art studio and the set design studio was separate, The facades can be removed, hence collaborating both the studios acting as one hall. The elevation towards the footpath had sills to alternative windows, allowing the artwork to be seen by the people passing by. The dance space was also diverse in nature in terms of its forms. The flexible panels from space had to satisfy the needs of all forms. Therefore, 4 panels were created with grid panel supporting the b-boying style, the circular cutout panel for flippers to practice, panel with mirrors for contemporary, classic, and baking style. Fourth panel being dense partition for backflip and handstand support. The facade translates this idea of diversity by using colored frosty glass fixed on the windows, capturing the expression of dance forms on the facades with blurry shadowy figure to make people engage passing by. The 2 dance studios were also connected vertically by practice sandpits and the parkour zone on the public street. Dharavi, the hub of production, had countless materials and elements to offer. With the idea of sustainability in mind and giving a sense of belonging to the community, the walls made with brick of waste, the plastic being cleaned and molded into plastic glass, having higher capacity of withstanding the climate of Mumbai than glass, with sandwich plastic glass and plywood waste getting partition panels, tires being used at fillings in plinth and skateboarding arena. Even materials in Dharavi had something to offer. The idea went beyond the idea of sustainability for the people of Dharavi. The waste they hated so much came together to provide something back in terms of architecture and self-belonging, also generating economy in process. This is a journey film artistry had to offer to the tourists and everyday life of people. Walking into countless pauses and interacting with culture of hip hop. Further, walking onto the public bridge that connects the nodes of Dharavi from where locals take tourists for a round. It's not only Dharavi, but many hip hop communities around the world waiting for architectural support, waiting for stories to narrate, as they also are a part of diversity in the whole world, like India. The idea of empowering the empowered could create inserts that blends with the urban fabric, narrating stories on a bigger picture. So in conclusion, I would like to end with Kendall Lamar's words. In conclusion, we all need to stumble planning our own demise, forgetting the big picture and making it wallet size. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhijit. That was a very elaborate presentation. May I request the jury members to shoot any questions?
An interesting design, but I have some serious issues with it. One is, of course, that Dharavi, which is an area which is so tight on space, and there's this massive complex just dedicated to this one art form, which is, it's nice to have, young people encouraged, and there's a sense of, freedom that they get. There's possibly a sense of earning, but to dedicate it to that one cause in such a tight area is really, I'm not sure whether it's the right thing. Also, in terms of hip hop and a lot of these street art forms have come in incidental spaces. It's come in spaces where, it's edge of the street, it's some unused space. It's basically from a multi-purpose space. And to dedicate the whole space for this one activity, which you're probably going to use just a few hours in a day, may not be the right thing. So can one actually create a question? Can one actually create spaces which have different utilities over different parts of the day? And then hip hop becomes part of it. You design it in a very sort of subtle way that it can take care of whatever activities you want to, whether it's skating or an amphitheater-like space or a street-like space or a public square, but such that you don't feel it's only meant for hip hop. So I think that's the big challenge: is how do we actually multi-purpose space? Because to dedicate it to this is very easily architecturally designed specifically, but multi-purposing is one of the great challenges that we face as architects. And I think that really needs to be looked at seriously. Yeah, that's my comment.
Sir, I would like to respond to that, sir. May I? Yeah. So basically, sir, in Dharavi, if we see, there are a lot of other facilities. Like there are a lot of NGOs which look towards this women empowering sessions, and there is this celebrating aspect of Dharavi Binale as well. And there are many other NGOs which are actually practicing other activities in Dharavi itself. So basically, when I'm trying to make these partition panels and these adaptive spaces, so what I meant by that was multi-purpose actually. So it's not only fixated to hip hop, but hip hop is actually the larger picture, because in Dharavi, if you see, after like in 2 years or 3 years, the entertainment industry has thrived so much. Like even in this COVID time, people are going into these spaces, and they are providing what do we say an opportunity for these kids to actually come and perform in this small and give them a small role in each what do we say um, in a movie, I would say, or albums all around. So it has gone beyond this, the staying not only restricted to that, but it has gone beyond that. Like it has become a huge what do you say a part in Dharavi's overall living. And when this entertainment industry itself has been looked at, it's a huge industry itself, right? It actually trains many actors, choreographers, and it's actually dedicated for that. There is also a school in Mumbai, I think, an institute which actually, teaches them and gives them a degree for being directors, and they teach them basically there. So I wanted to create this kind of interface, which it's there fixated and looking towards the hip hop industry, but multi other facilities are also playing into the picture, because when I'm trying to make these panels flexible and making these courtyards more adaptable. So I think that is what I meant by that. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I was thinking, if can you look at general upliftment, so it's yes, hip hop and some of these activities. So can you look at actually general upliftment through skill building, through other creative forms of, things which are not necessarily keeping them in the same sort of situation of, low cost manufacturing in the area, but are there any other creative sort of skills that you can actually use such a space? And can you demonstrate it to the general public without it becoming too touristy? There's a certain danger in making things touristy. Like, tourists come there and look at Dharavi and you see how poor people stay and how innovative they are. And that's really, not a nice thing for the local population. Anyway, that's my comments. I'm quite sure the other jury members have some comments as well. Thank you.
Word for that, Dean. It's called poverty porn. So, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I felt that the project was a bit too grand, actually, for a site like that. You should have, what I would have expected you to do was make it more modular. See how something like that works, and then see how to expand it, and also include many other activities. See, rap and hip hop, can sometimes just be a fad. It can take a rise for a couple of years. After that, nobody will talk about it. There are a lot of things so you cannot devote like that much resources, that much effort, that much scale, etc. to do one activity. You should always think of multifunctional spaces. And one example for you to study, to refine your design further, is look at all the cities of Brazil. In Brazil, everybody as a component of property tax, pays 5% as culture tax. Right? 5% of all property tax. And there's one organization which builds these youth centers all over Brazil, particularly in the disadvantaged areas. And they have evolved over the past 25, 30 years. And today they've got a very interesting model, which can be easily be replicated in India. And yours is a good start. And by the way, nice drawings of the whole area. But I feel that you should be careful of what Dean mentioned, that you should not create a tourist attraction. You should create a people attraction. The community who live there must use it, and it must not just become like something you show off to some foreigners saying, see how cool we are. In spite of so much grinding poverty, we can still do hip hop kind of stuff. It becomes like a voyeuristic architecture. Be careful of that.
Sir, may I respond to that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sir, so when I meant the hip hop industry has gone further, there is an NGO in Dharavi itself, and this Deepa ma'am, and she's the woman there who's actually training these kids to get employment in entertainment industry. So basically, it is started with a small thing, and it's now growing up. So the reason behind making hip hop as a bigger picture was actually not restricted to that, because there are countless other jobs and employment aspects which entertainment had to offer. And my project basically trains these kids and these people are around specifically in that industry, so that you can that becomes a bigger part, right? It basically trains these kids, and so that we can
I understand.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that
I
and
didn't ask you a question. I just made a statement. Is it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Define what you're doing by studying other examples like this in other parts of the world, in these favela communities.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know the favelas, like the world's biggest slum. And sir, basically putting that onto the public realm was not actually to get tourists there and make them. It was more all to impact the society of Mumbai around living there, so that they can understand what Dharavi is. What I started off with my presentation as Dharavi is not looked at as the shame. It's looked at as a shame of Mumbai, and it's actually the hidden gem of Mumbai. That's what I wanted to say. So by bringing that to the public realm, it's like showing them also and getting them involved in the aspect as well, right? Of playing a role into that, coming into looking at, okay, it's beautiful things like Dharavi do, and interacting this youth with the youth of Dharavi, the outer youth, and that bridges the gap between the two contexts. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So Abhijit, I mean, it's very clear you're quite passionate about the subject, and I think a lot of the work kind of starts to reflect that in the terms of effort, commitment, how you want to I mean, the way you presented itself. So all that is extremely commendable. My larger critique is very similar to what Dean and Naresh has already pointed out. I think in your presentation, you mentioned that these people are looking for architecture as a support, in many communities. And that is where I believe your fundamental problem lies, It's not architecture that they are looking for as a support. It's probably infrastructure, And then when you think about it as an infrastructure, of course, they need to be uplifted. They need that infrastructure to support them. Then you need to kind of decide what kind of infrastructure, because a lot of these, rap and hip hop is also a result of their way of living, their culture, which already exists. Right. So, and one of the reasons why a lot of the proposals in Dharavi hasn't worked till now is also because it kind of start to create things which are either out of scale or alien to the kind of the way of living that they are in. So it's very important to understand how they live, how these musics are generated, etc., etc. And a lot of it is about that informality, and in your proposal, you are trying to make it a very formal approach to that solution. Of course, it is informal. One can argue that it is multi-purpose, etc., etc. But informality is also a way of living. I mean, it's not just about the program or how you articulate or how you make that program flexible. It's about how comfortable that space is to kind of adapt to many users. How it then becomes a natural extension of my life. So when Dean talks about the spaces on the streets which needs to be multifunctional, etc., it's quite different from a space that you create consciously and making it programmatically multi-purpose. Right? I need to be able to engage with that space very informally and to be able to be comfortable going into that space and perform a certain activity. And that happens when it becomes an extension of my way of living. And that is why it's important to kind of understand the streets there, understand how you can, it's almost like an acupuncture intervention. And that, I think the critique is that what you have done, not to be too critical, but what you have done is an easy way out. This is what we do as architects, in a practicing world. For us, it is very easy making the building. And that's why I make that statement earlier. You need to look at this relationship or the difference between what is development and what is progress. The development has to be a byproduct of progress that we make as a society, not the other way around. Right? So I think it's easy to do a building and put everything into that box. And then we can, of course, create linkages, etc., etc. But studying their way of living and understanding how the existing spaces work and how do then one modulate that space or organize that space in a way that it becomes a better infrastructure for more activities to happen without really changing the character of the place. And I think that's the critical challenge when you intervene in locations or sites like this. And that requires a different kind of way of looking at things. Right? Empathy in architecture is not about how empathetic we are as a person, and I think that is, if I borrow from Naresh, that is where this, wonderful work of somebody like Charles Correa comes in. He may be highly intellectual. He's a tough person to work with, maybe etc. etc. But his works are one of the most empathetic works that you can find, especially in urban India. Because we need to find solutions to the problems that exist in the society, and that is our role as an architect. It's not our role as architecture, or larger purpose of architecture is not to make buildings. Is to define that built environment, and that transcends buildings. And I think it's very important to look at things from that perspective. And this is applicable to everybody across most of the presentations, at least we have seen. And then need to see what is the solution that I'm proposing. It doesn't have to be buildings, right? And I think you need to kind of look at it sensitively from that angle, analyze things from that perspective, and then suggest solutions. And that solution is not a defined space. And in a site like this, those solutions end up being a framework for life to exist, in different ways. So so that's where, that first question I asked with the first presentation, what is the role of the architect when you intervene in these kind of locations, right? I think it's very important to kind of look at it from that perspective.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Biju. That was beautifully put. Really nice.
Thank you to the jury panel. Abhijit, you don't need to respond to that comment, but just absorb it and reflect on it when you design it the next time. Thank you for your presentation. Without losing much time, let's move on to the next one.
Thank you, Abhijit. Let's now welcome Neeraj to start his next presentation.
Good afternoon, judges. My project is Reviving Lost Lands, the story of land degradation. Humans have a special relation with the land, and our dependency on land is known to all. Right from our birth till death, land accommodates and provides us with resources required to sustain. But lately, the abuse of land has led degradation reach its all-time high. The issue of land degradation is not only affecting us humans, but also those who are not at fault. Reviving Lost Lands is an attempt to look into the severe issue of land degradation across the globe. In India alone, 30% of its land has already been degraded, which totals around 200 million hectares. The government has pledged to restore its 1.5% of land, leaving a huge chunk unattended. In an agrarian economy like ours, which accommodates 18% of the world population on a mere 2.4% of world landmass, losing arable land at such high rates have a great impact. According to UN, 12 million hectares of arable land is lost every year, where 20 million tons of grains could have been grown. In India, more than 10 states have been degraded more than 40%. Quoting Elizabeth Saturis, she says, if we would have viewed Earth from space for 1,000 years, we would have described humans as a desert-making species. Some of the major effects of land degradation include forced migration, increase in the amount of greenhouse gases, water stress level increase, and hampering food security. One such region deeply affected by the issue of land degradation is Banni grasslands. It is considered as Asia's largest grasslands, where the life of cattle and pastoralists once flourished, now only thrives for some patches of grasses, while the future remains uncertain. Government had identified this issue of land degradation here and tried to overcome by using a model the Westerners used. They planted a tree called Prosopis juliflora, a non-native plant, without considering its ecological ramifications. The invasive tree quickly took over the entire expanse of Banni, only to deepen the issue of degradation there. Over years, eastern and western Banni have been constantly degrading, this including pressure on the central zone. The expanse of degradation due to the invasive tree can be seen in the diagram below. Banni grassland is a complex ecological history. Recent studies have shown that not only issues as expansion of invasive trees and rainfall, but anthropogenic factors as fire and herbivory have also molded the Banni as it stands today. The introduced alien species, Prosopis juliflora, is quickly taking over large tracts of open grasslands of Banni with not just ecological but also social ramifications. The process of reversing degradation includes controlling and eventually eradicating the invasive species, growing seeds for specific grass, and including locals in the process. Issue as a part of solution. The geographical area of Banni is more than 3,800 square kilometers, thus making it very difficult to be controlled by one entity. Thus, it becomes important to include the locals in the process of reversing land degradation. Reversing land degradation is an energy-dependent process, thus harvesting energy in every form is necessary here. This map shows the expanse of invasive trees in Banni and how it has affected the life of local people. People had to leave pastoralism due to degraded pasture lands and difficulty in finding cattle feed. The site chosen for intervention is demarcated in red, which lies along the Bhuj-Kutch highway, making it accessible to all. The modules for harvesting energy have been derived from the case studies such as Varka waters. The Varka water case study harvests water from air using simple techniques such as polyester meshes. Saltwater greenhouse shows how to provide ideal growing conditions for crops in a hot environment. The program is based on upliftment around these three categories. Environmental upliftment will target issues like climate change, productive land, and drought management. Economic upliftment targets issues such as employment and energy generation, and social upliftment targets migration, food security, and human security. Money is spread across and around 3,800 square kilometers, thus making it difficult to be controlled by one entity. Hence, the project is divided into two components: centralized unit, which consists of a research and training center accommodating researchers and people who are interested to further learn about the process of regeneration of land, and a decentralized unit which consists of deployable modules which have water harvesting units, greenhouses, and shaded units. The centralized unit. The massing is placed in accordance to the harsh climate of the region. Brakes are added to accommodate passage of heavy wind. Units are broken down and staggering is introduced for increase in shaded areas. The site has an immediate cluster of invasive tree, making it a good place for research. The entry welcomes you in an open space with a kiosk-type structures, which can be used as a parking space or to display the local art of the region during festivities. Being in an extremely secluded environment, the people of Banni do not have common gathering spaces for their different needs. The common areas act as public part, helping with engagement of local people more. The common open spaces, library, are kept in the front end for better reach within the local. Research labs forms the western wing of the site in a staggering manner for more outdoor shaded areas. The workshops form along the western wing of the site. The rooms and the dorms for the researchers and people attending the workshops are placed at the rear end. Greenhouses are placed in the direction of the wind flow. The laboratory cluster lies along the western side of the site, which is a windward part. As the region experiences high wind, staggering is done to deflect high pressure winds. Learning from local Bhunga typologies, brakes and built masses are introduced to allow passage of air rather than opposing it. A small seating is introduced between labs, providing shaded space for interaction and also acting as a rainwater harvesting unit. The structure is made of timber derived from the invasive tree, and the infills is made of wattle and daub with an insulation layer in between. The workshop cluster lies along the eastern side of the site. The workshop is broken in two parts: working area and storage. Two blocks provide shade from harsh eastern and western sun, which remains shaded throughout the day. The top is a double roof with some air buffer in between, which helps the insides being cool. Regeneration of land is a water-dependent process, and in many cases, the regions with high percent of land degradation face acute resource shortage, such as water, electricity, food, etc. Thus, it becomes very important to harvest these energies and reuse the waste in whatever form possible. The centralized center works on the principle of minimizing energy dependency and uses uses and reuses waste such as water waste, soil waste, and food waste, and recycles them for its better use. The project is imagined with a life to it, and once the purpose of center is fulfilled, that is the land regeneration in the region happens, the center can leave the site and move on to the next affected area. Thus, considering this, the structural elements of the projects are conceived in a modular way, helping reuse of the members later. The southern side with minimum opening to avoid harsh heat and wind, the double roof, and the northern, the louvers on the northern side for the diffuse light. The greenhouse is placed in accordance with the wind direction. Evaporator panels are fixed on the side facing wind. This helps in lowering the temperature inside the greenhouse. With such arrangement, their site becomes an ideal site for plantation. The water harvesting unit consists of two parts. First, the water collecting area, which also acts as a shaded amphitheater. The second is the watchtower, which harvests water with its height and can also be used to view the fields nearby. The unit works on the principle of Varka waters, which harvests water with the help of polyester sheets. The modules are built with accordance to the local construction techniques and materials. The wood for the structures is derived from the invasive tree itself, helping in fast, the modular construction thus helps in fast assembling and disassembling of the units. Land resources is important not only because humans live on it, but also perform many livelihood activities on it. Besides, land also supports wildlife, natural vegetation, transportation, and communication activities. 95% of our basic needs like food, clothing, and shelter are obtained from land. It is a privilege that we have a surface to provide us with all our needs. This is an attempt to connecting humans to the landscape through the medium of architecture. While keeping nature at a superior position, architecture acts as a catalyst to help achieve the result. In the end, the built takes a step back and gives nature what it had borrowed from, the lost land. Thank you.
May I request the jury members to shoot out the questions?
Yeah, thank you. I have an issue. Some of my videos not turning on. Anyway, really, you started off very well in terms of the presentation, very empathetic to the land, and but in the architectural solution, I found that it was really heavy on the land. It consumed the full site. I know it's temporary materials that you're trying to use, and but it seemed to be fragmented technologies that we're introducing. Here's water harvesting over here. Here's solar panels over here, and we tried, of course, some local materials of the trees and wattle and daub and things like that. But somehow it had a very industrial feel to it, and especially in the rural setups that you're trying to put into. I know it's prefab, but just visually it seemed very heavy on the land for some strange reason. It brings me to the example of there's an African community that National Geographic had covered some years ago, a gypsy community that actually moved around in these desert areas, and where they set up their little camps, they'd move with their cattle, they'd plant these little, wind barriers around them because it was a lot of desert sand blowing in the area. And they'd, of course, take excavate water from the local, the land itself in small quantities, and use it for their domestic use. And they'd move on the next season to another place. And where they actually lived the previous season turn into mini forests. So they were actually afforesting desert land just by living very unconsciously, or subconsciously at least, creating these little mini oases in the desert. And it's an amazing. So can your site actually have done that? Can you have actually built on only half the site and straightway demonstrated how you can actually green up half the site and then move to the other side and green up the other half as well? So I think that demonstration needs to happen within the site during the duration of the actual construction. So that was my comment. You feel to sort of respond to that if you like.
Yes, sir. So to comment on the heaviness of the design, so the design actually comes from the local resources and the skills available there. So this region being so secluded and so far away from the nearest settlement or even from Bhuj, so it was very important to use whatever was available there. And the construction technique is derived from the technique which is pre-existing there. So it is whatever there is. And talking about on the second point, I've actually used some of the part in the main site of the research center. The part in front of the greenhouse is used for the regeneration. It acts as a patch for where people can learn and see how the process goes on.
Thanks. Any other questions for Neeraj?
Yeah, no, same questions. I think Neeraj is, I'm just curious to know whether you've gone a bit more detail into that specific site, and where you place those buildings. I think, Dean's comment about when you look at your site plan and the building almost takes, it looks like 70-60% of the site, So when you chose to place it in those particular locations, what are the studies that you have done in terms of these placement of the buildings? Was there any thought given to that, or is it just the idea of clustering it together, kind of allowing spaces to be created? Because in sites like this, we talk about sense of community, creating sense of place, space, articulation, etc. But in sites like this, and especially when you want to demonstrate things like that, all those things have to be transcended, and you have to look at in depth where you place those buildings, how you articulate them. Can I go, isolated buildings, but then frame these spaces through the way the trees are, or the sort of the existing land configurations, etc., etc. And I'm just curious to know, is there any more depth of studies that gone into that specific site itself, in terms of deciding how to place what buildings, etc.?
So the placement of the units there. If you see the scale of the main unit, the centralized unit is very small, and the placement of these units is basic. Is the deciding key factor here is the climate in the region of Banni. So in harsh climates like these, it's very important to introduce shaded spaces and actually workable spaces there. So the first deciding factor was this, and then the entry and the movement pattern of the public coming and going around and working in various workshops, and then using the dormitories at the rear end. These were the basic cues for design.
Okay.
If there are no more questions, then Neeraj, we have to move on to the next one. All the best.
Thank you, Neeraj and Nikita. Let's now move on to the next presentation. I welcome Vaibhavi to start.
Hello, 1 second. Is it possible to take a bio break at least in between? I'm just going to go relentlessly like an engine all the way.
Absolutely.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Huh?
Sure, sir. We can.
So can we take like a small 10-minute break or something? Because I think
Dean wants to leave around 11:30.
Who?
Dean. Is that correct, Dean?
Maybe after this round. Okay. Dean, are you still there? He's already left.
Yeah, maybe.
So we taking the break after the session or now?
If he's already left, then let's take the break now.
Yeah.
Come back in, it's 11:15. So come back at 11:25.
Yeah, I'm here.
Dean, are you leaving now?
No, I've pushed my thing to the afternoon. So I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay. Can we see anyway take a bio break for 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sure.
11:25, we'll come back.
Okay.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. Bye.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions, and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities. The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities. The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
Welcome back everyone after that short break. May I now request the next presentation to begin?
Performative and productive urban agriculture, bridging the gap between man and food. The relationship between man and food has always been strongly related to the mankind's evolution itself. Ever since the Genesis, they are interconnected on the levels of production, processing, and of course, consumption. And especially today, with the half of the contemporary civilization living in the cities, drives the need of regaining a more profound and motivating relationship between man and food. Globally, it is expected that the population is likely to increase to 9.7 million by 2050, thereby increasing the demand of food by 70%, which also requires an additional landmass to feed this increased demand, while 80% of the people would start living in cities. While the urban areas goes on engulfing its peripheral agricultural land, the compensation of the utilized land is never thought. If this trend continues, feeding our cities without straining its natural resources will remain an inconvenient problem for the future. With the rapid shift of productive lands to the urban development, shouldn't farming shift from peripheral region to the urban centers and traverse vertically rather than laterally? Throughout history, architects and planners have dreamt of better and radical city theories, which were not only their dreams, but more often a fear and anxiety of redefining the relationship between man and food. Thus, these theories collectively implies towards bringing the farm back to the cities. To study the practical application of these theories, we move back in time where agriculture practices have developed over thousands of years, from conventional farming to the modern day vertical agrobusiness complexes, which are intended to contribute to the more sustainable and resilient food systems within the cities. However, there are few arguments and contradictions that rather than having a singular intervention, one should look at collective of small multidisciplinary systems which connect with the individuals at a grassroots level rather than individual isolation as seen in case of current vertical farm. Keeping in mind the above argument, How should multidisciplinary system can be incorporated within the current land use of the cities? Where should these be located? Can it engage itself with public realm? For application of urban agriculture in current land use of the cities, broader potential sites were identified and classified as under, above, within, amongst. The fourth category had the potential to connect the man and food and was selected over the others. This category comprises of elevated water towers spread across the cities, having the potential of not only the urban vacant land, but also unused vertical framing and services, which are important factor of the urban agriculture. Thus, the conventional water towers can be reimagined in terms of material and function. Talking about the site, Pune being one of the fastest growing cities in Asia Pacific, along with PCMC, which is its satellite, have been a huge increase in population and urbanization over few decades. This clearly indicates that there will be a demand of agriculture product in coming time. All the sites of existing and new and ongoing water towers in PCMC were identified. All this site could be envisioned to have a less tangible but larger scale network. This network could generate a more human production system in the city and thereby increase the empathy towards the food and its growing process. Few sites of PCMC were documented for the better understanding of the function, typologies, neighborhood connection, and the spatial characteristics of the water tower. In order to demonstrate the idea, Elpro Water Tower of PCMC was chosen. The site has existing two conventional water towers which shares the boundary with commercial, residential, institutional, along with good connectivity to the city. Having such diverse land use in the vicinity, the site has been chosen for the intervention. The idea is to reimagine the future of the water tower sites and opening them to the public, where one could engage with various activities of urban agriculture and learn ways of implementing urban agriculture in their available land. The design process started by considering the solar analysis and the natural terrain of the site, which is the important factor of the urban agriculture. Placing the blocks of the required program, which has been split into two towers connected by the core for a better light and ventilation. Further going on series of staggering and scooping of the volume for maximizing the sunlight into the build. The vegetables have been studied of various aspects such as sunlight requirement, harvest time, and suitable surfaces for growing. Through this, their location on the site have been decided. Retaining the function of the water tower while amalgamating productive areas of growing vegetable locally, along with the added component of public engagement and the functional system of segregating the public and the private grow areas. Creating ways of engaging people, the entire site have been kept pedestrian friendly. The access of the building from the entrance is marked by the community farm, where neighboring communities could indulge themselves in local food growing practices. Followed by public realm and exhibition where people could understand and learn ways of farming in the urban areas. Section AA indicates the water tower on the top with the hydroponic farm below and the public realm on the ground floor, where people could buy fresh vegetables grown on the site. This section BB is traversed through the public realm, connected with a series of rooftop farm. The above view on the left captures the essence of the public realm, leading towards the exhibition space. This place displays the new advancement and technologies taking place in sector of farming. This space further opens into the experimental farm. This patch of land allows the people to get a hands-on experience of farming wide range of vegetables marked below. Pollinator garden planted with local species helps the bee and the various insects to promote pollination on the site. The left of the site sits the water tower along with the grow areas. The grow areas inside the tower are segregated vertically as per leafy, rooting, and fruiting type of vegetables as per sunlight requirements using corresponding growing modules of hydroponic system. Leafy type of vegetable has the fastest growing cycle, also has a higher demand with a good sunlight requirement. The first floor as well as the second floor have been dedicated for this module. For the better sunlight penetration, the lower floors cutouts have been provided. The section BB cut across the entire scheme. Routing type requires a medium sunlight and hence placed on the third floor. The left shows the internal working of the floor. Fourth floor consists of fruiting type of vegetables which requires maximum sunlight and hence is placed on the top floors. The zoomed in plans shows the activities that take place and the detailed planning of the fourth floor grow area. While the grow areas and the germination areas receive the direct sunlight for the better growth of the vegetables, the support facility sits behind the grow areas for a comfortable working environment. Here the core allows the easy access for both the support facility wing as well as the grow wing. The exploded view of the building highlights the services that have been applied. The services of the building not only has a functional value but also adds to the aesthetic of the building. The skin section cutting to the south facade is shown. Reimagining the water towers by reclaiming its potential not only revives the urban land but also reconnects the relationship of man and food. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaibhavi. Well done on your efforts to elaborate on the performative and productive urban agriculture. May I now request the jury members to suggest or mark any comments, please?
Yeah, I think it's a very noble, much needed sort of idea for cities in terms of, urban agriculture, especially in light of, lots of pesticides being used and a lot of impact in terms of transport, of, bringing food from outside the city. But I see the design has missed out on one important point. I know you put it in a water tower, where water is a source, but cities have another tremendous source, which is otherwise wasted, and that is waste. So really, your sewage, your liquid waste, and your solid waste from organic waste that come out of houses and restaurants, whatever. But that's completely missed out, it seems, in your design. And this is a resource which could definitely be used in the agriculture of your place. It's also very centric. It's very sort of, this is my design. But such a design needs to disseminate out. It needs to go into other buildings, retrofit other buildings. How do you retrofit other buildings using, say, the waste of those particular, say, housing complexes, whatever, to actually start growing their foods in that area? And the design is missed out on that thing. It's very centered to this thing. It's come and see this thing, but it has to reach out if it has to be effective in the city. Other cities have tried such things. As New York City, for example, has started this movement called Gotham Greens, where all the terraces, unused terraces of these multi-story buildings have become growing foods, specialized foods for these very exclusive restaurants on the ground floor, for example. There's a slow food movement that started in Europe, which is all about, growing local, feeding at the community level. So I think that needs to be really looked at seriously in some way. For some reason, I can't get my video on, but I hope you could hear me. Thank you.
Good morning, jury. Thank you so much, sir, for the insightful comment. I would definitely consider this in incorporating into a larger network and how it would function in all the water towers and look it at a holistic level and how to inculcate it into the further designing process. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so very good project. I really enjoyed the presentation. In addition to some of the comments that Dean brought up, I think, we face an enormous amount of challenge to implement these kind of novel ideas, and I think it's because we've been throwing these ideas for years, right? And I think for some reason these things are less and less implementable, especially in our context, right? So I think some amount of time sort of understanding why it is not happening. So this is not the first time, obviously, I'm sure somebody has proposed this, barring the sort of the nitty-gritty details of choosing the water tank. All those are wonderful, like the wonderful choice of spaces, because it's something that you may find in every neighborhood, but the question is, who owns it? How does it work? Are the community going to do this farming? right? All those nitty-gritty details has to be kind of thought through if you have to really look at and go into the depth of it. Of course, you know, it becomes a wonderful public space to some extent. You've kind of articulated that. But to me, those are in some sense, you know, very architectural solutions and easy things to propose, you know. And when you take subjects like that, you like this, you have to go beyond it, you know, the economics of it. How does it work? You know, there's a reason why it's not working, you know. And to kind of find why it is not working or why it's so difficult to get it implemented, understanding of that is very, very, very critical. And I think, and you need to kind of go into the depth of it, you know. You know, just by creating a space and having an urban agriculture, somebody else is doing may not kind of tie the community together. And also, like Devin was saying, this has a larger cause of spreading awareness, you know. It has to see all of these, if it has to be successful, it has to become a way of living for us. It can't be a sort of a symbolic gesture that you do it in. I mean, it's like sustainability, you know. Sustainability is a way of living. I can't, you know, go outside the city 200 kilometers away from the city, drive every day to the city and live in a platinum rated building. It's no more sustainable, you know? So it has to become a way of living and it has to be an attitude for us. So how do you kind of then tie that and transform this into, you know, beyond, you know, what's happening within that site, you know? How do I make it a shift in that kind of, you know, people's way of living, and how can I influence that? And I think that is where sense of ownership, you know, economics, all of these comes into play, you know. And when I feel, I mean, that's why to some extent we don't get connected to our cities, right? At least in today's context, because we are not feeling that sense of place. We are not making our spaces feel owned by us. And so you need to look at it from that perspective and try and understand those nitty gritty details. And that I feel will make your project much, much richer.
Yes, sir, definitely. Thank you so much.
Any other questions from the panel? Okay. If not, all the best, Vaibhavi, and we move on to Riyesh's presentation maybe.
Thank you,
Thank
Vaibhavi.
you.
Now, may I request Riyesh Patel to begin the next presentation?
Hi, I'm Riyesh Patil, and today I'll be talking about my small contribution towards making this world a better place. So let's begin. Reimagining the India-Pakistan border. It's been more than 7 decades since India got its independence. To be precise, in August 1947, India got its freedom, and its flip side partition remains one of the ugliest events in the history of our mother nation. A period filled with traumatizing stories of endless religious and communal riots, and which witnessed one of the largest migrations humankind has ever seen. The emergence of the border divided our social lives, severed our economic interdependencies, but it couldn't erase the similarities we share within our people, lives, art, culture, design, and architecture. This thesis is an attempt to investigate, analyze, and reinterpret the idea of this border, an attempt to reimagine it as a line which could unite humanity rather than dividing it, an attempt to spread love by design. This is the India-Pakistan border as it exists as of now. It is so highly securitized that it can be seen from the sky as well. My area of concern lies the way in which the borders are being treated, because that says a lot about the relations these nations share with each other. On one hand, we have permeable borders, which allows for exchange of trade, culture, traditions, and so on. And on the other hand, we have impermeable borders, which promotes nothing but a sense of fear, hostility, and divide. But even on these impermeable borders, there have been cases where artists, architects, and other workers have been able to bridge these gaps and bring people together if the intentions were right. So that brings me to the question, can architecture act as a mediator of peace, love, and harmony? The vision for this project was to imagine it as a line which unites the two nations rather than dividing them, in order to reunite people, spread love, peace, and harmony, and to provide a safe environment for locals, which could be done in a way by providing spaces for people to come together, talk, interact, reconcile, participate, engage, and so on. The site for this particular intervention was selected in the northern part of India. The site, Suchetgarh, lies exactly at the intersection of two very important lines. One, the line which disconnects the two nations, the India-Pakistan border, and the line perpendicular to it, the Jammu-Sialkot railway and road line, which was once the line which connected these two sister cities, Sialkot and Jammu. As a result of this road, Sialkot and Jammu had strong socio-cultural ties, with people moving across for various opportunities, jobs, education, leisure, and so on. But soon after the partition, this connection was severed, and it becomes a site of activation ever since. This is the satellite image of the site, and you can see the yellow line marking the border, and surrounding it are these border villages in its near precinct. The offset beyond the border on both the sides marks the no man's land which lies vacant currently. The site currently is a tourist destination hosted by the India-Pakistan Tourism Department and is the only site throughout the entire strip of border where one can not only cross the border fence but actually walk into the no man's land and walk straight up to the line which divides the two nations, the zero line. And on this zero line and the intersection of the road lies this people tree, which has a strong symbolic value. This people tree lies right next to a border pillar number 918. Over the years, the tree grew so large that the trunk entirely engulfed the border pillar, and it has been known and been symbolized for its peace, love, and harmony, and has become a tourist attraction ever since, with its roots and foliage penetrating both the countries without considering the man-made borders. Also, when I visited the site, I had a maybe once in a lifetime opportunity to stay at these border villages for 2 nights, and that has entirely changed my perspective towards this project. The program was formulated in a way that it taps on these essential nerves, which are shared memories, shared history and similarities, shared food and trade. Talking about the concept, the idea was to realize a place in a space that we so ignorantly call the no man's land. A place that flips the dynamics of bordering by creating a common ground for people from both sides of the border to create a symbiotic zone of inclusion and togetherness, negating the pain of exclusion and separation. To formalize this gesture, a simple yet strong geometry was selected, the circle. Paying homage to the people 918, the tree was established as the center of this circular ring, and the space formed within was left open as a public void. The thickness of the resultant ring was altered to house various functions and programs of the design. The main mass was enveloped with a secondary surface or screen lined with landscape, which allows for outer ring to be opened up to create various hierarchy and quality of spaces while maintaining security. The entrance of the building on either side was carved out along the existing connecting axis of the Jammu-Sialkot road, which lies defunctions the partition. The central public void around the people tree was treated with landscape elements, making it a warm and friendly space for the lost siblings to reunite, talk, interact, and observe. Finally, alterations to the mass were made with respect to various spaces housed within. The material palette was used in a way that its language was kept very humble and relatable, and it uses locally sourced bricks and exposed concrete. Going forward to the design, a linear pathway along the Jammu-Sialkot road lined with landscape on either side directs the visitor towards the huge gateway which welcomes one into the site. And right at the entrance, we have these two bazaars. Bazaar, again a concept which is derived and is native to both Indian and Pakistani cultures, is used to exhibit and host objects, art, and handicraft from other side of the border. And as soon as you move ahead, one is engulfed by this huge central public void. Surrounding on its periphery is the ring, and right at its center lies the people. One side of this entire ring is dedicated to museums, which include art and culture, music and cinema, literature, design and architecture. A series of museums interlaced with green open to sky spaces create a rhythm of solids and voids while experiencing the museum. Also, another side feature is that a water drain runs right above the invisible India-Pakistan border, marking a tangible threshold which the people can cross easily, leaving no sense of border whatsoever. The section cutting through these spaces shows us how the width of the ring increases to accommodate various spaces and how these rings formulate to become a hub which becomes introverted towards the central public plaza. Talking about the design of individual spaces, the museums have been designed in a way that the external side facing the green belt have larger openings which help connect with the nature. The inner side, on contrary, has just one slender slit oriented towards the people tree through which people can peep in and out. The inner surfaces also have brick jali, which much above the eye level, through which rays of light trickle into the space. The high volumes of museums are complemented with a long skylight, creating an atmospheric aura with a landscape central circulation spine right below it, which traverses the person along the path of light. The next space is the Partition Memorial. The Partition Memorial plays an important role today and for years to come. to realize and commemorate what we have gone through and to move towards a better future. Positioned in a way that the border cuts straight through the space, the partition memorial, through the sheer power of architectural phenomena, recreates the turmoil, ambiguity, pain, suffering, death, confusion, and drama of the millions of migrants who had fallen victim to the partition. A series of walls, as a metaphor of border and division, divide the space into a labyrinth of dark, high and narrow volumes, which are pierced by the invisible border, forcing the visitors from both sides of the countries back and forth across the border, almost rubbing past each other in an attempt to blur the notional boundaries. The next set of spaces is the Langar area. Langar, a concept derived, a beautiful concept derived from the Sikh community, is used in the program so that volunteers can come into the site and actually eat from the hands of the people of these border villages. And this particular act would lead the further blurring of these boundaries, because food being an important essence of bringing people together, people won't know the hands through which the food has been served. That itself is a beautiful concept, how the blurring of boundaries can take place within the site. And on top of it is a library. This library would be used by the children of the borderlands to come together and learn and grow in an environment where India and Pakistan do not exist as two separate entities, but as one. The design of these spaces has been done in a way that the entire library area lifts itself up above the ground, becoming a semi-public space. While doing so, it creates a free void below, which connects seamlessly with the external green belt and would be used to host langars. A view looking from the amphitheater, the opposite side of the museums, the form of the building dips down at one end, and a similar dip, but inverted, lifts up the structure at the other end, resulting in a strip of varying volumes and quality of spaces. But now moving ahead from design and talking about the self-sustenance of the project and how the project gives back to the community. Entire waste of the site, be it from the langar or toilet, has been dealt with within the site using compost and soak pits. All the rainwater falling onto the site and the hardscape throughout the year would be collected, and annually the site harvests up to 60 lakh liters, which would be given out to the farmers in the no man's land for domestic use as well as agriculture. And last but not the least, the entire rooftop, along with the adjacent portion of the no man's land, has been dotted with around 6,800 solar panels, which has the capacity to generate about 8.8 lakhs kilowatt hours of electricity per month, which can power up to 16,000 Indian and Pakistani rural households. So all of this brings me back to that question with which we started. Can architecture act as a mediator of peace, love, and harmony? And after going through this project, I believe it can. Thank you.
Appreciate your vision to unite the two nations rather than dividing them. May I request the jury members to share their feedback?
I'm going to ask a very hypothetical question. One is, can a single architect actually design such a museum? I mean, it's between two nations, it's between two people, it has such a lot of cultural nuances. So what would be the design process really for a museum like that? I mean, it's so complex, it's so diverse, it's so, interpretational in so many ways. So I really find it very difficult for a single person to actually undertake such a project. I went to the Wagah border a couple of years ago, and I must say it was extremely embarrassing, because you had on the India side, this massive stadium, these massive speakers, and the Pakistan side, this tiny little stadium over there with, probably 1/20th the number of people in the audience. And we just outdid them, 100 times in terms of, our power and our presence at the border. And I really think, yes, something like what you've suggested is a nice intervention where we actually get down to ground level with the other nation. We actually show that we're one culturally, where there's so much of history together, and it's because of the course of history that we've actually divided into two nations. So, but I think it's so complex a problem that I don't know how effective in architecture without a dialogue of a number of cultures, a number of people, designers, sociologists, anthropologists coming together to actually evolve a solution. So yeah, that was my basic observation actually.
Can I respond to you, Dean sir, on that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So the fact that you brought up Wagah border, I really
Go ahead.
so I'm really happy for that, because that one aspect, so which I visited a few years back, that stayed with me for a long time, because I really didn't enjoy the kind of vibe we have there. So it thrives on the ideas of hating the other and showing that we are up by one through them. So yeah. Also, the second question that you concern that you raised was, can architect as an individual change these systems? So going through the research as well as the design phase, I realized that I, as an individual, and we, even as architects, do not have the entire authority. But in fact, we have the power to imagine. And maybe this project is not it. Maybe this project will lead to empowering of two more people. But then I believe that it can form a chain of reactions, which can someday lead to actual revolution. Also, yes, not only architects, but we need everything from artists, architects, designers, normal people, border villagers, and many more, so that this entire idea can come into reality.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
I don't have too many comments. Nice project. The only comment I would like to make is to probably, I think it would be nice if you could start to, maybe think of it beyond the sort of the India-Pakistan border and look at it, challenge the sort of the idea of the border itself, and use these projects as a way to kind of question, understand what is the meaning of border, especially in a world where we are actually virtually so socially knit, but physically we are going into the completely different direction. While in virtually we are so socially connected, but physically we are more and more getting segregated. It's not just about an India-Pakistan border. It's also the way we build our cities, the gated communities, right? We are constantly, anything that we do physically today is about segregation and isolating people, while we are celebrating the fact that we are such a socially connected virtually world, and the world is flat for some in many sense. So the idea of looking beyond and kind of taking it as a notional this thing about what borders mean and what is the purpose of borders, and kind of looking at it from that perspective. Are borders just lines or places? And if it is a place, then what is the articulation of that space should be? It's, of course, then has to become a meeting ground for people to come together. Then what are the other programmatic intervention that can happen along that stretch, et cetera. So I think it would be kind of wonderful to sort of maybe, part of this exercise itself is to really think of that larger question, and hence it's not just about that. You can specifically intervene in this particular site as a demonstration, but just ask that larger question of what borders means in today's times, and what is the purpose of it, what is the meaning of it, etc., and then sort of bring in that larger thinking also into your solution.
Thank you, sir. That really helps.
Thank you to the panel. Any other questions or comments for Riyesh?
I guess Naresh sir was about.
No, I just I agree with both their comments. No, nothing further to add.
All right then. All the best, Riyesh. Let's move on to the next presentation.
Thank you. May I now ask Gohel to begin the next presentation, please?
Greetings of the day to the jury present here. My project title, Apparatus of Movement, a Retail for Post-Consumption. Tracing Consumerism in the Age of the Anthropocene. The study inquires the traces of a capitalist anthropocentric material-driven society by understanding the various agencies and the role of various actors in shaping up these urban mechanisms of production, consumption, excess, and the immaterial meanings induced with it. So what are these mechanisms, places, and syntax that lead us to consume mindlessly and induce passivity in humans? Consumerist mechanism leading to excess. Let's take a case of the epitome of consumerist typology, which is the shopping mall. Now, how do these simulated environment impact the act of shopping? Dramatic atrium is used spaces for contemplation. Billboards on every surface bombard messages which create false needs. An inverted space exaggerating the difference between the exteriors keeps you away from banalities of outside world.
Escalators as movement strategies placed at the end of corridors. Central space as event space which makes the consumer as the performer. Curated lighting and reflective surfaces focuses on the act of buying. Order of these spaces is a standardized organization along endless aisles. Fountains and benches carefully positioned to entice shoppers into stores. The indicators of the resulting weightless realm receive substance only through commodities it contains where passivity and endless consumption drives the space. So what happens to this excess consumption? End of first life cycle of objects. Considering the plethora of objects that we consume on a daily basis, what happens to the post-consumption life of these objects in the context of Mumbai? The household waste which is disposed is collected at the building level in the neighborhood by municipal trucks taking to transfer stations for preliminary sorting. Rest is taken into the dump yard. Understanding the existing informal network. The role of informal workers as door-to-door collectors, street side pickers, and dump side pickers provide a huge contribution to managing waste in Mumbai. The existing repurposed network includes the local scrap dealer, larger industrial processors, and recyclers in Dharavi Sakinaka. After understanding the post-consumption life and access management, what if we imagined a network of alternate systems be a part of more informed consumer cycle to provide second life to these excess objects? Experimenting in a retail setting of Prime Mall Irla. Prime Mall is a shopping mall in the retail street of Irla in Mumbai, which is one of the oldest market areas. The monopoly of the retail market is dominated by a chain of retailers called Alpha. The area is filled with a lot of subsidiary shops and informal market which deal with the retail of clothes, electronics, and shoes. The use mapping for Irla Street, the rhizomatic active consumer-oriented street is categorized on these based on its consumption, showing its first life cycle of the goods. The vibrant street does not reflect the street life and condense into the typology of a prime mall. The view showing the atrium of the prime mall. Use mapping of prime mall. After mapping the current condition of the mall, 60% of the mall is redundant and not in use, hence needs a repurposing to activate the redundancies and induce an architectural character to remove the passivities embedded with it. The design proposal. Repurposing the mall. The dysfunctional architectural typologies has structural components retained while adding new programmatic injectors to reconfigure and critique the syntax of the mall. The next would be repurposing as a decentralized system, a proposed post-consumption system where a person gets his used object to give a second life to them, incentivizing from the self-consumed, diverting from the landfill. The objects are classified under plastic, household, garment, fashion, and smartphone electronics. And the last would be the Irla Street project. The busy retail street has a heavy pedestrian footfall as well as vehicle causes traffic congestion. Hence, a proposal to make Natekar Gadkari Marga one-way road is implemented, giving the additional space back to the public as an approach towards streets for people. Curating a design program. Objects in the second life cycle are categorized into the heads of plastic, household, garment, fashion, and smartphones, along with their methods of repurpose. Programs are introduced the users as different agents for role play and their objectives through design. The design strategies include amusement as a heightened spectacularization of the mall, labor mechanism as a co-creator of everyday objects as a process of participation, role play as shifting a person's job experiencing the assembly of production, deconstructing the syntax of the mall to break the embedded passivity of a stereotypical centrally placed atrium, repurpose as using the existing situation of existing structure of and reclaim materials for intervention. Repurposing of prime mall Irla. First, remove the non-functional roofing. Then remove the non-functional envelope. Remove the non-functional internal partitions. Remove the non-functional circulation devices. Remove the non-functional RCC structure. Retain the RCC structure. Adding what is required. Exploding the facade of the mall. Intersecting the walls of the facade with the structure. Then these walls are characterized as per site conditions and transformed as four anchors of plastic, household, garment, fashion, smartphone, electronics, and commonplace. The project experiments with colors as a primary objective of device for inducing amusement and wayfinding within the spaces. The program components include pick a path per anchor where role players choose a path based on anchors of retail of post-consumption, plastic, household, garment, fashion, and smartphone electronics. Wall of labor is the protagonist of the space, apparatus for repurposed devices that are simple machines and mechanisms. Event space is designed for role players' reaction and recording. Hall of Experiment is designed at the end of journey where paths converge. Labyrinth Consumer's Playground is free from hyper-real space as a calmer scenescape. The Irla Street project holds the street apparatus as well as the existing street hawkers. Repurpose Mobile Community is an initiative which connects nodes of the larger typology. Now we start the journey with plastic household where repurposing method is recycling. The component as collection of elements make up the space include the wall of labor, objectovator as object circulation device, collection chute, shredding apparatus, sheet press apparatus, and maker apparatus, along with circulation devices for role players, is a part of the plastic household assembly. The assembly of the space starts with wall as the datum, along with object elevator as vertical collector of objects. The structure of the wall takes support from the existing RCC grid. The process of the role player starts with the entrance fur into the landing zone where collection chute segregates and collects the type of plastic. The collected plastics in the bin are segregated and stored as per their types and colors in the rack of storage. The collected plastics are transported vertically, shred them into small pellets through a bicycle shredder. The shredded pellets are transported to make recycled plastic sheet which can be used as surfaces for interior products. The shredded pellets can be transported to maker apparatus to make smaller objects of molded self-craft. The process ends with retail, kiosk, and exhibition. Diagram shows the structural steel components. The wall, apart from programmatic purpose, serves as a structural anchor. The plastic household process converges into the hall of experiments as a common place. The anatomy diagram shows the plastic household process. The space is programmed and its functional requirements, the user circulation, the object circulation, and app-based incentivization of the process. The event shows the views of various processes perceived by the role player. The detail section showing the wall is the protagonist of the process and programs revolving around it. Similarly, I'll run through the process of garment fashion, which uses recycle, exchange, and upcycle as a repurpose method. The components as the kit of parts, the assembly where the wall of labor is the datum, the wall structure, the collection apparatus, the collection storage, the upcycling workshop, the cutting apparatus, the shredder apparatus, the charkha apparatus, loom apparatus, the loom apparatus and workshop, the exhibition, the garment fashion structure, and the process of garment fashion. Similarly, the anatomy for garment fashion and the events. The detail section. Similarly, I'll run through the process of smartphone electronics, which uses refurbish, exchange, repairs as repurpose method. The components as kit of parts, the assembly where the wall of labor is datum, the wall structure, the collection point, the workshop spaces, the exhibition, smartphone structures, smartphone electronics, and the anatomy, the detail section, the components, the common place, the components as kit of parts, the assembly where wall of labor is datum, the wall structure, mobile community office, the back office, apparatus workshop, and the common place, the anatomy, and the detail section. This is the plastic household in the whole space, the garments fashion, the smartphone electronics, the common place, the practice roof and louvers for apparatus and circulation devices suspension, and the assemblage of all processes, which is the apparatus of amusement. Now we move on to the ground floor where porosity and connectivity to the street defines the connection between indoors and outdoors. The street is designed as a one-way road as a part of AYDA street project. The bridge that connects the three anchors and then into the event space. The entrance void is intersected with the wall, which becomes the role player of the space. The north elevation with the entrance void. The lower ground is like a sunken space with a floating bridge on top of it. The view overlooking onto the lower ground floor. The first floor holds apparatuses, devices, and some breakout spaces. The view of the corridor and the breakout space. Similarly, the second floor has apparatus and circulation devices with a distinct pathway for every role player. The third floor is where processes converge into hall of experiment where you depart into the consumer's playground. The view of the hall of experiments, the west elevation showing the ever-changing facade storage devices where porosity is induced in the building. The cross section to the wall of common place. The void which amuses the role player to take active participation in the process. The longitudinal section to the wall of garments fashion portray the stark change in character of the building, from the street to the void to the consumer's playground. The entrance view. The consumer's playground can house installations and used as a place for contemplation. The cross section through plastic household, the cross section to smartphone electronics, the view the cross section through garments fashion, the south elevation, and now the apparatus amusement building, showing the condition of the building to its context, the volume, the nature of program, and the overall architectural language. Some details of the project and the proposed Irla Street project, which becomes like a one-way road which connects at the neighborhood level. The street section shows the existing condition with the proposed one, and the repurposed system which works at various scale of SMLXL. The consumerist culture will keep blinding us to consume mindlessly with jazziness and the spectacle that it creates. A systemic change through alternate solutions has been demonstrated through means of an architectural exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Om, for that wonderful presentation. May I now request jury members to share their feedback?
Yeah, I'm really happy to see this project. Again, I'm sorry I can't turn on my video, but I think it's remarkable in terms of the way you've actually presented it, and it's a much needed direction for malls or markets today. I mean, I like the Pompidou Center almost approach to the transparency and directness of the building, the very archigram approach to the way you presented and rendered it. And overall, it really addresses a lot of the problems that we face in the mall today of this very synthetic building that's disconnected from the street, that doesn't have any sort of relationship to people. Malls, they are places where basically all they tell you is buy, buy, buy. In fact, there's the stories that they play this music where every couple of minutes there's a little chime that happens, and it subliminally tells you that you have to do something, and the do something is to buy. So it's very forced, and we've lost the old tradition of actually shopping on streets. But the more important thing that you brought about is this whole thing of being inclusive at many levels. I mean, I like the thing that you're actually looking at people who can actually recycle, upcycle materials. You're looking at various categories of where craftspeople, innovators can actually be involved in selling their skills, technology, their craftsmanship. And which we have a lot of in today, especially the Jugaad world that we live in, because malls are just selling products from high level of MNCs, really sophisticated product, where the pricing is well beyond the average person. So can malls be made more inclusive? Can they be brought down to the level of the ordinary man? I mean, Charles has tried that in the city center and in Calcutta to some extent, but mainly just making it a street level thing and yet having differentiating factors. There's exclusive site, but there's also street level, very basic, welcoming sort of also site of the mall. But I think what you've done is really interesting. You've also gone in great detail. I mean, I must say you've gone down to detailing the building, and you've also looked at the urban scale of things. So, how does it interact with the street? So right from micro to macro, which is very commendable. So I really find it difficult for any negative comments on this design, and thank you very much for sharing it. Thanks.
Dean, I think you took away everything that had to be said already.
Sorry.
No, the only one thing I want to add to you, Mr. Om, is it your name is?
Yes.
Don't read off a script. It reduces the effectiveness of your presentation by 50%. You've done a lot of work, you've put in a lot of detail, you've sort of articulated your idea well, but reading of a script make it seem mechanical. There's no energy in that at all. Okay, and in future, present it extempore and in your own words. Don't write it down. Talk about what you're doing. Otherwise, commendable job, very good quality presentation, and I think you have addressed many of the issues that we were telling the other participants. Good for you. Thank you.
Yeah, so really nice work, Arun. I really enjoyed it. I saw these drawings earlier as well. One of the presentations really caught up my eyes. I mean, I think what is beautiful about is almost you kind of broke, you kind of went back to these elements, and you're not looking at a radical change. You're kind of looking at it, what is existing, and really kind of broken them, almost deconstructed them to kind of make it much more people friendly. And I think the way you kind of engage with those programs and allow those programs to come into the threshold, because the threshold space is always successful and social when it start to kind of then break that barrier between what is inside and outside. And I think really kind of articulated that very well. My only critique is that I just felt that, there is a larger question with the malls. And I think Dean touched upon this a bit when he talked about the Korea's project. I think it failed to address the city a bit more strongly. I think it is still, I feel that relationship to the city is more symbolic, and you wanted to kind of make it porous as it is porous. See, the challenge with malls is that, the malls, you don't have a board outside which says somebody is not welcome. But if you look at the malls, even the spaces outside, a homeless person will think twice before you entering it. It has this wonderful way to avoid people, and that threshold becomes very important. And that's what Charles' work in Calcutta kind of start to break that. And I think malls are a challenge to cities. If you look at great cities of the world, they don't allow malls within the city fabric. Say, for example, New York doesn't even allow a larger Home Depot within the city fabric, because the scale is so critical. And I think for a city's fabric, because the cities are about shared living, and every object that you kind of place in the city has to kind of lead to that sort of that idea of how it then activates that city, and how does that object contribute to that city. And hence one needs to look at malls as a typology from that perspective. And it is also, if you look at every city, it is the survival of the biggest. Every time a new mall comes into the city, and if it is larger than the previous one, the older one dies. I mean, I think nobody wants to go there. And there are many examples of that across our cities. And that is because it is very tough to reprogram them. It doesn't have a relationship to that city, and it just becomes a dumb box. And that is where I feel you could have taken it a bit more and make that argument about how one kind of break down that scale, and really allow the city to come into that building, and then break that threshold, and allow that building to become that threshold and interface to that cities. And I think that's something I felt you could look at a bit more in depth. And I think you should really study that city center in Calcutta to kind of look at that. Thanks, very good work.
Thank you, jury panel, and good wishes to you, Om. Let's see how this goes. Over to the next presentation, maybe.
Thank you, Nikita. May I ask Dheeraj to begin the next presentation?
Reuse is the call of the century. This is applicable to our bags, furniture, or even clothes. A piece of cloth in every Indian household is only thrown away after it is worn outside, at home, on Holi, or been used as a pocha before it has completely depleted all its possible uses. However, what is our approach when it comes to buildings? The neglect of our buildings today has deprived us of a better association with our history and the possibility of learning from it. This is the story of Mills of Bombay. Once the economic backbone of the city, resulting in a skyline of chimneys, mills evoke memories of an industrial city that witnessed a myriad of developments. Today, however, 25 mills under the National Textile Corporation lie defunct, dead, and underused. Some of the recent developments of these mill lands are a form of commercial and political exploitation, while some have become a site for many illegal activities. Rather than creating a narrow vision that imagines possibilities with a blank slate, thus erasing a significant part of Bombay's history, the project uses adaptive reuse as a strategy to reimagine the mills as a mnemonic device in the contemporary context, as a form of transfer of cultural knowledge to create an architecture of memory. Borrowing clues from the Charles Correa report, this device set in the urban realm of the city not only gives back valuable public space back to the people, but acts as a living memoir to the various stories that the mill lands have to narrate. The site Sitaram Mills is located in the urban context of Lower Parel. Defunct mill campus is surrounded by the Lodha Towers on one end and a row of informal settlements on the other. Once a functioning mill, an integrated campus setup, the Sitaram Mill compound today stands defunct, only survived by 8-meter stone walls with an internal road that divides the site. The revitalization approach thus attempts to reinstate the campus setting by introducing a central pedestrian plaza between the three defunct blocks and by rerouting the vehicular access. This plaza becomes a pause point in the busy activity route, holding several architectural remnants of the past. It becomes an attempt to initiate interactions and bring people together from the three blocks, otherwise different in function. A change in the paving material and pattern, limited to the footprint of the old demolished structures, acts as a strong reference point to the functioning mill, symbolizing an important part of the city's history. The chimney, retained as an urban artifact, acts as a physical mediation between the past and the present. The amphitheater becomes a space for collective pronouncement, hoping to become an informal forum where dialogues are initiated. Retained green pocket, right in the center of the urban plaza, is an expression to accept the current state of the mill and celebrate it. In many ways, these remnants evoke notions of human agency to the narratives of the past and become spaces for dialogue and interactions in the present. Make the mills relevant in the contemporary context, as well as respond to the reimagined public nature of the intervention programmatically, the compound aspires to become a plaza of thought and action. At the scale of the immediate context, the plaza caters to the existing residents of the informal settlements and provides a workshop space for them to sharpen their skills in wood, metal, or electrical work. At the scale of the neighborhood, a co-working space and a startup block becomes a collaborative space for startups, especially relevant for the growing IT sector in Lower Parel. At the scale of the city, an exhibition space completes the loop of think, make, exhibit philosophy and becomes the public interface. The plaza thus invites thinkers from not only the surrounding context but also from across the city to turn their ideas into a reality, integrating itself in the everyday lives of people. The architecture of each new block within the plaza tries to sensitively negotiate with the old mill wall. Height of the new structure, therefore, does not exceed the old roof level to maintain the elevation of the mill compound. The original structural grid is retained as a subtle reminder of what once existed. Sectionally, the new structure integrates itself with the old, yet maintaining a distance, creating the possibility of tectonically experiencing the wall. Steel has been used as a contrasting material to clearly identify the new structure, yet respecting the heritage value of these mill walls. These strategies are used as a common framework to develop the existing mill walls as a mnemonic device, narrating a hazy imagery of what once existed. The workshop block becomes the making unit of the plaza. It especially caters to the people living in the informal settlements near the mill compound who are involved in activities like hardware repair, metal, electrical, and woodwork. Accommodating itself within the existing structure and the old structural grid, the block becomes a heavy mass at the back, containing more private functions like workshop spaces and services. The front part of the building, however, becomes the public edge, which is porous in nature and faces the plaza. Main workshop spaces and the outdoor workstations are divided by the circulation spine, providing them adequate space to spill out. Selling spaces for individual workshops are provided here, attached with the outer workstation tucked between the courtyards. The major circulation space provides a glimpse to the user on how these products are actually manufactured and at the same time encourages new people to enroll in the Skill Development Center. A series of courtyards ensure circulation of fresh air inside these workshop spaces, which otherwise gain tremendous heat due to the working of the machineries. The front old mill wall is left untouched that becomes an archway for one to frame the plaza from the workshop building. The co-working and the startup block becomes the thinking unit of the plaza. It caters to the people working in the larger context of Lower Parel and suburbs around the ever-growing IT sector. The block therefore contains two kinds of office modules. One, a tech and a research module that functions as a workspace for software-based startups, and second, an industrial module that becomes a space where newer offices can design and execute products. Again, retaining the primary structural grid, the block becomes an inward-looking unit, leaving the residual pockets of courtyards in the center. Office spaces are thus planned longitudinally along the mill walls, providing a private space to each firm. The central courtyard, as well as the amphitheatre, provided the most active space of the block, becoming the key recreational space for the people working in these offices. Smaller events like gatherings as well as informal meetings between different offices could be held here, encouraging the possibilities of different kind of collaboration. The upper floor uses a free plan as an attempt to encourage healthier co-working spaces, which are not only cheaper to rent but also enable a larger exchange of ideas. Sectionally, the North Light Truss brings in adequate and ambient light throughout the day. Completing the loop of Think, Make, Exhibit, the exhibition block becomes the most public unit in the plaza. Along with large-scale exhibition spaces, it contains a library, a flea market space, and a cafeteria, attempting to invite people from all around the city. Working within the partly broken mill, this block concentrates the heavy mass near the back walls, freeing up the space that faces the plaza, creating a large public entrance. The library secludes itself from the otherwise public building for one to find a quiet nook to read. Exhibition area on the ground floor has a huge ramp that takes visitors to the first floor, which houses a permanent exhibition of the history of mill lands. The project on display in the gallery space used the old mill wall as a backdrop, making the mill an equal part of the exhibition. The retained courtyards express and celebrate the current unkempt nature of the green, very much making it a part of the exhibition, as a comment on the neglect of the mill lands within the city. Design thus establishes a clear development of design principles that are common against the three blocks. After a study of the existing mill walls and the older structural grid, the primary grids are retained, although in a contrasting material to sensitively negotiate with the new intervention. The strategies of massing are then worked out according to the level of publicness or privateness. Develop a relationship of program. A comparison of the three blocks in an axonometric view indicates the development of a common architectural language. This language sets a framework on how other defunct mills, 24 more in number, spread across the city, could be intervened in future. The project narrates the past and the present identity of the otherwise forgotten textile mill to the people of Mumbai. Putting dead spaces to use, it also creates valuable public space for the city. In the words of Marcus Cicero, the life of the dead is placed within the memory of the living. The approach of erasure of architecture wipes out connections with the history and the possibilities of learning from it. The thesis, as a lived experience, is thus a testimonial to the architecture of memory. And in many ways, it is a larger comment on the insensitive conservation practices in the city that erase rather than adapt. Thank you.
Thank you, Dheeraj. May I request the jury members to share their feedback?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. As I think it's again back to the mall project. It's this mill project is very inclusive. It redefines what co-working is, because when we think of co-working, we think of sophisticated offices in which IT professionals and sort of investment bankers and everything work from. But I think it really brings people down to the level of it comes down to the level where ordinary people can actually have a space in which they can, work on various craft-based things, creative things, which can be viewed by the city. Unfortunately, some of the images that you showed a certain level of over sophistication, especially the last one we showed of the plaza outside. So it lacked that connect to to the lower sections of society, if I may put it that way. I think it's very important that there's a greater transparency between this space that you've created and the outside world, allowing you to. It seemed very controlled on the inside, this central street, and not transparent enough to the outside. It is, I found, in my view. We must remember the mill lands was this supposed to be open space of the whole city, where people were living in really tight space, especially say in the Dada, Ferrer area. They lacked open space completely. So one is restoring this mill land. Can it be more than just a co-working space, and which you've addressed to some extent, and give that lung back to this particular area of the city? That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Yes, can I respond to that?
Sure.
So as you mentioned, there are some particular places which, according to the program, need certain kind of privacy. So as the office block needs a certain amount of privacy, it is more of a private space, and it is strategically placed in a place where it is more private in the site. And there are other blocks which are like more porous and people can just walk in through. So that was how I designed it according to the level of privateness and publicness.
So would the library be something which libraries are generally redundant today? So what do you look at the library as, more like a museum-like space? Or?
Sorry, I did not get your question.
Libraries are generally redundant. You've shown a library space. So I don't know how you're interpreting the library as. Is it like an exhibition space or museum-like space?
Yes. So library I have taken the advantage of the double height of the mills, and it is the corner of the mill where one can find a quiet nook to read. And that is how, like, it's in the more of a public block where the people from the city and also the neighborhood can come in.
Yeah, thanks.
So Dheeraj, nice work. I think you need to remove some of those renderings. I think Dean touched upon this. I think especially that few ones at the end, you have to really relook at those, because we, as architects, when we talk about conservation, we are, most often talking about the buildings, the object, but we don't talk about the place. And I think the spaces, the conservation of spaces, what it did, we don't get into the depth of understanding, because most of the culture and most of the lifestyle is determined in that. And I think it's very important to kind of study them in detail and then weave that as part of your narrative. Otherwise, we are still preserving, reappropriating the buildings, but we are not making that same argument about reappropriating that space. And what it means, and how do you transition that space into a sort of a new way of living. All those cultural changes that happened in the city over the years, how do you kind of handhold that to kind of make that transformation? And I think that is very important. And then hence the drawings, your renderings have to start to kind of reflect that. It still looks like a very corporate sort of response to that spaces. And I can almost imagine that to be the central space of Infosys or a Wipro or this thing. So you need to kind of get into and try and understand what these spaces means, and that's really your project, and that's what ties people together. How do you kind of then stitch it back and give it to the city and integrate it as the sort of the real heart of the city, in terms of activities, etc. So other than that, I think it's a very well worked out project. Really like the way you kind of broken down the scale, looked at many elements, and kind of reappropriated them.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, everyone. All the best, Dheeraj.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's go to the next presentation for the day.
Thank you, Dheeraj. Shall we now move to Sthiti Parida's presentation, please?
Greetings to one and all. As youngsters, we've all been spellbound by the famous desert tales of the Arabian Nights. At the heart of its most vibrant scenes would lie the bustling Arabic traditional markets called the souks. Every country has markets with distinctive characteristics, but there's a certain charm or magic the Arab markets possess. Today, I'll be presenting to you one such case of the Sultanate of Oman, where the souks seem to be losing their essence and identity. Even with shopping complexes today, people still go to the souks for feasible shopping. But lately, the local economy has been affected since the repairs have not been able to retain the old architectural values. Thus, the aim of my project is to revive the lost effect of the souks that once attracted the tourists and enable feasible shopping for locals. For the selection of site, I had to see the arrival points for the tourists. There are two such points, the Sultan Qaboos Port and the International Airport. Now, next to the port, there is already a souk that benefits from cruise tourism. The international airport is located in Seed, a vilayat where people practice many traditional professions in open, and there is a need to house these activities. There are many historical monuments in the area. The souk is the only thing that is missing. And to visit one, a person has to travel almost 50 kilometers towards Mathura. The government has proposed a site for a market and hotel apartments for tourists, but this only focuses on posh tourism and does not cater the local needs, as the prices in these areas obviously would be higher, and whereas souks are known for their feasible shopping. To accommodate activities of two prominent times, one in the morning by the everyday necessity users and one in the evening by the recreational shoppers, there has been a need for two spines. The necessity users need not have to loiter around the entire souk to get their chores done. Therefore, the bifurcation has been incorporated. Need for nodes. Nodes act as an element of release in a continuous stretch of shops. Compact communal clusters to replicate a sense of Omani community and to use lesser space and materials. The Islamic cities have always possessed a communal architecture with three main principles being that of organic, repetitive, and compact in nature. For inspiration of organic forms, I observed patterns on sands of sands on beaches formed by waves depositing them in different directions. To me, this looked like communal architecture. On either sides of my site, there are residential buildings which are local oriented and a royal cavalry which is public or tourist oriented. In order for the souk to act as a transition between the private to public areas and not behave like an abruption, a local oriented part of the souk is placed near the residential area and the tourist oriented is placed near the cavalry. The mid portion thus acts as a buffer, and activities that take place in both timeframes happen in this area. There's also a certain hierarchy followed from your primary to secondary to tertiary alleys, and also there's a progression of open spaces while moving away from the south side. Vehicular access is provided only at the drop-off, peripheral, and at the parking area. Otherwise, the entire site is completely pedestrianized. With reference to the context, parking areas really get hot over here, and thus they have been placed in the northeast direction to reduce the direct radiations onto these hard surfaces. There are two types of open spaces designed. One that is completely open with siddi trees for shade, and other with Bedouin tents in the center with oriental date palm trees. At the junction of my spines, there is a plaza that is used for celebration purpose. In order to create comfortable pedestrian movement, the alleys must not be more than half the height of the building. The maximum height of my clusters being 9.45 meter, the alleys are 4.2, 2.1 and 1.4 respectively. These are my tertiary and secondary alleys, and these are my primary alleys. During my case studies, I had documented these spillover spaces, and as a solution to this, I have designed shops that have accommodated alternate display areas in order to avoid encroachment. As a result, I have got an interactive cluster with no wall devoid of a shop, and also this creates a self-shading facade. In order for the cluster to be a self-supportive in nature, ancillary spaces that happen in closed, semi-open, and open areas must be provided. This creates a certain flow of hierarchy and openness in the first floor. The ground floor is completely public in nature, and therefore there is a physical interaction. But the first floor becomes a private communal area, and yet it holds, yet it holds a visual interaction with the street, as it acts as a muse without the intention to even being one. Different elements of my cluster include plinths designed via subtractive transformation to use lesser materials and to demarcate different activities, arcades to support cantilever slabs and to use for display, parapets for varying heights coincide with the changing levels and to maintain a minimum of 1.2 meter height, punctures in parapets to ensure the escape of hot air from the alleys, pergolas made up of palm tree trunks for shading in semi-open workspaces, gateways to provide to connect two clusters and also serve as a landmark and also as a shaded viewpoint. Bedouin tents that end up being a shaded resting and gathering space. In order to retain the evaporative cooling nature of mud bricks, Arabs avoided windows, especially in smaller spaces like shops. Although there is a basic minimum of light required, and thus the element of niche has been introduced with small openings that let in diffused light and let out hot air, and these also facilitate for storage. This is a section through one of my shop clusters. The walls are 400 thick, air-dried mud bricks that are load-bearing in nature. And palm tree trunks have been used as beams to support the roofs. In order to provide proper width is to height ratio, larger shops have larger heights. So these differences in heights allow for clear story ventilation. And wherever the clear story ventilations happen, there build structures could not be made. Only semi-open and open spaces have been incorporated. Active during the evening time, recreational shopping part consists of lamps and crystals, textiles, radio and antiques, and animal skin and fur products. Along with shops and display areas, closed dyeing area, semi-open varnishing area, and open drying area have been incorporated. Also in the center of the clustered Bedouin tents have been provided. All-time active, the buffer zone consists of pottery and silver, prayer and ablution, basket shops, and kava and halwa shops. I had documented a traditional kava, a traditional halwa making setup, and I incorporated that along with informal dining spaces made from palm tree trunks. Level difference is used to demarcate these functions, and at the center of this cluster, there is an Arabian gazebo to provide shaded Arabian dining. Active during the morning time, the necessity shopping part consists of ether shops, vegetable and utensils, dates and spices, and livestock. The storage for dates are kept in ground floor since dates are generally stored in cooler and darker environments, whereas for the spices, the top floor has been dedicated. In case of the livestock market, different spaces have been incorporated, from the speculating and show-off area where the seller and the cattle run in circles, the resting space and the selling area where the final deal happens, the goat calves and pens area, which is basically a resting space for the animals. Also, there is an ascending order of the roofs in order to emphasize on the centrality towards the selling area. The spines have been kept arcaded for comfortable movement, and these also allow for the columns to be used for display. The nodes have been used as an element of release, and they also serve as landmarks and also as resting spaces. The spines and nodes together enhance the architectural characteristic of the suit. The nodes are designed as kiosks with domes on pendant tips, which are supported by squinchers, which are further supported by arcaded entrance. The main node has an additional arcade, and others follow a similar configuration. Due to the referential nature of the nodes, toilets are also provided nearby. Thus, the souk acts as a reference point and as a landmark for the entire area of Seed with its massive domes and its vernacular Arabic architecture. Thank you.
Appreciate your attempt to try and create a type of lifestyle and eventually a community. May I request the jury members to share the feedback?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I saw some really interesting cultural nuances, into the architecture. But I have a couple of observations, really. One is the parking lot is almost half the piece of land. And there seems to be very little sensitivity to the transition of when you park your car to actually enter the complex, walking this dead open space here. Could not have one actually integrated parking, maybe underground or partly underground, or fragmented the parking in some way. Also, the thing of, you said there's a ground floor and first floor link, which I saw on the views, but I really didn't see the connection in terms of staircases or, or say a stepping up of levels to that first floor. I saw a certain disconnect in that. Those are my observations.
So the ground floor and the first floor are connected via staircases, and the parking is provided on the site itself. I do not want to give any underground parking because since the structure is already vernacular in nature, so I didn't know if it would be able to take that much.
Yeah, but that's the challenge of architecture. No, we can't just say this is vernacular architecture and keep it the same way. In times of change, we've got new technologies in, we've new uses in. Therefore, we have to integrate in some sensitive way. Even issues like cars, how do we actually build them into our buildings? Still respect the vernacular, traditional, but integrate it in some way. We can't say, okay, fine, this is purely vernacular, keep it one side. That's new technology, keep it the other side. So I think that's the big challenge in architecture, to be able to integrate those two. And I didn't see, while there may be staircases, the actual thing of, how do I get up there wasn't really visible in the views or in the plans so much. Anyway, that's my comments. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, today again, a lot of effort, a lot of time that you spend working out the program, looking at it in detail, etc., etc. My only this thing is that I've been having a hard time trying to understand what is the inquiry you had through this project. What is from your own standpoint, from an academic standpoint, what was the purpose of this project? Why is it that you are trying to? What is it that you are trying to search through the project? Because you can't, some articulations like being touched upon the way you kind of handle the parking, there was no discussion about what is the sort of the aspiration of young Omanis and how do they live today, etc., etc. Because you go across the Arab, you can't take away aspirations from your thinking. So it's like Korea talked about climate, culture, and aspirations. And when you bring in the aspiration into that climate and the culture, it starts to then even alter the culture itself, the way of living and the way of lifestyle. So you can't and that's why you see these horrible glass buildings coming across the Arab world. So you can't really kind of detach your thinking from that. I mean, you can't make an argument without making an argument against it if you're critical about it, and you need to integrate, because the architecture is time and space. You can't really create, you don't want to recreate history. It's no more valid. You can't freeze time. It has to be relevant to the times and it has to be forward looking. We can learn from history, but we are not here to recreate history, and because what we intervene today has to be a way for living tomorrow, and so we have to be forward looking. So our articulation has to be about that, and in that sense you can't really detach or not talk about the aspirations of these people and what is their way of living today, how do they want to kind of this thing, and then integrate with your learning of history, and culture and vernacular, all of that, and then you have to weave into that. And I think that is something that I found missing in the project, and I think that is a critical discussion as we transition into our this fast-moving world. You can't detach or you can't find solutions without attaching ourselves or talk about the aspirations of the people. And if you don't do that, then we are not helping to kind of create a better world. Because then we'll always be kind of isolated and detached and fighting against time, because our job is to really understand what the world is and transition into that. So I think that larger discussion or that larger thinking you need to have, because every project that we do, see, the difference between a good project and a great project is a great project looks to transcend a site, transcend program. It starts to kind of talk about the world, the larger world view that you have, and you need to take positions in that, and that's when it becomes a great project. Otherwise it becomes a really good project, you can work out the details, etc., but great projects start to transcend all that, and it start to position itself into a larger understanding of the world and how the world is growing. And that's our role, is to kind of use these projects as a way to kind of bring about those discussions.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you to the jury panel. Thanks, Tithi.
All the best. Let's go to the next one.
Thank you, Nikita. May I ask Sarthak Datta to begin the next presentation, please?
Good afternoon, students. Myself Sarthak Datta, a citizen of Kolkata, India, who has spent most of the time of his childhood in the Kalighat Potapara area. And my thesis is based on this place. Without further ado, I would like to start my presentation. The term Potopara means settle of the Potuas. The Potuas are a group of folk artists who used to travel with their illustrated poles known as pat. Their performance involved reading out these hand-drawn illustrated scrolls in the native languages to the audience in rural areas in and around West Bengal. In the 19th century, when Calcutta started transforming into the hub of trade and commerce, the city attracted a large number of folk artists. The Potuas settled around the Kalighat temple area. The Kalighat road being the only means of access to the temple, the market of this artist flourished. In the 20th century, the Potachitra art lost its glamour when the market was flooded with cheap prints. Artists shifted their occupation to idol makers to sustain their livelihood. With the economic liberation of 1991, they had to shift their studios to the road, unable to afford the hike in the rent. Today, there is only one Potua left who still practices the art of Kalighat Potachitra in this area. There are various deficiencies in the present conditions, like lack of space to work, lack of knowledge of art in the present society. As you can see, a community dustbin is placed next to the artwork of the artisans. The person in this picture is the last artist of Aligarh Potachitra, Bhaskar Chitrokar, and the people in this area really know about him. There is various limitations in the working facilities of these artisans too in this area. My thesis is based on revival of the Kalighat Potachitra Potopara artist community to conserve the lost traditional art of West Bengal, Kalighat Potachitra by creating a space to participate, teach, and promote the lost art, and also to promote the existing condition of the Potopara artist village for the people to appreciate and participate in the arts. My thesis is based on this three factor of space, culture, and time that manifests themselves in various settings as a fundamental foundation of design philosophy. Space. While selecting the site, I chose these two slums located in the heart of Kalighat Potopara, where the majority of the artisans resides. The first site, 1.75 acre in size, while the second site, 0.56 acre in size. Upon the further analysis of the sites, I found there are various modules present around the sites, among which the module S was the smallest unit, and it served the purpose of selling miniature idols. As a result, in my design, I functionally designed the module S for selling units of Potachitra art and miniature idols as they presently done. Again, while looking at the module M, it was observed to be composed of mid-sized modules that offer small-scale workshops and are later converted into retail unit during the festivals. So, while designing the module M, I vertically divided into two levels, with the ground floor converted into small studios, which were converted into retail spaces during the festivals, and the first floor level serving as a residential area for just a single artisan. The module L is composed of medium-sized workshop, which also acted as a retail unit during the festival. The module L was designed in the same manner as that of the module M, with three individual levels, a mid-scale studio on the ground floor level and two residential floors above it, each capable of housing a nuclear family on a 1 BHK plan. Following closer examination of the site surrounding, the module XL appeared as the largest module present on the site, sheltering studios on the sidewalks beneath the heritage home in this area. In my design, the module XL emerges a multifunctional module. At some places, it was separated into two levels, in which the ground floor houses the largest double-height studios on the side, with a mezzanine floor within it, mimicking the few present studios in the double height spaces are made for the production of the larger idols like Durga, while the mezzanine floors are made to produce the associate idols of the main deity. While the floor at the second level was designed to shelter two individual families. In other areas, it was intended to function as galleries and exhibit spaces. These modules are further arranged in a cluster such that when they were mirrored symmetrically, the combination of two clusters give birth of the XL module within it. At the same time, result in formation of multi-functional spaces within the clusters like plazas, sculpture drying courtyards, and temporary exhibit areas in the peak seasons. The street within the site is designed in such a way that it creates a seamless transitions for the visitor traveling from the Kalighat Potopara to the site, helping in keeping the daily activity of the area alive within the site. This cluster was replicated in contextual setting without disrupting the urban fabric or the position of some settlements. As a result, where there was an existing temple on the site, it is preserved in the proposed design without alienating the new design from its current setting. Further analysis of the site revealed that despite the difficulty of the affordable space, the craftsmen opt to walk in the street in order to take the advantage of the sun path and the channelized wind flow that occurs throughout the street owing to its orientation, which speeds up the productivity. Thus, in my design, the clusters are positioned in a way that allows for uninterrupted wind flow across the site, and the drying courtyards are provided in between the clusters to make the use of the sun path, thus resulting in the final design of the site. Culture. When it comes to the culture of the slum inhabitants, everyday activity, the majority of them are related with the area adjacent to their dwelling units, making community spaces one of the most important factors to consider while designing. Thus, while connecting the modules on the site, stairs were utilized to connect them, creating communal areas on the landing spaces and the rooftop of the module as a result. You might be wondering how stairs and roof might be used for communal areas. Looking back into the history of architectural design, we can see through spaces like Chand Bauri, Rajasthan, and projects like Aranya Housing by Bibi Doshi and Wesley, New York by architect Thomas Hatherwick, that this design approach has already been successful in establishing a connection between people. My design contributes to provision of the healthy community space for the slum residents of this region without interfering their way of life, maintaining the connection in the spaces while taking a vertical approach. AYDA, the uncanny art of spending endless hours of debates about topics ranging from politics to sports, is an integral ingredient of Bengali culture. My design incorporates spaces and several pockets within the sites to conserve this culture and thus making the place feel more like a para. Photochitra artwork has been presented on the facade of the buildings and around the site, and as it is done in a rural part of Bengal in various areas to bring the fundamental spirit of the artwork from where it started. Speaking of time, time has been expressed in my design through the process of transformation, conservation, and implementation, designed to transform. Further analysis of the site revealed that the street changes throughout the time. During the peak season, the craftsmen transform the footpath into temporary studios where they walk and sell idols. When these stalls are removed during the off-season, it displays the colonial era building and are located in the neighborhood. The space within the site also evolves itself with time. The streets within the sites are designed in such a way that the site, which looked like any other housing project in the off-season, when undergo sprawl in the peak season, transforms itself into the high activity, revealing the true picture of Kalighat Potopara, which I am accustomed seeing from my childhood. The activity on the communal roof also evolves itself with time. During the off-season, it functions as a gathering space for people. The artists use this rooftop to dry their idol pieces as necessary. During the peak season, the idol making studios hire craftsmen from outside to supplement their workload, resulting in shortage of living spaces for them. These roof spaces then transform into temporary shelters for these artisans, which help them to create a living space for them by using polycarbonate sheet covering in the rooftops and reed blind as retractable walls catering to them. Thus, these rooftops serves as multifunctional spaces designed specially for the context. Time in sense of conservation. Designed to conserve. The site B was designed in two zones, the promotional zone and the residential zone. The promotional zone facing the road and the residential zone away from the road. The promotional zone consists of museum to exhibit the glorious past of the Kalighat Protachitra, like it's done in the present museum, and a conservation area to conserve the authenticate quality of the Kalighat Protachitra art. A souvenir store to preserve the memory of the visitors who are coming to this area and taking back a piece of memory with them after visiting the site. And the small parking is provided within the site for the visitors to park their cars when visiting the site. The residential unit are further divided into two parts, the studio unit and the residing blocks. In terms of connecting the module, the residential units are placed above the studio unit are placed above the residential unit in order to achieve the full advantage of the direct daylight by using skylights at various portion of the site over the building. And in terms of connection, these blocks are connected by mesh platforms through which light and ventilations took places, which acted as a semi-permeable membrane in between the two blocks, and thus providing light into the blocks beneath this platform, as well as providing in the hot air to rise up and flow beneath this permeable membrane. In green courtyards were introduced within the site, between the blocks, in order to provide community spaces. Thus, the site B is designed in order to convert and sustain the lost tradition of Kalighat Potachitro art. In terms of design implementation, this is the facade of the site A. Through my thesis proposal, I'm visioning this to convert into this for the facade of the site A. And this is the existing facade of the site B. And through my thesis proposal, I'm visioning this to convert into this while the design takes place in future, if it takes place someday. Thank you.
Thanks for an amazing presentation, Sarthak. May I now request jury members to share their feedbacks?
Yeah, an interesting topic, and I mean it's well handled. I found the architecture though a little hard. I know you've allowed for a personalization of the facades through the local painting and things like that. I wasn't able to get much clarity on how the internal streets and courtyards worked, and how, especially since they're artists, how you're dealing with all the waste, raw materials and the waste materials that move to the place. That seemed a little unclear, but there was a nice visual connection and a response to the way of living of the people. Yeah, thanks. That's my comments. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments for Sarthak?
Yeah, no, I don't have much comment either. It's a lovely project, good scale. I like the scale of the project very much. Like Dean said, I think a bit more thought on the language of the building, the sort of the architectural expression of it could have really been helped the project. But the way it handled the ground, the scale of the project, how it allowed to kind of people to come together, etc., is quite well articulated. So
thank you.
I don't have any further.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Anything from you, Architect Naresh? Otherwise, we'll move on to the next one.
Go ahead. All
right. Thank you, Nikita. Let's welcome Sanitya Shah to make the next presentation.
Good afternoon, judges. My project is The Future of Nostalgia, Rethinking Post Offices as a Social Network in the 21st Century. Much of the social and cultural history of the world, especially in the last 2 centuries, can be linked to the development of the postal services. India and its India Post is the largest postal network in the world. It boasts a 100% rate in reaching every last mile of the country, and it is not just a postal network, but has always been an emotional, physical, social, and monetary network at its core. But of course, due to a technological advancement and obvious use of phones and internet, has left this great public institution in huge losses and is now slowly waning. And all that now remains is nostalgia. Can such a large network and its existing infrastructure be made relevant for today and tomorrow? Can it in turn save a great legacy of the post offices? Can we look back for the future? For a minute, I would like to shed light on some larger level issues which India faces today and how the postal sector can help. The first one is the digital divide, the urban-rural gap. We say that we live in a connected world, but that is only because of a small circles in the urban environment. But even today, in the 21st century, a large part of India, rural India, is disconnected from the world. Only 25% of the entire rural population has means and access to the internet, and the pandemic has showed us just how important it is to be digitally connected. The second issue is that of the unbanked, people who are not financially included. India has the largest number of people still not efficiently connected to a financial institution for their money matters. If all post offices join together, it can form the second largest network on banks of India. So the solution for one problem becomes a solution for another, and all we need is a new perspective. To explain how we look at it now, I have the analogy between a pencil and an Apple pencil, where I ask if it has it really changed. And that change is constant, evolution is necessary, and essence remains the same. This project is not just one building, it is a vision. It is a system made up of multiple connections between objects, infrastructure, and architecture. The future of nostalgia proposes social infrastructure at every level and every scale of the postal network, thus creating interdependencies between the man, the built, and the technology, while creating a win-win situation for all the stakeholders. And as Alejandro Aravena says, that if there's any power in design, it is the power of synthesis. And the challenge today is not the scarcity of resources and money, but the lack of coordination. So I propose a phygital network, a hybrid of physical plus digital. So once where the postal network worked in the communications and finance sector, now it retains and amplifies in those sectors, but also ventures into the data, commerce, and knowledge sectors as well. When all of these sectors come together, these are all the many services to be availed under one roof. And the core principle remains same, connectivity is productivity. And that democratization of technology and infrastructure allows any man to be connected and grow. When I talk about India Post, all of India becomes my context on a larger level. Here, Banachumi's idea behind the Park de la Ville of surfaces, lines, and points is reinterpreted as a juxtaposition of physical points and digital lines on the surface of India. An invisible grid of post offices becomes these points of contact, points of association, points of direction, and points of scale for the users. The whole project is divided into 4 parts, that is SMLXL, which are post boxes, mail vans, rural post offices, and urban post offices, respectively. Coming to the first component, the post boxes, as the phygital points. There are more than 300,000 post boxes all over India which lie underutilized. Can the communications infrastructure of the past be a communications infrastructure of the future? These post boxes are repurposed as an independent Wi-Fi hotspot network, but also become in mobile charging points, electric vehicle charging stations. So in a way, we save on history, but also make it relevant today by building on its identity and accessibility. This is how it creates an increased public engagement due to its new users. The second component, mail vans, they are repurposed as cyber library on wheels. What happens in rural areas is that the last mile post office of one village actually serves multiple villages. The idea is that while the postman moves from village to village, can he also bring as many services with him and add a greater value with the help of the mail vans? So the mail van offers many services. It is equipped with computers, a library, banking services, and it can transport people and cargo. The main van is envisioned as something which opens up in the landscape. The main shutters themselves become a canopy overhead when opened, inviting people in. As you can see, the base vehicle are trucks which are being used today. Only storage space is remodeled to accommodate new functions. There is a step library, a couple of computers and kiosks offering educational, financial, and e-commerce services to the people. There's also free space provided for people to multi-use. This mail van is for children as well as the adults alike. The mail van becomes a social plug-in in the community. The postman arriving almost becomes an occasion and celebration for the people to gather just like old times. Now to demonstrate L and XL components, 2 sites are chosen around the Pune city region. Site 1 is Khamboli village, which is approximately 90 kilometers from Pune city, and site 2 is the Khadki post office within the city. Coming to the L component, rural post office at Khamboli village, a democratic building. This is the existing condition of the Khamboli post office, where it is not even a post office anymore, but a general store. And this is a village where they still don't have a stable mobile network. The reason why I call it a democratic building is because it is the only public institutional building the village has. And it can be, rather, it should offer much more to the people. So the idea is to remodel the post office on the existing allotted site with infrastructure and architecture, which the public truly benefit from. This is how the post office sits in its context. It forms almost the center of the village. The building is proposed on the existing allotted site, so it has a small footprint, but the idea is to create a large impact. The functions are divided as primary and secondary functions. Primary functions are pushed behind and kept on the ground floor for greater accessibility, while the secondary functions are pushed to the upper level to free the ground. This creates a free space for the people to connect and gather on the ground level and creates a ground connection. And we add the drone tower to the site. Drones are the future of logistics and the village will benefit from it, while the tower creates an identity for the post office. This is how the post office now sits. You can see the open frontage of the building on the ground level, while the drone tower at the back forms the infrastructural as well as the aspirational aspect of the building. Coming to the plan, we have the free multi-purpose space with a step seating in the center. It is envisioned for people to gather for panchayat meetings or double up as vaccination or voting centers. We have the administrative offices in the hind, as well as an ATM and the retail general store. This exploded view shows the allocation of the primary and the secondary functions between levels. The first floor accommodates the library and the computer lab and also allows a space for further extension in the future. This area produces a lot of mangrove tiles. So the idea for the skin of the building was to create a jali out of the same. It helps climatically, but also becomes the identity of the building embedded in its local roots. So here the post office tries to carry a local identity, while the drone tower forms a national identity for the post office. Coming to the final component, urban post office at Khadki, the social network factory. The urban post office almost performs similar functions, but has some major added responsibilities. I propose an e-commerce platform handled by India Post. With a reach that is already established all over India, it gives a platform for anyone to become a seller with logistics handled by the India Post. Now, for this purpose, the urban area post office becomes a physical hub and acts as an automated parcel sorting facility. Here we see that it becomes a multinational hub for the people. It contains the parcel sorting facility, a cyber cafe, co-working spaces, etc. Now, the existing post office building here is a 120-year-old British building, not deemed as a heritage, but it is still in good condition. So my first step was to document it and understand it. So for the proposal, I retain the old post office building and add the new function as an extension. The idea here was to continue with the steep sloping roofs of the old building for the new extension while keeping in mind the new functions and hence the volume moderation. But the sloping roofs become highly overwhelming and heavy themselves. So the idea was to break it down in multiple bays, which also cut down on the volume. Finally, we respect the old building and the existing trees on site and place the extension accordingly. This is how the building sits in the context along with the existing building. The building takes form according to the existing trees on the site and the multiple roof bays move between them. Here we can see the whole frontage forms an open plaza for the people, with the old postal building being at the front as a display. The extension grows and rises from the old building. The green pockets formed invite people into the campus. Coming to the plan, the front half ideally becomes a public area, while the other becomes the private area for the parcel sorting facility. The building embeds itself between the green pockets that are created within the base. The old postal building, conjoined with the extension, forms the administrative offices as well as a small postal museum. Each of the bays houses a cyber cafe as well as co-working spaces respectively. The building follows the old architecture style of long verandas lined with columns. The exploded building details a similar visual approach for the two buildings, but different spanning systems used to house different functions below them. This is how the building humbly sits. We can also see the drone tower in the backdrop, acting as a binding sign between post offices. I would like to end with this quote by Koning-Eisenberg Architecture, and where they say, architecture isn't just for special occasions. Expectations need to change. Places of daily activity should be highly valued. People can have more than they think. We expect great qualities in buildings like museums. Shouldn't we expect them in places for everyday living? An individual's self-image is based on the quality of his or her daily life. Thank you.
Thanks for bringing up this topic, Sanitya. May I now request the jury members to share their feedback?
Yeah, I think it's a fascinating topic, especially for a typology that has almost gone redundant, the post office. And the fact that you're bringing in so many other facilities, upgrading it to whatever is needed in today's, contemporary world. Yeah. So very good work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Even I think so. I think it's a well thought through thing, and I think reimagining post offices. Actually, one more layer you could add to it from what you said was make them into the cultural hubs of their communities itself. That may be another useful thing too. Many of our public spaces are now becoming, like Dean pointed out, becoming redundant and need to be repurposed. It's a good move, good project.
Yeah, I mean, really fascinating work. I mean, it's a very interesting topic. The only thing I sort of, I just felt that while listening to you is that there is something which kind of falls short, which is the sort of these networking. It's also infrastructure which is well connected. You are of course building upon that, and that's wonderful because you're looking at these infrastructures which are working, which is already established, which is very human friendly, neighborhood friendly, because it's one infrastructure which breaks down its scale to a neighborhood, and it becomes very personal. And I think the problem today with a lot of our infrastructure is that it stays at that top down this thing. Even our metros, when it hit the neighborhood, it still remains at that top down level. It doesn't really embrace the neighborhood. And this is one infrastructure which really kind of breaks down its scale, although it is part of a larger network, into that neighborhood level, that human level, etc., etc. So, is there something more which you can use with that network, which is about that interconnectiveness with the city itself or with the country itself, which then you can kind of channel and take? I don't know the answer for that. I just felt that there is something more you can. Of course, its relationship to the neighborhood is very well established. The programming, reprogramming, all that is very well established, and it's very well worked out. But is there anything more that you can do with that network? It's which you can then reappropriate or kind of take it as one step above what you have done. That's. I don't have the answer for that, but I just felt that there is something more which you can kind of do with that. Otherwise, a really nice project, good topic to take, and very well worked out.
Yeah, and Go, in fact, we have this thing called the Mighty Gar, which is basically an information sort of kiosk, which a person can go to and get all government documents and forms and everything at one stop. So possibly the post office could morph into something like that as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm aiming to that only. So instead of new things, we have already existing which can form. So we can amalgamate all these things into one and revive that itself. So, and this happens on all India level also. So that was the point. Yes, sir.
Good.
All right. Thank you to the panel. Thank you,
Thank you,
Sanidhya. So that was our last presentation for the architecture category. And I think now we take a break. So over to you, Neeti, to handle the rest.
Hey, thank you, Nikita. So as you said, we have come to the end of the architecture category presentation. Requesting all of you to vote for your favorite presentation, as we also know that we have a Popular Choice Awards. The link is available in the chat box. And requesting Geeta ma'am and the jury members to join the breakout room for the deliberation of winners. So there is also a very interesting quiz. Please check out the link in the chat box. Requesting even the finalists and jury members also, if possible, to participate. And the fastest 10 correct answer will be well rewarded. Thank you. Let's meet again at 1:30 p.m.
How do we go to the breakout space?
Yeah, Neeti, we've not got it.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions, and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities. The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's begin the interior design category presentation. We will start with Shivangi's presentation, followed by question and answer session with the jury members. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone present. I am now going to take you through the story of my project, Oasis. This project started out as a reaction of mine. When I visited a certain factory, something just felt out of place. I couldn't figure it out just then, but then when I went home, it was like, aha, for me. Where were these elements? Where was nature? And thus, I took to research. The result are as follows. This phenomenon of increasing division between nature and ourselves is called disconnection from nature. As humans are a part of nature, this is just unnatural. As can also be seen by the results. This disconnect affects our health, both physical and mental, as well as our behavioral patterns. Another related result is that it causes our senses to die over time. Humans no longer connect to nature, thus creating an indifference towards it, causing pollution, climate change, etc. So the result? We somehow started to live in a world which is just not quite fatal, as said by Carson. Thus, burnt-out city dwellers became my user, narrowing it down to 18 to 50 years based on factors like independence and the ability to learn. So what am I doing for them? At this level, I would like to plant a thought in their minds to start a conversation. And how? By providing them with an experience of the environment that they have lost. The environment that needs to be promoted is of balance between natural and artificial, the old and the new, by taking them on a journey and through sensory stimulation to remind them of a nostalgic ability. But would an experience be enough? Maybe not. It poses a risk of forgetting. Learning in the form of experience, learning by doing and communicating increases retaining value. Thus, it can double the impact. Perfect to make them think. The line of thought coincided with UN Sustainability Goals number 3 and 11, namely good health and well-being and sustainable cities. For the latter, Living Building Challenge presented as the guide. So now where am I doing it? The site is located in DLF Cyber City, Gurgaon. The dark green represents the site closer to the major entrance from metro station and parking. The site is well connected through pedestrian pathways having green areas and designated parkings. Restaurants and retails are also there, along with office spaces that will appear now and auditoriums for public activities. The site presents desired contrast between highly urban and natural. It is on the way and highly accessible, thus countering the nature as luxury concept. The site also features eco-friendly systems for cooling and energy. Getting on to this design development, here is the first layer of concept, developed keeping in mind the context. How shall the space relate to its immediate environment? It depicts the balance between the built and the unbuilt, using a temporary element that enhances the seasonal quality of the space. It also highlights aspects like visual connection and open space, thus reducing barriers. It also shows the element of flow in the space, which is depicted in this next layer of concept. Thinking about nature, two terms came to mind, namely organic and interconnected. The terms casted an image of a ribbon immediately, and thus an ice ribbon provided inspiration for the flow in the space. It features a continuous element that forms the space itself. The diagram also highlights contrast in setting, connection in space, and balance between natural and artificial elements. The programs in the space are based on 5 categories derived from a survey. What did the user want? What comes to them naturally in this current scenario as well? These were breaking out from laziness, re-establishing human societies, work, health and wellness, and relaxation. Now I'd like to take you to the journey that one takes in this space. Entering the space, a sound of falling water welcomes one in, a greeting from the information area and a cleansing ritual follows. The passage goes from narrow to wide, revealing the space a little at a time. At the end of it, a waterfall causes a sensory arrest, thus starting the experience. One starts to move along the winding walkways accompanied by the flow of water. The way is lit by natural light and a breeze carries one forward. When walking on the trails, the eyes set upon different distinct spaces appearing as woody forests. Here one meets with vegetation and pools like on a forest floor and hardy trees in form of an element that seems to continue throughout. These spaces have different functions. The reading cum spring area features books, e-books, and a seating space in close relation to water where one is free to dip their feet after sanitization. The seatings turn into a bookshelf. The space also features landings and provides option for seating spaces. Each space levels up from the walkways or strolling areas to divide areas, reducing the need for partitioning. The working areas are divided into individual working and group working. The seating space is added by using mezzanines. Besides these, there is another quiet zone where people seem to be lost in thought. It's called the Art and Write Hobby Area. It features workstations and simple flat seatings along with a staircase with landings adding to the seating options, connecting two parts of the same space. Each space is accompanied by the sound of water and green elements. Continuing on the winding walkways, one is surprised to be greeted by dancing butterflies. Just in a moment from then, a whiff catches one's attention and they find themselves in an open-to-sky garden or plantation, a sensory delight for them. Along the way, the smell of fresh water stimulates the sense of taste. Fresh food, sorry. One of the eating spaces is meant for visitors and one is meant for members. The previous is accessed from outside. These feature seating for 2 to 6 and mezzanines add to their number. A kitchen with 2 serving sites connect to them both and the plantation for some actual fresh food. It also features a division for hobbyists. An interesting space then shifts the attention. Something seems to be going on and it invites one in. As one gets seated, the space turns into a conversation. It's called the workshop cum stage area. It offers something for everyone. It's a free space where one can learn, communicate, and express. There is a second reading cum spring area below it, besides it, and a rental space is also available for all the needed supplies. Spaces like plantation and hobby areas can be merged with workshop area activities as well to facilitate learning by doing, and thus the spaces don't have any boundaries. Kiosks are also featured for navigation. Now I'd like to talk about a few systems in the space, beginning with the aqueducts. The continuing water element in the space is made possible by the aqueduct system. The streams start from the waterfall, which directly runs from the rainwater harvesting channel and water supply system. These streams travel throughout the space and provide water to bathroom basins and kitchen. This water is treated and sent back to the origin. Some of these also go into watering the greens as and when needed. Water used for washing veggies, for example, also goes there. The second system is of dry washrooms. The space features washrooms for differently abled as well. To reduce demand, dry washrooms were chosen. The waste is converted to the desired outcome, which is used in plantations. A vent prevents smell, and the level difference makes the system possible. The third system is of passive thermal control using the facade. The spring model is made to intensify the wind from the northwest, which is the dominant wind direction. This makes the wind effect possible in the interiors. The orientation of the panels is such that it blocks the sun and lets the wind in. Air is circulated using fans, it is cooled using the vegetation and the water elements, and let out using the vents on the ceiling. Now I'll talk about the different proposals for every season. Winter model features the opposite orientation to block the wind and let the sun in. The summer model features clay blocks with running water to cool the wind and block the sun. The monsoon model features horizontal panes to splatter water and creating a mist, enhancing the sensory nature of the space. These are the major systems that run the space. Getting on to a few more details now, this is the view of the butterfly aviary showing the pathway featuring a sensory experience. These have species of flowering plants that attract butterflies. For convenience, perennials and annuals were used alongside seasonal species. This is the workshop cum stage area showing the continuous element that forms the seats and facilitates the distancing. It also shows connection between all the levels and a hint of personalization that the space is offering to its members. I'd now like to talk about the materials using the reading cum spring area, which I talked about a little bit before. Majority of the space is built with exposed terracotta hollow bricks for its natural built-up and insulation properties. The floor is rammed earth covered with linseed oil layers. The furniture uses mango wood native to the area. Cushioning and soft furnishing uses hems and beams. Green element also becomes a material. This is the art and write hobby area showing the built and unbuilt relation. The space features inclusivity, also a mesh for protection. And thus, the space creates a journey for its visitors. It connects to nature through its systems, facade, materials, programs, and a sensory nature, yet presents a balance by using concepts like built and unbuilt, technology, and commercial nature. It creates a break in the high-paced world and presents the environment that needs to be promoted, an environment of balance. Thus implanting a thought in the mind of people, wouldn't life like this be better? Why did it become the way it had anyway? Thank you.
Thank you, Shivangi, for reminding us that human and nature are equal forces that should coexist in harmony. May I now request the jury members to share their feedbacks?
Hi, Shivangi. Thank you for the presentation. I think it's a nice thought. The overall sort of concept of addressing wellness and sustainability is very nice. However, I wanted to just tell you that, when you were describing and you had a plan, I couldn't figure out what was what and what was happening because it was a very faint plan. So honestly, a lot of things that you talked about, which was on a plan, which was on the screen, was very, very difficult to comprehend because we didn't know. I couldn't figure out what you were saying and how it related to the plan.
Thanks for the feedback, ma'am. Nikita, shall we go ahead?
Sure, if there's no other comments from Architect Deepak and Architect Arun, we can go ahead.
I have my general observation is similar to Sonali's observation. I just thought the whole plan looked like a maze, and the emphasis should have been given more on talking about the signages, sense of a direction. And also I saw, despite of having such a big space, and when you're talking about a community and wellness, why do you have staircases when you could easily have you would have had a ramp, which is more like taking in consideration all kinds of people. And that's a limited point. Otherwise, the factors of sustainability and wind and the monsoon and winter and sunny season is quite well explained. Anyway, thank you. It's a better presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
So with the jury's permission, shall we move on to the next presentation? All right. There you go, Nidhi.
So I welcome Sneha to present the next presentation, please.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here today. My name is Sneha Mahato, and today I would like to tell you all a story about a very brave section of our society, which often goes unnoticed.
हाय गर्ल्स, मैं हूँ रेशमा। आज मैं आपको बताने वाली हूँ हाउ टू गेट परफेक्ट रेड लिप्स। सबसे पहले ब्रश से लिप्स क्लीन करें, इससे डेड स्किन हट जाती है और लिप्स बने रोजी। नेक्स्ट लिप बाम, ताकि लिपस्टिक ड्राई ना हो। लिप लाइनर, सिर्फ लिपस्टिक के कलर का। लिपस्टिक सिर्फ लिप्स पर, एजेस पर नहीं। क्यों है ना ये परफेक्ट? फाइनली सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट टिप, रेड लिपस्टिक आपको आसानी से कहीं भी मिल जाएगी, एसिड की तरह, जिसकी वजह से हर रोज एक लड़की एसिड अटैक की विक्टिम बनती है।
In a country which reports a whooping number of 250 to 300 acid attacks yearly, survivors like Reshma and Lakshmi stand tall to lead as a strong example of what each of them should aim to be like. Acid attacks, which include no blood or strangling, stem from the very reality that people can be subdued by the means of disfigurement. Hence, be it a simple case of jealousy, refusal, or rejection of proposal, attackers don't hesitate or think twice before committing such heinous crimes. Acid takes seconds to create disfigurements and disabilities which last for a lifetime. But what we more often fail to realize is that the physical damage, although permanent, is nothing compared to the psychological damage that the survivors have to undergo. A traumatizing incident as such strikes us, moves us, and has the power to agonize us to the core. And everyone feels the same. But what after that? How can we help them get their share of respect in society? This is exactly where my project pledges to bridge the gap by aiming to provide a safe space for the survivors, which accepts them and rehabilitates them in every aspect. Going along the concept of representing transition through architecture, every element in and around the site has a function to fulfill, in turn helping them carve out their own safe space. The Rehabilitation and Ideation Center is situated along the north-south axis, ensuring easy entry of the northern light towards it. Works as the program which helps them get over their past trauma by rehabilitating them, nurturing their skills, and making them confident enough in their own skin. Next, the housing acts as a transition or pause point of the site where survivors coexist amidst a peaceful landscape and a biophilic environment. The restaurant, which is run by both survivors and people from society, acts as the primary meeting point between them. A place which appreciates the creations of survivors, it addresses inclusivity. Lastly, the museum or interpretive cell serves as the prime space to spread awareness and evoke empathy by taking them on a sensory journey. Here, the Rehabilitation and Ideation Cell acts as the semi-private program, the housing as the private one, and the restaurant as the public one. The location of the site Siliguri, a hub of West Bengal, is known to be one of the safest cities in India. And hence, for a person who's constantly in a state of trauma and turmoil, it serves as a platonic sense of relief. Now, I would like to take you all on a journey where we'll aim to realize and empathize with the survivors and try to understand how design has the power to address these issues. It's 7 a.m. in the morning. The survivor starts to move towards the hydrotherapy area for her regular session. She feels connected to nature, and as she relaxes in the water and establishes a direct connection to the sky through the openings, she feels the cool breeze and the birds chirping all around. The light play through the louvers and jalis creates an overwhelmingly calming ambience around her, and for a moment, she forgets that she has been a victim of such a crime. After an hour of hydrotherapy, she meets her friend, an acid attack survivor whose lips were completely disfigured. And at 8 a.m., she waits to join her friends in the speech therapy space. The various openings around the rooms make them feel comfortable and lets them connect to nature. For once, nobody tells them to stay confined to four walls of a room, and then they can smell the distinguishable flowers all around. As she moves further down, she notices different materials being used for different programs, and hence, it's easier for her to recognize the buildings. The interiors of the spaces are surprisingly cool because of the volatile emissions which are avoided by not painting them. As the day progresses further, she moves on to the skill building space. Here, she comes in contact with people from society who once shooed her away. They are now much more accepting towards her and come together to brush upon their skills and be confident. It's been a good number of hours weaving baskets now. She needs to relax down a bit, and hence, she moves out into the lobby area. She notices a different kind of pattern formed by the jalis against the light, and hence, her senses are better stimulated. As she stands in the balcony, she can see her friend in the physiotherapy area going through her daily routine of yoga. It fills her with a momentary yet strong sense of connectivity. She is reminded of the fact that she is not alone in this battle and that she has people with her. 2 p.m. in the afternoon, she moves to the yoga area. The opening right above her head gives her a strong sense of grounding, and the warm light acts as a therapeutic element, enthralling her with an overwhelming sense of peace. She has had a long day now, and seemingly tired, she moves towards the housing. As she pauses for a stroll in the sensory garden, it calms her down and addresses her desire to connect to nature. The water bodies meeting at a point which houses the sculpture of Lord Buddha channelizes her connection to the Almighty and gives her the courage to face all odds. The sun prepares to set down now, and we can hear birds chirping all around. As she walks by the lobby, she can hear the water rippling along the edges and also gushing against the boundary wall. The sound of it calms her, and the sweet smell of water falling against earth fills her with a feeling of happiness and peace. Designing spaces cannot always have a high symbolic value, and hence, the smaller details like stimulating feelings with the help of sensory elements unlocks a different realm. It's 5 p.m. in the evening as she rests in the housing. The use of different materials for the washroom makes her more familiar to the space. The interiors are very positively divided into formal, informal, and workspaces. In the restaurant, cooks from society start to come in, and she, along with the other cooks, give their best in preparing tasty, wholesome meals for the visitors. As they finish the preparation and move to the restaurant to serve it to people, they are filled with a sense of joy and acceptance because the visitors who came into the restaurant to enjoy one happy meal along with their friends or family love what they have cooked and finally accept them for who they are. Having mapped a survivor's daily progress routine, we might be filled with a feeling of empathy towards them. The trauma of an acid attack survivor starts with the attack and more often than not is fueled up by the reaction of society who refuse to be accepting towards them. We, as members of the very same society, have to come together and be a part of the much needed change, and the museum is a small effort in doing so. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like you all to imagine that you're a visitor in the site and you decide to take a tour of the museum. As we enter the museum, we see a wide opening going downhill. And as we look up, we notice two different kinds of roofing finish before and after a linear slit which passes in light into the space. The finish before the slit is normal wood, whereas it takes a burnt wood structure after it, symbolizing the acid attack. The walls on either sides, adorned with stories of acid attack survivors, are made of stone, with vegetation coming out of them, in turn giving out the message that survivors are beautiful irrespective of what happens to them and that there is life beyond. As we move further down, we get to the sense of the space crumpling down to a rather narrower entry. we start to feel a little uncomfortable and walk into a central space. Being used to walking in the smooth flooring of the entry, it becomes difficult for us to maneuver seamlessly here, as the flooring now changes to raw pebbles. The central space is adorned with broken mirrors on all sides, and not for once can we completely distinguish ourselves in any of the mirrors. And for a brief moment, we are able to empathize with the survivors, how they have lost their face and their sense of belonging. We feel the same too to some extent. The discomfort continues as we notice a sudden rise in temperature. The space is supposed to symbolically depict life right after an acid attack. The frosting effect and burnt wood structure aims to convey how dangerous these attacks might get. The slits in the roof keep changing throughout the time of the day and symbolizes the ticking of a clock. Getting out of the proposed world of Sahas and stepping into the real world, we sadly notice that these very brave survivors do not get a safe space for themselves and are always looked onto as social outcasts. But we, as people of the same society, definitely have numerous takeaways from them and should pledge to do our small bit on helping these people. Hence, the next time when we hear a heart-wrenching story of this stature, let's pledge to take a moment to think about this. And the moment when we are thinking about this is the exact moment when we realize that we have been successful in evoking empathy, and hence we are one step closer to creating change. Thank you.
Appreciate your efforts to make a safe place for survivors, Neha. May I now request the jury members to share their feedback?
Neha,
Yes.
it was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much.
And a very, very strong opening by that clip of the advertisement you shown. Your story told also was good. The sequence was nice. But unfortunately, things don't happen the way you would say. Again, here, like the previous presentation, there should have been, this was more of a special kind of feel, I thought. But it's a very, very difficult issue to counter, and just being a juror, I cannot really give a solution to this whole thing. But you have taken a very challenging topic, very difficult to contemplate, and how does one really address this kind of issues in interiors is also a question mark to me. Maybe from today on, I will think about this. But a good presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, Sneha.
Hi, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
I think, as Deepak said earlier, the topic of the presentation is difficult and very pertinent. And it's something which is nice that you addressed. I just felt that if this was an ID that we are looking at, there was very, very little on it for me to judge by. If I look at it as architecture and on an overall basis, I felt that the architecture was a little rudimentary. In the sense that when you're talking about so much of an experiential space, an experiential place, I think they could have, and there's a lot of landscape that you're utilizing, but I just felt that your buildings and your landscape was like very defined, like this is landscape, this is building. I felt that the integration of the two in terms of breaking down the boundaries of the building could have been done a little bit more, I would say, bringing the nature and merging the boundaries between the building and nature could have been explored a little bit more.
Ma'am, could I just add something to that?
Yes, please.
So in most of my spaces, and especially in the rehabilitation center where they are majorly going through their healing process, I have tried to keep the programs which are going on, I've tried to keep them separate. But as you said about merging the landscape, I've tried to connect them through ramps and the open breakout spaces. So even I have this one space called speech therapy space. So over there, I have not used very rigid walls. I have tried to keep it open, and how I am going to distinguish the two spaces is through the distinguishable smell of the flowers which are going to be there in every place. So I have just tried to kind of take into that sensory element from nature and try to distinguish the spaces, because most of them are disabled to some extent. And also in the ideation cell and the other physiotherapy area that I had. So over there also the 2 blocks I tried to connect with a ramp, and also the individual landscaping areas which are there in between, I tried to make them as a part of the interior thing. Maybe I could have articulated it a little bit better in my renders.
Thanks, Neha. Any other comments or questions from Margarita?
Yeah, Sneha, that was a very nice presentation and extremely good storytelling also. When you explain the flow of spaces, you relied too much on the renders and not much on the floor plan. So we couldn't really appreciate your thought process from the floor plan angle. So that is one thing I was hoping to see, at least at the end of the presentation also. And another thing I wanted to mention is, like everyone said, it is a very challenging problem that you've taken. I believe the goal of the design should be how to enable the spaces to help them heal from their psychological trauma. And I would have appreciated if you had focused a little more on their group sessions, the group therapy, and how those. It is a very intimate meeting with fellow survivors, and I believe that particular space requires much more attention in this program. So I wish you could have explored that space a lot more. And your choice of materials and everything, I would say, was standard rather than something specific for the case. So I would have appreciated if you had done a little more research on the materials rather than, I like the analogy you made, like the stones and how the plants on the stones will make them feel. And all those were like sounding great as a story, but in reality, those story might not really transform into reality. So I would have appreciated if you had done a little more research on materials and the spatial requirements for people who are trying to get out of their psychological trauma. But overall, definitely it's a great presentation. I definitely enjoyed the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
To the panel, Sneha, you don't have to respond to every comment, but absorb the feedback for the next round of design in whatever you do. Thank you so much and all the best. Neeti, let's go to the next one.
Thank you, Nikita. I now welcome Maitri Shah to begin the next presentation.
Greetings of the day to all the jury members and audience present today. I, Maitri Shah, would like to introduce my project, Samuday Pustakalay. In Gujarati, Samuday means community and Pustakalay means library. The library is envisioned as a space for community empowerment and edification. The traditional Bunga house, along with modern architectural elements, is an intervention to bridge the gap between generations. I would like to begin my presentation by asking these questions. Is it important to design for the community? Humans have experienced the emotional need for connectedness. Community and human interaction is important for our health and well-being. How can this be achieved? A key approach to this is through placemaking, which is to create quality places that spark an emotional attachment for people. Hence, it is vital to take community and placemaking at the core of the design. The site, Ludhiya village, is located in the Bhuj block of Kutch district in Gujarat, India. This region faces the desert climate. It is a small village with a population of around 2,000 inhabitants. The main inhabitants of the Ludhiya village are the Rabari community of Gujarat. The men's main occupation is cattle grazing and selling dairy products for a living, whereas the women's occupation is performing household chores and doing embroidery work. The kids' population is high in the village. Hence, it is necessary to provide a separate kids section in the library. The literacy rate of Ludhia village is only 28%. Hence, it becomes essential to explore new ways of learning. This is done by exploring learning through play, learning through audio and visual, learning through conversations, learning through activities, learning through documentaries, learning through music, and encouragement of self-learning. The bungas are traditional mud circular houses with thatched roof. It is a centuries-old construction style in harmony with nature. Hence, my concept is derived from the context that is a typical bunga house. It is interpreted by using circular walls for construction in the library. The thatched roof is interpreted as a more stable truss roof with thatch placed above it. The seating area, that is the plinth or the otla, where day-to-day activities take place, is interpreted as a community space within the library. The library is located in the quieter zone of the Ludhia district. It is accessible by all its inhabitants. Moving on to the spatial planning. A courtyard is introduced in the library, which serves as a pocket for natural light and ventilation that pours in throughout the day. The library develops radially around the courtyard. A trussed roof covering is placed over the assembly. The thermal massing of the library enables passive cooling in all seasons. The open plan is fitting into the context that offers a space to the community. The emptiness in the center is intentional to invite people in and simply allow nature to occupy its space. With courtyard set as the library center, the kids section, the seating area, and the digital section are arranged according to the dynamics that interact with the center. The undulating shape of the structural roof resembles like a mount which rises from the ground. The building dominates the scene with its structural form, but at the same time, it dialogues with the surrounding nature, thanks to the language inspired by it. Locally, materials which are available are used, which are got in from the village itself. Traditional materials are used in an innovative and modern way. This ensures that the structure doesn't look out of context, even though the shape of the structure clearly untraditional. The walls are constructed with the help of bricks, which is coated with a layer of clay and cow dung on the outer walls, and the inner walls are coated with a layer of Nippon paint. All the plinths and flooring are used for seating, and they're made of polished concrete flooring. The entire trussed roof is made of reclaimed timber, and thatch is placed over this timber. The mirror work on the entire ceiling forms an integral part of interior design. The library is constructed by making circular walls over raised plinths. This entire assembly is enclosed by a trussed roof, which is made of reclaimed timber. This roof has grooves made in them to place mirrors. The light which enters through the courtyard is reflecting multiple times on these mirrors, hence reducing the amount of electricity used throughout the day. Over this entire assembly, a thatched roof is placed. Moving on to the different sections of the library, learning through play, which is the kids section. It is placed in such a way that once you enter the library from the reception, the kids section is provided for security reasons. The bookshelves and ramp follow the form of the circular wall, and seating area is provided on the ramp at the top. Seating area is also provided below the ramp, where it is encouraged for kids to learn through playing board games. The main materials used in the entire library are dark gray foam and blue foam. This resemble waves which bring in the element of water. The other natural elements used are flowers and leaves, which is bought in by using red floral printed jute and beige and green floral printed jute. The modern parametric wooden seating, which is provided in form of wooden bench seating and a wooden chair seating, complement the more traditional jute seating provided in form of a puff. As the literacy rate of Ludhia village is very low, it is essential to provide learning through interactive display. Hence, a digital section is provided. The circular seating provided in the ramp serves as a visual connection in the library. This is a view of the digital section of the library. The central portion of the library, where seating areas provided, encourages learning through conversations. Below the seating area, storage for books is being provided. In front of the seating area, a wall which can be tucked into the ground is provided. This wall serves dual purpose. First, it serves as a wall for activities which encourages the community to learn together. Secondly, the wall is used for projecting documentaries, and the seating area provided acts as a mini theater. In front of the seating area, a small raised platform is provided where performances can take place, and learning is encouraged through music and performance. Self-learning is also encouraged by providing seating areas in between bookshelves and puff seating areas on the periphery of the library, which acts as the outdoor seating area. It is important to make the community library resilient. Hence, it is done by making it earthquake resistant, where lightweight materials are used and the circular forms help resist the earthquake. The light which is gotten through the courtyard reflect multiple times on these mirrors, hence reducing the amount of electricity used throughout the day. The entire structure is climate responsive, as the circular walls, which are coated with cow dung and clay, reflect the direct sun rays, and also the circular form resists the wind pressures of the desert climate. Fresh air is got into the library by openings which are given to enter the library. The hot air is taken out through the courtyard. Also, the tree provided within the courtyard provides cooling and microclimate. Locally available materials are used for the construction of the library. Hence, it reduces the transportation cost and has low maintenance. I would like to conclude by quoting Margaret J. Wheatley. There is no power for change greater than a community discovering what it cares about. Thank you.
Thank you, Maitri. That was an amazing presentation. May I request the jury members to share their feedback?
Thank you, Maitri. I really like this. I like the fact that you have looked at the library as a community space and learning through interactive processes, learning from each other, not only sort of bookish learning, but learning at many levels. And that's what I like as an idea. I'm not sure if you really achieved it, but the thought is very good. The other thing that I like is the fact that you have derived an extremely contemporary form using inspiration from a very traditional habitat form, you know. So I like that. However, I want to still understand, I just couldn't figure out how you've done the roof construction. So is it a metal frame? Because there is a pattern on the underside. So I can't understand really what is happening on the roof. So that is my question number one. And question number two is, don't you think that the central, do you have a study of how many people it caters to? Have you done the sort of movement of people, like what time do what kind of people come in? Should the central area have been a little larger so that you really got good landscaping, which is, I would say, without having the direct heat of the sun? So you could have much more controlled landscaping in the middle, which could be really nice green compared to the outside. That is number one. And number two, do you have at all any openings or windows, at least on north side or something like that? Have you looked at north light or any such elements?
Yes, ma'am. To answer your question, the roof is made up of timber, and they have intermediate metal supports. Steel is used to support the roof, and there are grooves made within this timber to place mirrors. So these mirrors, they reflect the light multiple times, which enters through the courtyard.
How big are these mirrors?
The entire ceiling has mirror. The width of the mirror.
How big is each mirror?
The width of the mirror is 5 centimeters, and the length of the mirror varies according to how the truss is being formed.
Okay.
Yeah. And how many people this library caters to? The seating area which I have provided, where it can act like a mini theater where documentary screening happens, there around 75 people can sit at a time. And also the space which is left in the center, that is the courtyard, it's left intentionally empty so that people can also sit over there. And the seating area they're flexible, they can be moved anywhere, and people can form groups and sit. So at a time within the library, you can cater 100 to 150 people.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the jury panel?
Yeah, Maitri.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was a very good, clean and very calmly and composed presentation. It was good that you were not rushing.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so I did what to contribute in case you go ahead is basically your idea of mirrors and all that is fantastic. So maybe the entire ceiling in mirror is not a very great idea. Maybe you lose the, mirror brings a lot of glamour. I mean, if it could just come as a Jaroga kind of a thing, would be nice. Again, Sonali's question, so the same even I had about your roofing.
Yes.
Form looks nice, but sometimes adding some columns in between of the spaces rotate around the column. It gives a lot of dimension to the whole space instead of just generally having a empty blank, empty space. Then what I didn't like was those modern chairs and modas where your bungas is such a renowned structure we have learned in our college days. The reason why they are built circular, I guess. They're built circular because there is a less heat radiation that they take instead of a flat wall. So it would have been nice to see some built-in benches and things. You should have emphasized more on the maybe cow dung flooring and things like that, because as you move ahead, this would matter a lot. So yeah, otherwise it was a fantastic topic, and it's something that one can easily address. And Kutch, I didn't see any of the carvings or something, because Kutch is very, very known for its carving, its mirror work, carpets. So, you should also emphasize on, maybe if you get a chance to go ahead, I mean, you should probably add up these things to your presentation. You're talking about, and even carvings were done to keep the walls cooler on a very high overhead sun, which is generally overhead. And less openings is a nice thing for Kutch kind of a climate, which I saw, but maybe some more Jarokas on the prevailing wind side in the wall, smaller openings would have done a gimmick, But yes, overall, it was a good presentation.
Thank you, sir. I would like to answer your question. I've taken care of the climatic condition where I've given openings in the courtyard to bring in more light. And also there are openings in the library which bring in more light and ventilation. So there's continuous flow of air happening. And there are smaller openings given on the ramp which go up near the kids section from where the prevailing wind direction is. So there's more air flowing in to the library. And yes, definitely, I have to incorporate more of the carvings and the traditional handicraft work, what they do.
Touch has a lot of embellishment, which could be used very effectively.
Yes.
I will definitely look into that.
Yeah, you can also talk about involving the local people whose already tradition and craft is so rich, involving the same community and giving them the feeling of their ownership,
Yes.
Something like that you can add up to your story because it looks a good design and a good approach. Yeah. Okay, all the best. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions and feedbacks?
Yeah. Hi, Maitri. Overall, it was a great presentation. I had very similar questions like the other jury members about the roofing and the furniture choices and stuff. Just one comment is, since you're designing a community center for a humble community, I think your effort to achieve a form factor which looks similar to their property is probably not needed. I would say since it's a larger space, it's a much larger space. How much they relate to a much larger space with a similar looking form is actually kind of questionable. So I would say from the practical point of view, the more humble the design is in terms of if you're trying to do truss work and timber and all those, it's probably not going to give you the benefit that you're hoping for to make them feel at home. That is one comment I wanted to make. Otherwise, definitely a good presentation. You had a very nice flow and it was well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, jury members. May I now welcome Rashmika to begin the next presentation, please.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. It had long been known that human beings physically resemble the primates more closely than any other known living beings, yet present a fundamental challenge for designers to match the capabilities and limitations of the user to their respective environments. But dwarfs are one such highly ignored community in society's product and environment. They are targets of humiliation, making them in harsh and tiresome conditions. 48 Inches is an initiative for creating an uplifting environment and flexible living for the dwarfs community, along with other residents who live in Amargaon. The site is situated in Amargaon in Tangla, where exists a theatre group called Depon The Mirror, situated in Udalguri district. Pabitra Raba started a theatre troupe with dwarfs in the year 2008. The play was performed by 35 dwarfs taken to different parts of the country and has been staged more than 70 times. Earlier, most of these people remained indoors due to their physical stature. Few of them had worked in circuses as clowns. Raba's notion to assemble them was to provide a platform to express themselves and provide dignified employment. Amargaon is self-sufficient for surviving, but their ecosystem comprises of uneasy way of living, inappropriate spaces, uninspiring surroundings, and inappropriate postures. The objective of the project is to create a positive ecosystem with a dwelling unit and toilet, rehearsal space, a gathering space, a community kitchen, a landscape for play, and furniture. The inhabitants of Assam transport raw materials such as bamboo by river and follow a cross-spacing technique in the walls of their houses. Bamboo is grown and cultivated widely in the northeastern regions of India. It is both a social and cultural aspect of their lives. With the tropical monsoon climate, Assam experiences rainfall, hence the slanted roof helps the water to drain. Slilts houses are proposed due to the floods and existing topography. The intent of the project is to give a sense of accessibility, transitional height levels, shortening their walking distances, and creating a compactness. Shapes serve as visual composition and user requirement organizing tool that divides or connects design. Trapezium shape makes one travel less distance and is considered to make a space provide both narrow and wide experience. The use of trapezoid is significant to illustrate the usability in the space for both tall and short human heights. The structure comprises of slanted roofs as well as used with tin sheets. The wall is made using cross spacing. The slanted window provide ventilation and drain the rainwater from coming in. Flooring is done using plywood on the bamboo mesh and laid by a jute mat. The Velcro net can be used by them to prevent mosquitoes. Deeper bamboo footings are encased in concrete. Bamboo columns are waterproofed with a rubberized coating. The structure is resistant to lateral forces with 70 mm deep concrete footing. Dwelling module from inside comprises of 4 levels to coordinate with the slanted roof height transition and to suffice the dimensions of both human figures. The first is the porch. The second works as a socializing and basket weaving area. The third level is the sleeping area that can be partitionized for the usage of 2 humans. The last is a small private area to study or to gaze sky through adjacent windows. Plank is a nitty-gritty element responding to the needs of any height member in Amargaon. It embodies a simple principle of pegboard with rectangular cross-section, creating inclusive and adaptive furniture. It is made of 30 mm thick salwood plank locally available in the Assam state. The voids shown act as a handle to carry the planks to various spots. It demonstrates the use of single material without any external joinery. It has rounded edges to avoid any injuries. The overall product benefits their proportion by flexibility and belongingness. It engages them to create their own desired furniture, hence making it playful. This community-driven bamboo housing encourages users' interaction in changing the space as per the use of planks in such ways. Inside each dwelling unit has a miniature circuit breaker assembly that controls the electricity coming from the nearing substation. The ventilation is executed by the windows adjacent and the use of their existing pedestrian fans. The plank furniture is placed to work as per the need for both heights. The community has 2 toilets with the same layout at the periphery, defined using the same form as in the dwelling unit, but with a lower height level. The flooring is laid using tiles and placement of wash basins is given at 2 different height levels. The overhead freshwater tank is available for water supply in the toilets. Community kitchen is an integral part of the village to have collective participation in the preparation of food as well as building a bond. The structure is integrated using the similar assembly of materials and structure formation. It comprises of dining, cooking, storage, and utility space. The dining table is attached using planks, as shown. The grocery and utensils storage are kept for easy access. The preparation and cooking area is separated by the use of planks for both. In the utility space, the connectivity of water supply is through the overhead tank. The rehearsal space entitles a practice area and an equipment area attached to the stage using slants and slopes in the structure, creating a sense of transition from one place to the other. The use of trapezoid is done for both sides of the stage. The ramp constructed at the entry and exit spaces gives them an experience of a backstage. The 2 slanting roofs of the trapezium converge at the center efficiently and do not allow the water to stand. Since the theme of the project revolves around proportion and geometry, hence from the interior perspective, the form shows the visual switch of convergence and divergence of the space and making their practice interesting. The same is achieved for their equipment space area so that it accommodates their belongings and have their access to them. The stage geometry is rectangular, but the height is maintained to maneuver their easy movements up and down during their rehearsals, giving a proper space to one another. A bamboo pavilion is created for a small gathering space that acts as a point to unite and interact. The clear spacing above the head is designed to increase the aesthetic appearance, hence creating compactness by converging into the sky. The structure is made from bamboo splits and splitting into strips, which are glued together, and the split bundles are pinned using the bamboo pin in opposite angles to ensure there is no movement in the bundle. The image shows a user experience for which a concave outward curve is provided, keeping in mind the postures of the people sitting and standing inside. A landscape for play area is made to make them experience joy apart from their regular theater practice using bamboo. The first zone is hide and seek. The hiding bamboo poles are constructed at various height levels to make the whole game interactive in 4 color zones. Each of the color zone is pivoted from the bottom, which makes the pole rotate as per human movements. Here, the bamboo poles are painted using Nippon paint. Next is the skip up. The small walk at different heights introduces an experience of various levels to them, made using remaining salwood from the leftovers of planks furniture which are attached as shown. Next is the climb up. A small climbing shown consists of family of bright colors which makes their play a joyful experience. This is the proposed Amogao dwelling units that are elevated in such a way that it does not visually shortens the height of the structure, rather characterizes the details of dwarfs. I would like to end by saying, not for ourselves alone are we born. It is good to give back to the society and cater to their well-being as a designer. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashmika. May I request the jury members to share their feedbacks and ask questions?
Hi, Rashmika. It was indeed a very detailed presentation. The quantity.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, the quantity and quality of work is so evident. You've put in a lot of effort for sure. And the most important thing I like about your approach is the practicality of it. You haven't, got consumed by the form factor or by flashy stuff. And you've taken a modular approach, which is extremely important. And the way you have detailed it out, how it forms spaces, how it forms furnitures, and all those definitely make sense for a project like this. And also to the extent you have thought, how you prevent mosquitoes and how each housing unit has its own arrangement, and then you also have created a stilt. So all those detailing is definitely a fresh take in my opinion. So that's a great thing. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Rashmika.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
I think it's a nice approach with this whole material exploration that you've done. I have a couple of questions. What is the flooring that you have envisaged?
So the flooring is
floor.
Yeah, so the flooring is on bamboo mesh of plywood, and on that there is jute mat.
Okay. And, a jute mat is also a dust collector. So have you thought of something? Normally in a situation like this, you would look at a hard floor from a practical maintenance point of view. So that's number one. Number two, what is the roof structure? It's a bamboo frame. And what is the top?
So I have used tin sheets, galvanized tin sheets, which are locally available in Assam.
Okay. Insulated or anything, or just plain?
So it's plain.
Okay, because, a metal sheet in a high rainfall area creates a racket. You know, it's extremely noisy. So that's something that you need to think about. Third question is that you have not considered having verandas because because this is a hot and humid climate. And normally one should be looking at cross ventilation and large openings. So I am wondering why you haven't looked at verandas in a more active way. And the last question is that when you say salwood, is it one of the species which is, accepted for cutting and processing? Because
Yes, ma'am.
there is a list of trees that you can cut and you cannot cut. So I don't know whether sal, I don't know what is the English word for sal, but does it fall in that category?
Okay, so answering to the first question where you said the flooring should be hard and why I've kept it soft, used jute. So the answer is since they have a slightly smaller feet, the dwarfs are smaller feet. Also, their movement is slightly different because since they are walking long distance since they have come into the society. So for that, I've just used a softer or a area so that they can easily don't have a harder effect on their feet. So that was a small detail. I don't know if I'm able to execute it, but that was the thought behind using jute. And next, the question of the tin sheets you have said that it's thermally like it might create more heat. So and it might due to the pressure of wind, it might move up and down. So that has been encased using the flexi wire of thick thick.
It also has a noise issue.
Yeah, so I have so it will be properly tied to the bamboo mesh which is on the roof.
Now the falling rain creates a huge amount of noise.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. Just think about it. And next, the verandas.
So the verandas, I've just kept a small porch area in the entrance so that the leftover, like if they have wet shoes, they can just put it outside. And the reason why jute is used so that it can dry. Like if the plywood, if it's something hard, so the water will sustain on the floor. So that's why they can change the mat whenever they have the need to change. So that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Any other comments or questions from the panel?
Yeah, Rushmika.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was a very good presentation. I had similar questions already when I was watching your presentation about the flooring looked like a carpet and maintenance and things. Again, the roofing that Shonali had mentioned, which will make a noise, you can definitely improve on that. I failed to understand, I mean, maybe I missed it. Why is this community together? Why are they given an identity of their short height? What is it like? Can you please brief me about that?
Yes, sir. So Pavitra Rava started a troupe to develop Assam's creative culture in 2003. Earlier, he started off with the youth and children. Later, in 2008, he collected dwarfs from across the country, India, and he collected them to stay under a theatre troupe called Depon the Mirror. So he collected all the dwarfs and they all reside in Assam state. So that was the whole story behind his initiative towards this society or community. So then he started making places or spaces for them inside the city, the village.
Very interesting. Okay. Maybe if you can just add some illustrations to your presentation about the scale and anthropometry. We have all learned about a standard anthropometry in our colleges and schools. So if you could just emphasize on the scale, you may be posed questions about what is the riser height and detailing like that.
Yeah.
So just to note, you can just note that. Second thing is, yes, I definitely like the subdued color, material palette and all. Of course, flooring and the roofing can be looked at. Verandas is not a transition space. It is also a transition, but at the same time, it is to sit out and hot and humid. It's so it is not a place where you just wear shoes and So yes, but since it is an interior ID thing, okay, good presentation, wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, jury members. Rashmika, hope you've taken a good note of all the feedback and you can incorporate it whenever you're doing your next design work. Let's move on to the next presentation. Good luck to you.
Hi, may I now welcome Mohammad Sadan Khan to begin the next presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I am Mohammad Sadan Khan, and my topic is Rethinking for Hunger Through Architecture and Awareness Center. Hunger is one of the most concerning phenomena which is caused by natural and man-made calamities as well. So here comes the question, why did I choose this topic? Hunger is a pandemic since a long time, but people couldn't see its consequences. So hunger is the big problem, but people does not give attention to this because they are not familiar with the dark side of hunger. As COVID-19 came, it made the situation worse and it exposed the dark side of hunger now, which is not hidden anymore. And in lockdown, people as well as some NGOs come for help to others by donating foods and other basic things, which shows the humanity lies within us. And surplus food is play a role, so we will raise awareness for this. If we could save at least one life, that will be worthful for the entire humanity. This is what we are, and actually that's the humanity, that's the beauty of human being. So now if we talk about Asia, which is one of the most populated continents, and there are 550 million hungry people, while in India alone have 190 million hungry people. And my site is in Delhi, the capital city of India, and is the second most populated city, where 55% population living in unauthorized colonies and slums. And also 2 lakhs homeless are there, which is the biggest numbers in India. The site is located near the Akshardham temple, one of the most visited places, which is a rich vegetation area where 90% trees were retained in my design. It has historical, religious, and other public places close to its periphery, which gives strength for visiting people and making high collection of surplus food. So now the question is how we can contribute as an architect or designer. Everyone has humanity by nature, but we need to evoke it. And methodology of humanity evaluation is designed in such a way that to drive emotions by the visually. So these spaces are designed. And while these spaces are designed for physical interaction so that the sheer change in behavior could bring forth. And these spaces are designed for the plastic change in behavior and evolve the humanity completely. So finally, my design vision is raise awareness through architectural spaces to stop wastage of food and encourage the people to have the needy one with surplus food directly, or by donating to an organization working on it. So my site plan is divided in 3 zones. First is learning zone, second is feeding zone, and third is public zone. And all the building blocks are placed on the periphery of the site, while restaurant is in the center and 20 meters above the ground level. So site has only one major entry exit, and all the pedestrian pathways are designed in the linear way based on the design methodology. So now user will enter in the museum, which is designed in a linear way to educate them about hunger and role of food waste, where the spaces are separated by the curtain so that users' physical involvement and curiosity will remain. So in the first space of museum, the data of hunger, its impact is composed in the text form to build the psychology and affect the human behavior, which will force to the user think about it. And in the second space of the museum, paintings and sculptures are there for the special attention, which will drive the emotions. So basically, these are the views. The next space is a dark room, which represents the dark world of hunger. And on the other side, there are enlightened lifts that signify the hope. That means there are also a way out of hunger. Now, user will move to the next space through these lifts. It's a video hall where the clips of NGOs groundwork and the importance of surplus food and how it got waste are being played, which will aware the users about surplus food. And in the next space, mirror hall are there for self-inspection, where they could realize that where they stand on food wastage and hunger, and what are their contribution in this. So the last space is wide view from the balcony, where user could picturize all the spaces and his humanity could come forth. So thus the main role of museum is to make the hunger invisible to visible and evoke the humanity to wipe out of hunger. So users come out from the museum, they will reach to the campaigning area where they can join ongoing campaigns and events. And they will move on the second zone, which is feeding zone, that is designed for physical involvement, because we know the practical experience make the memory waste. There are basically three main spaces. As the users will enter in this block, here they will see people are working on surplus food, like sorting, packaging, and collection spaces like. So here they will meet with the volunteers. They will encourage the users for the contribution, and they can also go with them for the distribution of the surplus food. So this block has sloping green roof where the users can rest and engage to and meet to the other people. This is view from the feeding zone to Central Public Plaza. And Central Public Plaza all the connect to all the landscape spaces and public spaces of the site, which are visible at the human scale, and also connected to the traditional agriculture land and greenhouses, where they can also contribute in farming, and they could realize the hardship of the growing food. And in the final zone is as the users enter in the restaurant, which is a kind of application area where users can apply what they have learned from the other spaces. Basically, there is a restaurant which has open access kitchen where the users can visit to see that how much efforts and resources is to make a particular recipe. And the upper floor of the restaurant is designed for the dining, so where they could prevent food wastage at the dining. And it is connected to the vertical tower through the food overbridge, where users can learn about the farming and its hardship. So if we So if we talk about a feature scenario, we can establish working movable prototype at the different location of the city, where the surplus food will be accepted, and after sorting and packaging, it can be distributed directly or by the NGOs like Gautam Gambhir Foundation and Feeding India and other foundation, etc., which are working for the hunger. It's done, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Sadhan. He has a request for the jury members if the Q&A can happen in Hindi. He is now open in the challenge. Thank you.
Yeah, Mohammed.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Have you heard of a quote by a queen in France? Let them eat cake.
France.
Yeah, let them eat cake is what she said when her ministers told the queen that the population is starving for the bread. So overall, I found the approach to be very, very wrong. Though you have explained things nicely, you have taken a lot of efforts, but I think the whole you missed the completely you missed it that you're talking about hunger, and definitely through museum how we common people can understand the gravity of hunger across the world. Till that point it is all okay, but your structures, they don't look at all humble. They look quite very modern and quite a glamour kind of thing, which is completely opposite of hunger topic, probably a topic like adopting an entire small village, or engaging the community into something else. But I don't want to deviate so much. But I personally feel though your approach and the subject is very powerful, it does not really address the hunger topic in a very effective way. Yeah, but definitely you put on a lot of efforts. अच्छा काम किया बहुत.
Thank you, sir.
Architect Sonali?
Yeah, hi. I would tend to agree largely with what Deepak is saying. I just feel that in addressing hunger, it's become just so narrow. And one has sort of, I feel the actual point of food is being missed completely. So, I mean, besides hunger, besides growing food, there are so many related things. I mean, you could be talking of recycling, you're talking of agriculture. There is a whole lot of things related to agriculture, which I think is not addressed. So I just feel that while the topic maybe it's a good thought, but I think its translation into a project has missed the point at some stage,
Yes.
Any comments from the rest of the panel? If not, then we'll move on. All the best, Sadhan, and we'll move on to the next presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikita. May I now welcome Chaco to begin the next presentation.
Hello everyone, myself Chaco. First of all, I would like to thank AYDA and its team for giving us this wonderful opportunity. Respected panel of judges and friends, now I'm going to take you through how we millennials would like to see our classrooms and schools. Classroom with limitless boundary. It is high time we out to change the way we think. Times have changed, kids have evolved. Let's give them a built environment to think outside the box. Introducing Classroom with Limitless Boundary. So let's begin with the site. It is located in the Tiruvannamalai district of Tamil Nadu. So let me take a trip down the memory lane. We all been here, right? Yes, of course. And how we wish we could escape this early morning torture in the sun. There would be long speeches and debates going on. Some may pay attention, some don't. But all we wanted is to get into our classrooms and have some water. See this innocent child who is scribbling on the walls and furnitures, despite warning him several times not to do. But actually, who are we to stop him from his creative workflow? A typical classroom where the kids are confined to the four walls of their classroom, spending 6 to 7 hours in their school days. So here is what we have proposed, the ground floor plan of the school. In this, we can see that each classroom is oriented in such a way to have maximum opening to the green space and courtyard, bringing in ample light and ventilation. Analysis part. The module is placed to mutually shade the classroom, thus avoid direct rays for the sun. The central axis serve as the main corridor with classrooms on either sides and a large central courtyard. The school is surrounded by green spaces on all sides. The classroom is oriented so as to tap the wind direction. Not a visual obstruction, a sense of transparency. Access to the school and its entrance serves as the main focal point. So this is the detailed plan of each classroom module. Each classroom has a courtyard that is open to sky and view to the central courtyard. Class has a strength of 16 students. Here, I would like to point out three aspects of our design. Number one being respect. Respect to the surrounding. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow nature is not for us to take down. It's what surrounds us, and we as designers need to pay respect to nature. And one way to achieve this is by creating easy visibility, a connectivity of the internal and external spaces. So connecting these four spaces as one, considering it as a whole and placing it within the nature. This is one way we could respect nature by creating the link surrounded by nature. So for that, we removed all the doors and windows to bring in through view, thus increasing the visibility of the classrooms with the surrounding. So it's time we ought to change ourselves from the conventional central century-old typical classroom mentality. The classroom barrier should be developed in the mind and not physically. The openness to nature can bring out a positive impact on the lives of students, bringing them closer and more sensitive to nature. In this image, the connectivity of the internal and external spaces can be authored or achieved with such a design. Thus, this brings us to the second aspect of our design, the color or palette used. We named it as nature's palette. We tried to use the color palette seen in nature for the structure in order to respect to the context. We wanted our structures to be blend in rather than stand out from nature. So the first use for that was Porotherm brick. The red tint of Porotherm bricks blends with the color of soil. So why Porotherm bricks? So Porotherm bricks have holes in them, and once placed in such a way that they give an illusion that they are in a constant rotation. Here, the bricks have been rotated from its vertical axis, and by doing so, connectivity and easy visibility to external spaces are achieved. The second color is green in the green wall. So the green element tends to give a positive impact on children. Green soothes our eyes and instills a sense of happiness in children. So this is the color palette that blends easily and makes it an idealistic classroom environment for students. So hope you remember the picture of the morning assembly I showed. Now let's have a new approach to it, making it more convenient for the students. After all, they are the user group here. So we live in a land of festivals where we do have rich culture, heritage, and emotions. And yes, of course, these has to be learned and taught. Here we are presenting our design consideration to celebrating our culture and festivals. So the curtain depicting the color of the flag giving a sense of patriotism. Next, a theme for Christmas, and next for Pongal. So the Christmas or Pongal, whatever it is, or any other festival, the curtains can completely change the ambience in the room. The feeling being inside this environment can bring a lasting effect on the minds of these students and a visual treat to the eyes. Coming to third aspect of our design, scribble. Remember how I showed a kid innocently scribbling on the walls and furniture? Well, this is our take on it. Walls meant for scribbling. Continue scribbling on the walls provided for it. Opening the curtains, there are walls for students to express their creative streak. Creativity instilled from a young age can enable mind to focus, reduce anxiety and depression. Based on needs, later this wall could be closed later on, making it exclusively for scribbling. The forms of the furniture are very user-friendly for the students. The materials used on this table is blackboard paint. The students can feel free to express their creativity on the table by scribbling or doodling on it. Students have the freedom to sit and slide on the table. They can play in their own thoughts, giving a sense of comfort rather than a strict study environment. So before I conclude, a short recap on the three aspects of design, something to take back with you all after this presentation. R for respect to nature. C for use of color palettes seen in nature. And S for scribble, where not to suppress the kids' creative streak. Thank you so much all. I hope I earned the pleasure of your wonderful time.
Thank you for that amazing presentation. May I now request the jury members to begin the Q&A session.
Chaco.
Yes, sir.
So talking about classrooms is all about education in a positive environment. May I know where did you study, what kind of a classroom it was?
Sorry, sir, I didn't understand what.
May I know where did you studied and what kind of a classroom you studied in?
Yeah, okay. I was studying in a CBSE school, so while I am designing this particular space, I was thinking to my school times, school days, how it was, and my friends' schools in the nearby schools, how it was. So with respect to that, I was trying to design my space in this one.
Okay. You had a linear plan where you had bigger openings and you're talking about classrooms opening into the landscape. So I really wonder, why do classrooms require curtain, which otherwise opens into the landscape? And the festivals in India mostly happen in the open areas, not that they don't happen in the closed indoor areas. Probably we could have talked about some fabric and tensile structures and changing of colors and festivals in the open areas. So interior does not all the time mean that interiors can be actually in the indoor spaces, You could have shown some nice spaces where everybody gathers, spaces multiply. So I thought it was a very wrong approach. Also, climatically speaking, you know Dakshinayan, which happens from July in South India, and how much the spaces would get heated up because you're linear in architecture. Linear side should never face the south because it is most exposed to the south. At the same time, this your north also is not so good when there is a Uttarayan, when the sun is in the northern hemisphere. Again, that gets really heated up. So I see you missing a complete plot. You started with a good approach of opening the classrooms into the nature, and again came down into too much of a detailing, or I would say over detailing, too much of a hodgepodge space, too much into the flooring and all those things. Of course, the scale also was something which I found wrong. Anyways, but it was a lot of effort. All the best to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Chaco.
Hi, ma'am.
One of the things, besides, of course, the orientation of the classroom, which is very pertinent, I feel that, in a school, when you come out of the classroom, there has to be some sort of connection with the other classes or the other spaces, instead of just being completely sort of isolated or sort of confined to some sort of open space. So I think a school is an institution which is all about, besides, of course, the actual learning, there is a huge amount of learning that happens elsewhere. And I think when you look at a school, you need to address these things in a very holistic manner. So it's not just a classroom, but it's how a classroom sits as a part of a community and how it sort of encourages learning in and outside. So a classroom actually extends out, and how that works also is as important. And I think that is one thing that I think you got too confined to just being within a class. So you could have looked at a little bit more holistic approach.
Okay.
Hi, Chaco.
Hi, sir.
You had a very good start with the presentation. I was actually expecting a lot after the initial intro that you had given. A futuristic classroom that's designed for the current generation. So, the need for a redesign of a classroom is definitely there, especially now since after COVID, the schools are struggling to find a balance between how to enable learning from different modes. So I really expected that you would be addressing those needs, but rather I feel you haven't really explored beyond what is available conventionally at this point. And also, when you say classrooms without doors, windows, and it opens to nature, I also question, why should a classroom open to nature? Like, I understand the connect to natural spaces, but why should a classroom be open? We can have gathering spaces which open to nature. Like, say, so a lot of things, I would say you have connected a lot of things on a surface level, and you missed an opportunity to explore a very important space in detail. So I would actually suggest you to rethink from a current generation point of view on how they want to interact with their peers, with their tutors, with their seniors, with their juniors, what kind of social spaces they are looking for today. And so all those questions might lead you to a better design is what I feel. All the best.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you to the panel. Hope, Chaco, you will take the feedback in your stride. With that, all the best, and let's move on to the next presentation.
May I now welcome Mohammed Sadan to begin the next presentation.
I think he's already presented. So.
Okay, I request Jagat J to begin the next presentation.
Greetings to one and all present here. I, Jagat J, would like you all to experience my design project, that is Shipbreaking Museum, Alang. First, let me give you a glance of Alang, home to biggest shipbreaking yard in the world that employs 25,000 workers and claiming to 90,000 workers in upcoming years. The tale of Alang is not known to much people. The tale of Bhavnagar city is intricately woven on the creases of rise and fall of its shipbreaking industry. As the business might dip, a port city is likely to experience rise and fall. The natural topography of Bhavnagar is furthermore in favor of this industry. Shipbreaking is a laborious job, and the fact that labor in Bhavnagar is available in abundance is another reason why city allowed to develop itself as a shipbreaking yard. Tired from working day long, people begin to return home after sunset. They hardly talk to each other and roads get rather deserted and unsafe. Social infrastructure like shipbreaking museum can foster much needed social connections. When people get room to discuss their problem, they discuss them openly. Introducing you to Shipbreaking Museum, Alang. Site is located 900 meters away from the shore where ships are beached and dismantled. Road running parallel to the shore connects site to the shore. Shipbreaking yard lie along the shoreline. There are housing clusters near the shore and labor residential quarters just across the road from site. Form of museum is inspired by temporary structure and local architecture of Alang. The intention was not to make museum pompous and monumental. This will make the laborers who form majority of population to come in with sense of belonging rather than sense of hesitation. In order to make the structure that feels more familiar and like home to laborers, the material palette has been kept the same. Tons and tons of reclaimed wood, metal, furniture are obtained on dismantling a ship. Use of all this material along with concrete gives the structure to entire museum. Site is undulated with 8 meters of contours. Wind direction and solar path has been kept in mind while placement of blocks. Connectivity and circulation of all blocks have been done along the contours without disturbing the natural topography. Museum lies in the center of site and the form has axis with fragments that further divide spaces into more human scale. Workshop block is placed according to contour and bringing in maximum view to water body and inviting cool breezes and north light. Artist residency has been placed furthermost end of the site to ensure privacy. 3 blocks have been placed in such a way that none of the block hinders view, light and air entering other blocks. About the first block, museum block. The front and the rear elevation shows the scale of museum. Zoning of museum has been done in a way that cafeteria, theater, and administration offices lie on ground floor and library on the top floor. 60% of space have been occupied by galleries and circulation. Talking about the plan of museum, fragments convert convex volume of galleries into non-convex, thus increasing isovisc of space and adding to dramatic nature. The organized walking leads visitor to the galleries designed on basis of timeline. Section shows play of light and levels, solid and void. This is the mood board which represents the timeline of 1840 to 1880, which was the time when Bhavnagar Port City was established. In order to show the establishment and birth of a city, green, which represents new beginning and growth, cream and ivory, which represents calm and elegance, with brown of reclaimed wood. This all defines the palette. Specific colors, according to its psychological impact, have been chosen carefully from wide range of Nippon paints, concrete engraving to make tactile surfaces, which is technique used to display visuals in entire museum. To bring in greens, according to palette, glass enclosures have been used. After the establishment of Port City, there was a sudden downfall observed in the year of 1881. In order to showcase the downfall of Port City, it has been expressed by dark volume with ramp moving downwards. The enclosure panels here change in materiality from glass to concrete. In order to bring in light and ventilation, the enclosures have been rotated. Here, the color palette takes a shift from ivory to grays. In order to overcome downfall and in hopes of growth and development, concrete jetty was constructed in year 1921 to increase port activities. Symbolic representation of concrete jetty is done by introduction of deck, which gives view to lush green landscape, thus maintaining the palette. A gallery with north light seeping in and a ramp moving upwards with green plants to showcase the rise of Port City, which takes visitor to journey from 1921 to 1960. In the year of 1960, the decay of Bhavnagar port started due to the increase in size of ships and reduction of port business. The only thing people of Bhavnagar could rely on was hope, a hope for better days. The gallery leads people to a tower of hope. Tower of Hope is a metaphorical representation of dark times through which city survived. Ramp around the courtyard takes visitor to first floor, where ramp represents the rise and growth of Port City into a ship-breaking industry. On the first floor, this gallery projects the unusual experience by using toughened glass floor and ceiling with metal plates hanging from top and dramatic play of natural light, a metaphorical notion of dismantling ship using gas cutters. A drastic change in material palette leads visitor to a totally different experience. With each ship getting dismantled, there are 3 to 5 laborers who get burned to death due to toxic gases and flames of gas cutters, and 30 to 40 of them get badly injured. All these deaths go unnoticed and stay unreported. Gallery of Remembrance showcases photograph of people who lost their life in process of shipbreaking. The deck on the first floor provides visitor a view of Alang shore. The library is located on first floor, which is designed in a way giving maximum amount of choices to users to select their kind of comfortable corner. Similarly, cafe has multiple sitting options at various different levels. Artist residency, open to people worldwide. Here, art enthusiasts can experience the laborious ship-breaking jobs as though it were a movie set and morph their observation into creation. Workshop block is a convex volume which supports all kinds of activities, events, and gatherings. Architecture is the structure of scripts. The museum narrates the tale of its inhabitants and their tryst with shipbreaking. The tale of disassembly is the reason for sheer existence of this museum. The museum rightly captures ripples that space and people leave behind, forging connections between generation of people and gathering stories behind everyday objects, exploring and cherishing the magic and mundanity of everyday life. The Shipbreaking Museum is a tale of hardworking people who have had a fair share of insecurities and vulnerabilities owing to the uncertain nature of industry they work in. I hope this museum shall bring a flood of changes in the life of workers and the inhabitants of Alang. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagat. May I request the panel members to share their feedbacks and ask questions, if any?
Jagat, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
It was a fantastic presentation. Wonderful presentation techniques. Your explanation on material palette is something for a long, long time we are missing to listen to. Even I only have a doubt as to how does this, it's a question rather, how does this help, this museum help the distress of the community that works for this shipbuilding industry?
Okay, sir. Shall I answer it?
Yeah, please.
Okay, sir. So, to my visit to Alang, what I noticed was there is this shipbreaking yard, and apart from that, there is a 900-meter road which connects the Alang yard to the the workers' residency. Okay, so there is 900-meter road which connects both of them, and on this road, when there is a break time, like in afternoon, they have 1 hour break. So they sit under the shade of tree, and there is no greenery in that area. It's an industrial town, right? So there are hardly 10 to 15 trees right now under which they sit. It was expressed in my first collage. And then, after talking to them, they have no public space. After 7 p.m., everything gets dark, which was highlighted in the video. So there is no social life. There is no point where they can discuss what happened on the site or who lost their life. Many people lost their life, and there is no place where they get registered. So I think so such infrastructure would elongate their day, their the time day ends could be elongated. They can meet there, they can come there and interact with the crowd as well as interact among themselves and improve upon their life, I guess.
Your design is good. I mean, it's quite detailed out. One can see a lot of maturity in your detailing. For example, the fin columns to make it look lighter, whatever, So, but I doubt whether this really will address their issues. Yes, definitely they will go there maybe when it's new. But there need to be spaces where they can really, with the kind of issue that you have raised, they need a space where they can really come together, talk, play cards, whatever, They won't be visiting every day the museum to relax themselves.
Yes.
But from the ID point of view, it is a fantastic work that you have done. And I loved, by any chance, have you visited the Jewish Museum by Daniel Levinsky in Berlin?
No, sir. I took it as a case study, so that has a much impact on the design process.
Because I've been there and spent the whole day there. It's a fantastic thing, and your design looks little inspired or more inspired from Daniel Levinsky's Museum of Dead Jews, whatever. Yeah. Yes. So I don't have many questions for you. I only feel how do you relate the main opening question that you raised, and this, though your design is good, your material expression, your maturity at this level of age is amazing. I somehow think there's not much of a connect to it. Maybe you can change your narrative to bit, initial narrative. or maybe you add something to the design further, where you not only take the tired worker all the time through the museum, So, and once the elite crowd starts coming in, for the museum, after you invest so much in the museum, and then there will be tickets, and why would they go inside? So you have to probably show how the museum and the subordinate activity around the museum can really help achieve your goal, or maybe add on some more requirements. If I leave the goal aside, your design looks quite mature at this time of your age. That's fantastic. All the best to you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hi, Jay.
Hello, ma'am.
I think I like this sort of a nice, clean, monochromatic palette that you have. And, juxtapose that with timber. So all that was quite nice. However, I don't think it is really going to, I think it is very disconnected from the labor whose lives you want to enhance. So I don't think this is actually serving that purpose. This is a nice museum by itself. However, museums have a lot more than just static displays now. If you would have seen, let's say, the ABBA Museum in Stockholm, it is amazingly interactive. So if you are looking at it as a museum, which is going to be for visitors, it needs to be a lot more interactive. If you want to get the artist community in, it needs to be, that whole function it just can't have these 2-3 rooms. I mean, it needs to be expressed architecturally in a lot more elaborate way. So I think you need to really decide whether this is for a visitor or for the labor that is actually doing the ship breaking. Because the aspirations, hopes, and the expectations of the two are going to be vastly different. And that needs to be looked at.
Okay. Ma'am, can I answer to it?
Yes, please.
Okay. So as both the jury members are concerned about the people coming in, the workers coming in, right? So on the road fronting the site, there lies this labor quarters. Okay. So labor stay there. And the question of they coming in or not, again, if I talk about the form, which is inspired from a cut half of the ship, and all the materials are same. Okay, this will again bring in labors to an extent, and as there is lack of social spaces, they would definitely come in during the evening time, because it is just in front of their residential quarters. And about the stark difference in visitors and labors, so the walls of the museum, the enclosures are kept transparent. So whatever the workers whose wives would be, or maybe the female workers who would be working in the gardens, shall interact with the people moving inside the museum. So I have tried to blur the boundaries between interiors and exteriors.
Thank you.
Yeah. Jagat, Sonali's point or my point is not something to cut down on your efforts. It is, in fact, if you get selected, how you improve over your good work is the whole point. So your narrative is really not very strong as your design. So you need to, instead of defending, you need to really look positively towards the points raised. That will only help you.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's a good design.
Thank you, sir.
There are no more comments or questions from the panel. Then we wish you all the best, Jagat, and move on to the second last presentation.
Okay.
So may I now welcome Sharwari to begin the next presentation, please.
Hi, good evening. Hope you are all doing well and healthy. I introduce you my project, Heritage Art Center, Ikshana. I am an ardent lover of Indian art and craft skills. It has been an area which has always fascinated me, India is a land of art and culture with abundance of talented artists. UNESCO has declared a few selected Indian art forms as a heritage art, but only a niche set of population are fully aware about this. In fact, there is a growing sense of cultural ignorance, lack of sensitivity towards our art and craft, and therefore there is an urgent need to educate people about our heritage art forms. When I started research about heritage art, I came to know that there are three Indian performing art forms which the UNESCO has shortlisted: the Mudiyettu, a ritual theatre of Kerala; the Chow dance, a traditional from eastern India; the Karbeli folk songs and dance of Rajasthan. All these forms are rich in history. In order to create this awareness, I aim to create a space that can host a space for celebrating Indian heritage art forms and be a platform for various cultural events. Ikshana also aimed to be a place of learning for performing arts and cultural exhibition. In order to support heritage art forms, the project aimed to create multiple opportunities for artists to showcase their work and celebrate Indian heritage art forms. I introduce you to my project Ikshana, a heritage art center based in Pune. Identifying a site for a heritage art center was crucial. It needed a city that appreciates and celebrates such events. Parvati Hills, a heritage site based within a calm, quiet surrounding in western Pune, seems like a apt site for me. When it comes to the concept, I couldn't think of a concept which is related to history because heritage comes from history. History is a continuous process of past and future. History is itihas. It holds the past shapes the present and the set tone for the future. Ikshana is a tribute to our itihasa, and hence itihasa for me was an apt concept for this project. For the community art center, I think of a concept that takes us back to the itihas but keeps us to the present and look forward to the future. Therefore, I think of a concept which is fusion oriented. I chose to take Ityasa as my concept. There are two sides of Ityasa. First, how you see it through perspective, continuity, and change. Therefore, making perspective, continuity, and change are the three pillars for design process. And the second side of Ityasa is how you study Ityasa through collection, organization, and interpretation. Therefore, making collection, organization, and interpretation as my crucial zones for space planning. For space planning, the space design explores perspective using line, singular forms, continuity by patterns, and show linkage and change through using conventional historical material, colors with modern technique and vision. The design process starts with the exploring forms that can generate continuity, perspective, and change. As I mentioned earlier, the zone was split into three parts. Our collection, narrative about past, organization, work together, interpretation, recreate the past event. According to the requirement of the project, the space has zones like entrance lobby, museum for explore, heritage art, space for where people can connect and exchange their idea and grow together, like indoor cafeteria, exterior cafeteria, craft bazaar, and things like that. This is first zone, which is collection zone. These zones sees the use muted colors, vertical see-through partition to create curiosity, and a play of light, a shadow to create ever-changing forms. On entering the museum and the lobby are the first set of zone that people are confronted with. While the aim was to welcome people, there was also a need to create a sense of Eve with the museum display while building curiosity through the pepping partition, encouraging people to come and explore further. Partition design was customized by using clay jali with wood and wooden bar for support. This design married traditional material with modern detail and show change in design vision while respecting our traditional material. The small see-through partition designs overlooks the craft bazaar, thereby building a sense of curiosity to what is happening beyond. Craft bazaar, where people can buy craft products, the space has traditional look and feel because of brick texture and pattern. But the door with bright colors gives modern touch to the space. The second zone, which is organization zone, as this is organization zone, where peace is created by information, that's why the pattern moved to the floor. To show continuity, using vertical pattern and using traditional texture on wall, using contemporary furniture gives the feel of change. This is cafe area, which is in organization zone. So cafe setup, which is depict how simple material can be used to create an interactive space. Traditional look and feel takes you back in the past, but the contemporary chair furniture gives you the feel of change. This is the interpretation zone, which is third zone. So interpretation is a zone with the completion. That is why the material and the pattern are more intricate. Contrast color are used, showing changes by using new material with rustic texture. This is 3D plus landscaping. The 3D shows library and yoga meditation space, which are the two different zones, shows distinct use of different pattern and material for landscaping. I've used trees are useful for urban forest and clean air. In conclusion, the overall project creates multiple pockets of opportunities for artists to display, discuss, and work on heritage art together. It also creates space for people to experience and explore heritage. This is achieved by exploring and interpreting the concept of Ityasa, which runs as a common element to Ikshana. Come experience Ikshana. Ikshana is a perspective. It weaves our present and continues in our future. It celebrates us, our history, our culture. It's an experience for the old and the new. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I request the jury members to share their feedbacks and ask questions?
Hi, Niti. I just want to know that have you done any case studies for something like this? Have you seen the this bazaar which is in front of INA Market in Delhi? It's called it's for art and craft only, and it's for traditional arts and crafts, and they have artists and craftsmen coming and making things and selling over there. It's an extremely popular and commercially successful venture. I wonder if you've seen it. I would have looked at I'm not saying that's the only approach, but that's a very nice approach where it's a more there is a uniformity of materials, though they've used a traditional material like brick, but it imparts a very nice, clean, contemporary scale and impact. So I just feel that over here, generally there's a bit of a hodgepodge of materials and elements, and the story is not really coming together.
Do you want to defend that? Sharmini, do you want to say anything?
Can you hear me? Hello.
What? Tommy? Yeah. No, ma'am. Thank you. Any comments from Architect Deepak or Architect Arun Karthik?
I have similar thoughts like Shonali and probably a place like Delhi Hut or something. Maybe Shonali, you were mentioning about Delhi Hut, right?
Yes, that's right. I just forgot the name.
You're being from Delhi, okay. Okay, because I love visiting Delhi Hut whenever I get an opportunity.
No, it's
So yeah, I mean that was a perfect point to see the community coming together, and it's more of a very nice, no hodgepodge environment at all. And if you're talking about the indoor museum, Sharvi, right? Sharvi. Indoor museum across the world, if you go to Louvre, Abu Dhabi Louvre, or anywhere, when you want to highlight any Puratan or any ancient things, because it's a museum, you need a white backdrop or a black backdrop with spotlights. So you have not talked at all talked about lighting, lighting and the whole outdoor area and the indoor all seems to be disconnected. Then multiple languages used in your views. Like I could see a British arch and Puneri arch and so many things mixed up together, So yeah, this could have been fine tuned. Anyways, good efforts.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel and all the best to you. Let's now go to the last presentation of the day.
May I request Naba to begin the last presentation of the day? Thank you.
Warm regards to everyone. I'm excited to present to you my project Madhya, which is a collaborative school and a community center. India is a vibrant country where its social and sustainable living systems form the foundations of the current society and have still upheld their cultural heritage and values. In the past many years, there has been a shift of landscape from rural to urban, where only 35.4% of the people are living in urban regions. On the peripheries of these urban regions, the shift is happening at a quicker scale, where occupations are changing from rural heritage activities to salaried jobs, traditional lifestyles to migration in urban slums, and many factors that lead to the confusion of identity and values among the people in these regions. But one demographic that often gets neglected in the scenario are the children and their education. Children often go astray from their educational paths and get detached from community values, along with forming confusion of identities and a feeling of risk. The educational data accounted 72.99% in 2011, with rural education factors being 75.87% for females and 85.14% for males. It has only increased to 79.11% in 2021. With these underlying causes, what if the schools became a hub, a mini adaptation of the society? Their classes would be their homes, the corridors their streets, central auditorium their village squares, where elders and young collectively engaged to preserve their education and heritage values like it has been happening for centuries before. There is a need to find a middle ground, and this is where Madhya comes in. It divides its functions during the school hours, where there is a hands-on classroom learning with inside and outside spaces, collaborative learning and community developments through arts and crafts and heritage farming and gardening. And during the after-school hours, the central space acts as a gathering and leisure area. The heritage practices continue, and it becomes a common space for everyone to relax and relive their community occupations and values. The site is located in Panvel Smart City Belt and is between Mumbai-Pune Highway and Mumbai-Pune Expressway. With increase in factories and development,
The people started immigrating to these areas and forming bastis or local settlements in order to work in these places. And with time, newly upcoming residential complexes are coming up, and our site is located in the midst of this development. The structure was an RCC warehouse where spaces were divided in order to have function around the central binding aspect and connect to spaces beyond these functions, which is why a central staircase acts as a function for this ground plus one storied building. The plan is divided in various functions, with RCC columns packed with locally made bricks, laterite stones, and wood and jute used for furnishing, quota stone for flooring, and basic color schemes of yellow, blue, green, and red in this emotionally and psychologically affecting space. Perforated brick walls and cut glass bottles create an interesting drama and a play of light as we see in this grade 1 classroom. And the local art forms take shape as wooden doll installation and a mural of Warli in this reception space. It is followed by the chaukhar, the central gathering area facing grand staircase leading to the first floor. The classrooms are also connected to each other, the first with the second, the third with the fourth, based on the psychological and physical developments at specific ages. They can also be opened up with moving louvered windows to the outside and form flexible classrooms. On the other side of the chaukhar, we have the nursery and the shetighar for practicing and learning gardening and farming. The nursery is connected to the shetighar with the moving louvered doors. The khatia stools and low-lying basalt tables, along with open shelving and cabinets, this space also opens up to the outside, where the farming and gardening aspects of learning and understanding can happen in the open. The cafeteria and community kitchen encourages community values and development. With a mix of modern and traditional seating, it gives a harmonious character to the spaces. The grand staircase with step seating and overhead light leads us to yet another breakout space on the first floor, with leveled concrete seat and other types of seating, along with a Warli mural, comfortable to both the students and the elders. The grade 5 and grade 6, with grade 7 and grade 8, have similar pairs of seatings, which respond to the psychological and social development of a student at their ages. When the student enters adolescence, social cliques become a factor. The seating arrangement opens to changes, allows them to be comfortable, and encourages developments for students with special abilities. The computer lab and meter rooms are next to the lift, and then we have the kalaghar, where arts and crafts would be practiced. Similar low-lying basalt stone tables and khatia stools occupy the space, harmonizing with the shetighar below. The classes for grade 9 and 10 are able to seat 20 to 22 people with the seating layout best suitable for children and students at this age, when board exams are very much important. The breakout spaces create an overall connect throughout the project in this building. The project focuses on sustainable development goals of quality education, sustainable cities and communities, and climate action. The spaces of Madhya encourage an all-round connection. It gives importance to the cultural values, heritage practices, creates a sense of belonging, a feeling of wonder, and a state of joy for all. There is a need to adapt, a need to familiarize with what has been happening and what is happening. And for that, we need to move forward with empathy. And this is what Madhya aims for. Thank you.
Thank you, Naba. May I request the jury members to ask their questions and share feedback?
Hi.
Hi, ma'am.
So I was wanting to ask one question, that was this structure existing in terms of a shell, or have you designed it?
It was existing as a warehouse for a farm in Panvel, Perry.
So the basic RCC structure existed and you have worked around that?
Around.
Okay, fine. So I think overall, I like your approach. It's very clean. It's very simple. It, I like the modularity in terms of spaces merging one into another, because today the name of the game is to provide flexibility and multifunctional spaces, which is what I see in your design, which is a very good thing. Aesthetics are also very clean. Only one thing I would comment on is that you have created out of the blue a very mannerist detail on the ground floor with the fenestration, which I feel is like completely out of sync. It's a small thing, but you can keep it in mind because your upper first floor facade is very clean and suddenly you have a mannerist detail at the lower level. So maybe you could just think about that.
Definitely, ma'am. Thank you for that.
Hi, Namba. It was a very detailed presentation. I also like the fact how you considered the seating arrangements change for different grades. That's a great thought. And the way you've kept all the material choices simple, the layout quite simple, all those are definitely commendable. And I wish you had showed the existing structure a little bit so that we understand what kind of limitations you had and whether there was scope for actually improving the form, or say a lot of those things we are not able to comprehend from the presentation, but overall great work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So this project was done completely online based on calls and web searches and everything. So based on that, I've tried to extract all the information and I've worked on it.
Got it.
Architect Deepak, any comments or questions from you?
No.
All right. So thank you to the panel and thank you, Nava, for the presentation. So now all the best.
So now we've come to the end of the interior design category presentation, requesting all of you to vote for your favorite presentation, as we also have a popular choice award. The link is available in the chat box. Requesting all jury members and Geeta ma'am to join the breakout room for the deliberation of winners. And also we will be having a very interactive panel discussion planned. I request my teammate Nidish to take over. Over to you, Nidish.
Chapter. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Nidish. I take extreme pleasure being on this panel here and the opportunity to be interacting with five guides, mentors, and people who've been contributing to the field of academia and as well as in the industry. So it is an honor to be moderating this session, and as usual, a pleasure being a part of this AYDA event. I'm going to start and introduce myself first to all of you, and then the flow of the panel discussion is such that we are going to have each of our panelists telling their inputs about how they are related to the field of academics and how they have been contributing to the field as well, and what experience of the field has helped them in the academics as well, and vice versa. So I'm just going to give you a brief prologue to this whole topic of blurring the boundaries between industry and academia, gap that is much hyped about. Competitions play a very important role in motivating students, and I think students get to perform and excel, and these competitions offer a lot more than just winning a prize. But more than that, competitions also offer them to gain substantial experience, showcase their skills, analyze and evaluate outcomes, and also uncover personal potential or aptitude. Competitions like AYDA here help bridge the gap between the academics and also the industry. And I must congratulate Nippon Paint for having taken up this task of doing so for over the last so many years. And I'm really happy to be associated with the initiative for all these panel discussions and the competitions, as well as a mentor also in previous editions. Academia and industry are two important pillars of our economy, and a robust collaboration between the two will really augur well for our developing economy. And this also enables innovation, growth in both education systems, and also producing an employment-ready workforce that we are always looking for. So today, let's listen from our panelists here who have been into academics for a good time now already, seen the professional field too, contributed there, and have mentored their students, making sure that they are prepared for the various industry challenges over the last few years. I'm going to take my comments from all the panelists here, and we'll be starting with Professor Suresh Krishnamurthy, and following it up with Professor Kavita Patarperkar, and Professor Naveenji, Professor Atul Datta, and finally Professor Prasanna Desai. I've been attending the presentations since morning, and I noticed there were students from all sorts of backgrounds contributing their designs, showing their work. And I thought as mentors, all five of you have done an excellent job over the, not just this edition, but through your career. So a short, quick introduction from each one of you, highlighting your association with both industry and academics would really set the ball rolling. So Professor Murthy, do we start with you? If you can unmute and let us know.
Yes, sir. Yeah, very brief introduction. Suresh Murthy, Professor Suresh Murthy here. I've been working with RV College of Architecture as Professor and Dean for 9 years now. Before that, was involved with Manipal Institute of Technology. I have been having experience amalgamated between industry and academia both. So I've been associated with various IT firms, including distributors of Autodesk technologies, as well as ESRI, Geographical Information Systems. So have been working on urban solutions, IT solutions in urban planning, and also teaching GIS at the master's level. So that is my brief experience, sir.
Great, good to know, sir. And it's a very important field that you come from. Kavita ma'am, over to you.
Hi, my name is Kavita Patarperkar. I'm an architect from Mumbai and have been working in the industry for almost 24 years now. And I've been teaching with Pearl Academy since the last 4 years. Fortunately, I've had the opportunity to work in India and overseas with a lot of international companies. And I feel that this experience has been instrumental in shaping up my values as a professional. And the reason why I got into academics was to actually bridge the gap that I felt existed amongst fresh graduates and their expectations with respect to industry and vice versa. So I looked at this as an opportunity to integrate my experience and expertise into the academics. hoping to provide a balance to the students, a good balance of both the worlds. Yeah.
I think that's very, very important considering the times we are in. Somebody who brings balance from the industry into the classroom is very, very necessary. Professor Naveen, over to you to get to know you.
Hi, I'm Naveen. I'm an architect from Trichy. I did my master's in retail design from NID and then went on to work with companies like Procter & Gamble, Walmart, and then had a 5-year stint with Levi's designing their stores across Asia Pacific before deciding to come down to my native place in Trichy and settle down here. I have my own practice, but I also teach interior design and subjects related to design at CAF School of Architecture. This stint of getting into teaching were more to be connected with new ideas that come up when you actually teach architecture or interior design students. So it's more of a continuous learning environment that I was looking into than I think this is I'm looking at this as a bridge for myself to better myself, and that's how I look at teaching rather than I provide and they also provide me immense knowledge as a cross learning platform.
Very important point made. Teaching is like learning all over again. And I think this is why we all enjoy being teachers. Actually, we get to keep ourselves updated. And with an experience of NID, product design, Levi's, I think you are adding a lot of value to your students' knowledge base. We will move to Professor Atul Datta. Sir, over to you. So you need to unmute, yes.
Hello, I'm audible now?
Yes.
Yes, good evening. First of all, I would like to extend a very warm greeting to all the panelists, organizers, and the participating audience. I am Atul Datta, Associate Dean and Professor, Chatkara School of Planning and Architecture. With over 24 years of professional and educational experience in architecture, interior design, and landscape architecture, I have worked on consultancy projects for various government and private organizations, including townships, multi-story group housings, institutional and commercial complexes, hospitals, corporate offices, hotels and resorts, and so on. I have also been involved in leading various academic and administrative responsibilities, along with developing and implementing innovative teaching methodologies. Thanks from my side.
Thank you. Knowing that you've worked with the government is a very important aspect because as our industry-ready students, we really want to train them to be going and working in that sector, which is quite huge and unexplored to, if I may say, for both architecture and interior design. Our last panelist for the day is Professor Prasanna Desai. He's been keeping a little unwell, might not be able to switch on his video, but I'll request him to briefly introduce himself here. Sorry, Nirish, could you have Professor Desai into the panelist list because I see him in the audience? Yes.
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
He's there.
Great. Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you.
But I'm not, I'm trying to start my video. I am unable to. I think I will leave it there. Sorry for that little delay. I'm trying to put it. So thanks, Vanguard, and thanks, Nippon. I'm Prasanna Desai, and I graduated from Delhi School of Planning and Architecture. I've been in Delhi for first 30 years of my life. I grew up there. I graduated, did my urban design, and I worked with Achyut Kanvinde. Practiced in Delhi for 10 years and then came to Pune, and now I'm in Pune for last 30 years. So I think last 40 years I've been teaching, and I've also been practicing in Delhi and now in Pune. And practicing means not a big practice, but trying to practice what is called as practicing for the people's architecture. That is what we do. And we are working with people all the time, and we are working for the people for creating better, healthy, livable environments. And that is the connect we try to bring into academics. And there is a vast area in which I think everybody specializes, and like the other four eminent panel members, everybody is so profound in their own area. And it is wonderful to be with all of you, and let us take the session ahead.
Thank you, Desai sir. Having known you as a guide for years, I know the kind of architecture that you have been practicing in the public realm. So I'm sure you are going to give us more insights on it. I'm going to have a few set of questions. I'm going to ask all of you the similar questions so that we have different perspectives from your wide experience. My first question to all of you is, all of you been into teaching, gone into the field, come back into teaching, or been teaching and also being associated with the field. How has the education of architecture and interior design, specifically with Kavita ma'am and Naveen sir, how has the education of architecture and interior design changed over the last few years? What have you observed? And especially through the last 2 years of pandemic, when we've shifted our mode of conduction, mode of teaching, mode of learning, the field of learning or the spectrum of tools for learning has changed. What is your observation? How have you looked at it as a teacher, as a mentor, as an industry person? Can we have Suresh sir give his inputs on this first?
Yes, sir. Architecture during the course of pandemic has actually, the way it is taught has gone through a transformation. We were dealing with students physically with their own works and done on paper, etc. Soon, when the lockdown 1 was enforced, we realized we may have to move to probably or supplement it with other mediums. So the hard copy drawings, etc., started to get scanned, and PDF was a common format where annotations could also be done using the various platforms like Zoom and Google Meet and Microsoft Teams, etc., etc. So the age went through the exploration of platforms which is most suitable for architectural discussions. I think it was a challenge because none of them actually 100% met our requirements. Physical mode of teaching was always a unique and a specialized medium. Anyway, so with the challenge of time, we migrated to the various other modes. So the institution started gearing up for online classes and reviews. Most challenging subjects to teach, especially at the lower semester level where creativity is involved at a much more higher degree, was building construction, creative design, and architecture designs, which was very difficult from the student point of view as well as from the faculty point of view. So institutions started gearing up with tools like sketching pads, electronic sketching pads, and touch screens and pens and all that. But creativity, as you know, is you have to work with materials with your hand. So that kind of approach was started to reduce, and more software technology was being utilized. Skill sets of the students had to get improved. More emphasis, I think, went on utilization of CAD, visualization, and presentations, and involvement of digital tools. So the curriculum was being modified or stretched to some extent in that direction. But still, a balance was required between the manual way of doing it and also the software utilization. So at the right time, the software was being utilized. I think that was the key. Faculty had to upgrade their skill sets in terms of how to review the students' works. I think that itself was a challenge for faculty, especially senior faculty who were also visiting. There's a combination of visiting and in-house faculty which goes into various studios, and they had to get upgraded. It was becoming difficult to review the students' work and also annotating it online. So offline mode shifted to the online mode, then the hybrid mode where in-house faculty were within the college premises, but the experts were outside, and it had to be combined on platforms, and a larger display screens were required where this could be showcased. But with these challenges, there were also advantages which come in, which were not seen earlier. One was that the barrier of geography became blurred. Now, any specialist, jury, expert, workshops, etc., could be organized not only with experts within the location, but also outside, within the country and abroad as well. So this started increasing. And exposure to students increased a lot. I think many students derived great benefits out of this. So that
I
has
think
been
that's
the
where
whole
my question
project.
actually came from, because this pandemic and this shift actually allowed us to connect with the industry far better than originally what we were trying to do, because we were always trying to go into the field, meet the industry expert, see if he's available to come to the college or the institute, give a lecture, give a demo. But now suddenly this pandemic has allowed us to connect with people all over the world. The geographical boundaries are blurred. And that gap that we constantly felt was, I thought, was quite reduced. And most institutes made good use of it.
So with the challenges, I think the positivity has also come out, and I think education is getting transformed and reshaped to that extent of online and digital tools inclusions.
Integrating that together, right. Kavita ma'am, your thoughts on this, please. Thank you, Suresh sir.
Yes, I totally agree. If you ask me, it was like a complete experience which was uncalled for. Like we were almost settling in our comfort zones, and it just took us by storm, right? And I would say that this pandemic actually helped expedite the future of learning or designing, because we had to look at this new normal and act fast, right? We would have still been designing with the conventional, methods for maybe another 5 years had this not happened. But this pushed us, this nudged us, and make us look for an alternate strategy. And we couldn't have prolonged lockdown, right? Work had to resume, architecture had to be built, right? So, we resorted to all these possibilities of working online, working with AI, VR, what we now call as the metaverse. Now, this has kept the industry mobilized and, also saved it from some sort of a stagnancy, which we were, worried about. So today the industry is moving on, innovations are being made, buildings are being built, research and design is happening, no matter what part of the world you are, like sir mentioned. And I think it's a gift that the pandemic has given us, right? So I look at it as a blessing in disguise.
Yes, great. Yeah, true. I think that's how you can put it easily. Professor Naveen, how has your exposure with working with the international brands and then into the education? What has the shift been like? What have you seen?
In the industry, when you're working, you're too occupied with, creating the brand experience, you're immersed with your own work. But when you are in this teaching field, you have a lot more space and time to think about other directions and means. And then when you have one-on-one interactions with the students, I think that it kind of expands your thinking process also. That's what has been the difference. One thing about the last question that you asked, the difference that I've seen during this online learning sessions is that usually when there is an offline, the usual classes, you have a very common set of presentation techniques that people adopt or students adopt, learning from each other. I think that cross learning has reduced a little, but then the uniqueness of they going and searching on their own and finding new techniques and tools to present their ideas has greatly improved. That is what I have seen in the couple of juries that I've attended in the past 1 year of having attended juries online. So that is one difference that I've uniquely seen that has come out as a good point during this pandemic online kind of education. I think that's something that I
think the accessibility to such resources which we never thought we could get from the industry into academics also made it possible. I think we should all stick to this format as much as possible. Atul sir, your call on this?
Yeah, so whenever we talk about architecture or design education, we are immediately struck by the thought of spending nights and days in the design studios, investigating diverse design ideas through group conversations, collaborative teamwork, hands-on workshops, remote learning, and in-person events with professors, peers, and professional architects as a hallmark of architectural education. Pandemic conditions totally changed the world and ways of normal living and surviving. The education system, along with architectural education and other design-related fields that hugely depend upon studio works, also went for transformations by going digital, with the challenge of making digital education interactive and feasible for design-related courseworks. Therefore, as a quick response, many faculties started by recording lectures, holding classes through video conferencing, and reviewing drawings and projects by screen sharing options, besides addressing the technical issues of the online teaching process and remote learning. Supporting the students emotionally, mentally, and financially is equally important in these time of global crisis. The pandemic has compelled the design community to adopt and innovate new tools and methods for interactive teaching by rethinking the traditional practices that were unchallenged for decades, I must say, and led us to many positive values as well. The pandemic is teaching us ways to become more sustainable and inclusive by means of online or hybrid mode of teaching learning processes along with the traditional ways of classroom or studio learning. That is my take on the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Atul sir. I think you made a very valid point. We moved to many sustainable ways of connecting our academic to the industry, experts, and we didn't have people flying up from abroad, using airways, using hotels, spending a lot of resources, time, energy, money on these people. And it did help. I think Desai sir here would definitely agree to it, because from the institute he comes from, they've made excellent use of these opportunities as well, where they had several of these sessions where international industry partners also connected to their students. So Desai sir, your call on this?
Yeah, I think two of the speakers very clearly said. The last speaker said that this is a hybrid system, and that is what I think this hybrid system is going to be there. So there are positives and negatives too. So the positive is that we will be into a hybrid system. We will save some money. We will save jet fuel. But at the same time, meeting a person and listening him directly is listening him directly. So you need to be there when Lata Mangeshkar is singing or Bhimsen Joshi is singing. That's completely a different thing. So similarly, speakers in front with that live action means live action. So it cannot substitute that, but there is an advantage there. Having said that, college life is college life. Now, I really would love, when we started this, one said, okay, final year, fourth year, chalo, 3 years they have already spent in the college, 4 years they have spent. They're only 1 and 1.5 years. So the batches which are just passed out at least had 3 to 4 years of life in the college. But the current batches are 2 years old and they have not had the college life. Now, architecture is not only about learning through tutorials. Architecture or any education in college is about people around and friends around. See, we are human beings and we need to have that emotional connect. And this emotional connect is very, very critical. So it has given us an opportunity to go in for a hybrid and make best use of the hybrid in times to come. But I hope earlier we get into the college mode so that at least these kids get to meet each other and develop a relationship of interactive learning, as one of the professors also said that. So finally, you sit for the late nights together and discuss across the table and have those debates on designs. And that is what architecture is all about. But forget about whether teachers sit all the night to discuss with you. But among students, that has also got missed out. And inter-state or inter-city relationships, you are coming from all around, you understand culture, caste, climate, everything together is very, very important. And I hope this hybrid comes in through.
Yes, very important. I think you touched a very important topic of peer learning and getting together, collaborative learning, growing together, which I think has been a little fallout of this whole pandemic, online or hybrid learning. But the hybrid learning with offline and online together could be the norm of the day coming ahead. My third question to all the panelists, and I'll start with Desai sir here because we will go in our reverse sequence. Sir, what do you think is the current industry or the real-time practice that is happening, is demanding from the fresh graduates who are entering the field? Now that you mentioned the point where the young budding architects who are learning, they have 2 years they have not interacted with their own classmates. but we also have two batches who have graduated in the last 2 years and are into the field industry, real-time practice, but they've had that disconnect of not learning offline. So what do you think is the current industry demanding? Desai sir, your call.
Yeah, I really don't think there is going to be much difference in that, and we should not really place any difference. Finally, when you pass out at the age of 2022, you have minimum 40 years of practice. If you go by the Sarkari age of retiring around 60, 62, but you practice till 80, you practice till 90, Mr. B.V. Doshi, Glenn Market, Fry Auto, 90, 95 plus. So professionals, chartered accountants, doctors, all practice till 90, and your peak starts after 60. So when that is a long race, I think one has to go slow and study, and that patience has to be there. Second, I'm sure an industry also knows this. Architecture is not Maggie 2-minute noodle at all. When you pass out, you cannot expect, and it will not happen that the student is absolutely ready and he will deliver everything. The learning process is continuous after 5 years, and he keeps on growing along with you. So working as an apprentice with the office for minimum 2-3 years still makes all the difference. Though people jump into the practice directly, which is absolutely fine. That is also one of the ways. I'm not saying no to that. But let's sow and study. So I don't think this is going to really matter. But the demand of the society today is, with 400 colleges or 500 colleges, 80 students per this thing, 40,000 architects passing out. People say that where are they going to go? Where are the jobs, etc. The point is, if I am looking for people, I am not getting employees in my office. So where are they vanishing is the point. That means they are doing something. And our pendulum is very, very vast. So we can niche ourselves anywhere because we have a logical thinking process. Having said that, there are new areas, many new areas which are there where we need to work on, because we still remain, architects still remain as providing services to the elitist or the higher income group. We have not moved on to our services to the public realm as yet, or the weaker sections, and that is the area where many architects are now looking forward to. So the pendulum being there, I think society needs us today, and that is where this whole exploration has to go and connect with the not only the industry. I very strongly believe that the profession needs to connect with the government. Now, it is very tough, but it is doable, and I think one needs to do that because the majority of the development is there still happening with the government. So I think there is a huge scope available. All 40,000 architects and all these schools, the kids who come out are well trained, and I'm sure they will mature over a period of time. It takes time. So it will take shape.
It will take shape, yes. So I think made a valid point for the young students and fresh graduates. Don't rush. And study is the tortoise. But yeah, Atul, your call to make.
To the current demands of the industry, the changing nature and needs of the industry really challenge us today. To function effectively in the fast-changing workplace, future professionals, I believe, will be somewhat T-shaped professionals that combine both a liberal attitude spanning a wide breadth of knowledge across disciplines and in-depth expertise in their specialized areas. The fresh graduates also need for reskilling at various levels, wellness as an important element of self-management, and finding solutions or problem solving as the critical skill set required for industry. Learners must view education as a process of discovery involving exploration and experimentation. Graduates must learn to appreciate how technology can be integrated into their fields of expertise. The sense of leadership development is self-management and self-growth. Graduates must be able to handle uncertainty, solve problems, and discover answers. Graduates must find ways to develop or gain real-world research experience to gain an advantage. Successful Professionals of the future, as I see them, will be those who can find and utilize their strengths, who are accountable for themselves, the environment, and society, and who can somehow integrate the apparent inconsistencies of professional abilities with a multidisciplinary foundation. That is my take on the current demands of the industry from the fresh passing out graduates, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you structured it very well for us. Yes. So I will take Naveen sir's word on this. What do you think is required as the industry is demanding from the fresh graduates?
I think there are two modes of ways which the students can look at how they look at themselves after 5 years or 10 years. And I think that should, for example, if they want to be working as a consultant in an industry, they should be able to readily adapt to the kind of skill set that the industry demands and adapt to it, and start working with a retail brand or a brand and then keep working on. That's one mode of trying to be in the corporate world and trying to get to that mode of working. Or if they want to practice on their own at some point of time, I think what they need to develop is that confidence to do what they think right from the start. They should be able to find ways and means to build skills that will enable them to do that. I think there are two ways of doing it. Having been in the industry and in the retail industry and then come back to practice on my own, I think I like to see it in these two ways. I think they need to choose, probably not right away, but then after some experience on what they want to do in long term. I think these are the two differences that I see.
Yeah, so I think if you relate Desai sir's points and your points, I think if we try and make sure that we try and merge both of them, we could find some ideal solution for the fresh graduates to decide which choice to make. Kavita ma'am, your take on this?
So what I feel is, I think industry wants professionals, who can add value, who have professional ethics, who are able to handle pressure, who are able to kind of identify issues and solve problems, like sir mentioned. But the most important factor is working in collaboration with teams. These days, large firms, small firms, everyone relies on teamwork. So it can never be a one-man show or a one-woman show. You have to be able to pick up from somewhere someone left off, right? Like it's always like a relay. So I think that's how the efficiency is maintained in the industry, the workflow is maintained, and it also enables a quick, deliverable or a quick turnaround. And it's all about managing time. So if a professional is able to really manage time well, that's, I think, quite fair. I mean, time is money at the end of the day. So I feel it's important for them to, be able to manage.
Important for them to understand and balance both. Yes. Very important. Time is money. Suresh sir, your words on this?
Yeah, one major important influence which is happening, which is shaping education and industry together, is the new education policy. So courses will become interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. I think arts, science, design, skill development, technology, automation, I think these are all going to play a major part in shaping the individual and also probably what the industry is likely to expect. The core concept would still be, I think, problem solving techniques, probably more emphasis on digital presentation tools,
Did we lose?
to see how the future goes.
Yes, problem-solving approach. I think both Kavita ma'am and you mentioned these two important words. Being problem solvers is very, very important. I'll just quickly sum up what this answer was from all of you. Like Desai sir said, to create people or industry-ready people who could connect with the government first, I think is a very important point. To go slow and steady with this, not rush with the practice. Getting into practice is not wrong, of course, but work, which also Naveen sir mentioned, that they will have to work certain number of years to gain that experience, to even understand where they want to contribute, where are they willing to work next 40 years. When we talk about BB Doshi, somebody who's been practicing for 65 years, who's been working for 65 years. So you know where your heart lies, and you have to really work that hard towards knowing that. What Kavita ma'am also said, the demand of the industry, which Atul sir also reinforced, that what the industry demands is a fresh graduate who's willing to become a good professional, who's willing to shape up, to become a problem solver, to become a good collaborator, good team player, has some research interest, gain some self-confidence in terms of research, create an experience for himself or herself. And finally, which also Suresh sir mentioned, is that person should be of some value addition to the industry. When I want to graduate, I can't just take a BH degree or a interior design, BSc, BA, and just walk out. That's all. I can't stop at there. This learning process has to keep on happening. We are obviously, we have a strict time schedule to follow. So I'm going to skip one question and take up a very pertaining question, which I feel is a great initiative, and I've really appreciated Nippon Paint to have thought of doing something for the academia. So about this whole Nippon Paint initiative of AYDA and the promotion that of industry partners coming forward to connect with academic institutions, trying to bridge the gap from their end, because as teachers, we are always trying to build the bridge from this side. But when somebody from the industry comes from that side, I think bridging the gap would become easier. I want everybody's take on this, because it's not just about AYDA is, of course, up there for me, but could you give your insights on such initiatives? Suresh sir, we'll start with you again.
Yeah, I think Nippon Paints has been doing wonderful work in terms of the competitions and encouraging students to participate, learn from each other. I think excel in their way. I think the presentation skill sets, etc., have improved quite a lot, because those are the ones which are required for the competition, 3D visualization, story building. I think a lot of good things are being done. But where I would like, probably my viewpoint, we can differ, is that we would also need to bring the industry back to the academics and connect them together. So when we talk about industries, I think material enhancements have happened in the field, new nanomaterials have come, technologies have changed, so these companies need to be brought into the student interface through the institute. Also, I think, building construction materials, most important aspect. We need to get the structural steel structures people in, discuss about new techniques and prefabrication and modern construction practices, etc. So this can be done by, I think, tying up with them and also visiting their experiential centers where they have these exhibits put up where students can experience them. I think moving libraries of construction technology and materials have also become common now. They are coming up. So this would be a very mutual beneficial strategy for industry and academia to work together, where new and advanced things of learning are brought to the college and the school.
I really liked that important point. Moving
Nippon Paints can play a major role there in terms of getting this into one platform and having the work with the colleges.
Yes. I was fortunate to attend an event in Kuttipuram a couple of years ago, which was supported by Nippon Paints, where they actually gave out material handouts to the participants. And when I came back, traveled back to Pune, and I put in that catalog into our library, our interior design students were really, it actually gave them a chance to go through something that otherwise we wouldn't have got into the classroom. So I think such initiatives do add value. And like you said, this moving library, expo visits, conducting expo by themselves is a very important thing. Kavita ma'am, your take on this, because being in Mumbai, you've had experience of the industry. being quite active is what I know. So yeah.
So I think as an institute, we really practice industry engagement, and like Sir said, visiting the experience centers and taking our students, to see how things happen in the industry. I think that's something which we follow. Being said that, what I feel is Nippon Paints is really doing a great job by getting this initiative, because it's allowing these budding designers a very holistic developmental opportunity, right? And it's a nice platform for them to engage at not only a national but at a global level, and where they can hone their abilities, refine the way they think, the way they represent ideas, the way what are the current trends, understanding what's going on in the industry. So I think it's a well curated opportunity by Nippon Paints, and this is actually facilitating, to bridge the gap between the industry and academia.
Very valid point. It's a fresh initiative which started, and now many of these industry partners are coming forward with their competitions as well, which I've noticed recently of late in the last 2-3 years. And I think a very important catalyst also has been Ethos associated, bridging, joining these dots, and the logo of AYDA also is symbolizing the same. So I want to take Professor Naveen's comments on this, about this initiative and this idea of conducting these competitions by Nippon Paint.
I think, it kind of gives a larger perspective for the students to look at what other students are doing across the country. That's something, this is a curated set of panelists who are in discussion with aspiring students. I think when others also look at, especially the juniors, when they look at the work, they definitely get inspired and try to work towards submitting their proposal, their this thing to the competition the next year. So that's something that is very encouraging. One more thing that I want to add with respect to Nippon Paints is that they have never shied away from sponsoring materials when students wanted to do, say, wall paint or play with colors or whatever. They've never shied away from sponsoring the students to work on projects, academic or non-academic co-curricular projects. If the Nippon Paints were approached for a sponsorship for materials, they've always have been very, very helpful. I think in that initiative, they're doing a very great job in this aspect. Yeah.
And that sort of encouragement is needed for academic institutes. So very valid point, Naveen sir. Thank you. Atul sir, what is your experience about this?
So, well, competitions generally provide us a diverse selection of, I think, high quality architectural and design options, as well as the opportunity to achieve design excellence that would definitely be otherwise be impossible. Competitions also help students to advance their career, improve their skill set. Businesses improving businesses, communicate and sell ideas, keep them stay updated with various design trends. Many competitions also offer opportunities, I think, for the young architects that are not otherwise always available through other selection methods. Several significant architects have launched their careers because their designs were selected as the winning schemes. And definitely, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Nippon Paints for their wonderful initiative, AYDA, and providing a platform to various design students to connect with the industry and to develop and nurture their skills through various industry connects, personalized coaching and mentoring to them to their next or highest levels. Further, I will also like to compliment them for their immaculate growth in terms of their reach and stature as one of the Asia's, I think, premier design awards with a presence across 15 countries, providing an opportunity to excel to a wide community of design students of the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Atul sir. And I will take one point valid, definitely providing a platform to students out to the world, and who better than Desai sir to tell us, because Tanay Bothra, one of our star performer who won the Harvard scholarship 3 years ago, is from Desai sir's college, PVP, VIT. PP. So Desai sir, your take on this initiative of AYDA and Nippon Paint coming ahead?
No, absolutely. These are excellent initiatives, and competitions really take it you to a high, like Tanai reached Harvard. So this is one end of the pendulum. And I must also say over here that like Geeta right now is taking the walk from Kolkata to Delhi, where she's trying to take the design to the masses. So that is the other end of the pendulum. So one end you are at the Harvard level, and one end you are at the village level. And that is what design is all about. So I'm not going to really keep on saying what they are already doing, but I have an idea from Nippon Paints that why not really take design to masses also through Nippon Paint. And maybe every year when it does this competition, the competition also gets executed. It could be one city or in one ward somewhere where you do a little neighborhood upgradation, or you do a little health center or a little primary school, not big things at all, very little thing, little health center, etc. So we demonstrate that and demonstrate through Nippon Paints, through the students and through the institutions. So this will help build up a society where society starts believing in design and also gets exposed to the industry. As I always say, that institutions are not here. We don't go to institute, and institutes are not meant for serving the society. Institutes are there to shaping the society. Now, I think we need to shape the society, and I'm sure Nippon Paint is also going to play this very active role in shaping the society. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Yes, I think one job of bridging that gap is to contribute in the field. And with the help of industry partners, I think the academic interface could go into the field and contribute. And I think fairly a lot of colleges have been trying to do that. And if they get the right industry support, I'm sure we'll have a lot of changes seen, maybe like sir said, from a small health center or a small Anganwadi maybe, to some good developmental projects in various cities and towns. I've been informed that we can have one more question and round of question, and then we could take closing comments. So I'm going to ask a question which is very important because all of us here are related to the teaching field. And I'm going to start with Desai sir here. How important is this role of teachers and mentors in creating more awareness in terms of bridging this gap of industry academia, and also how important is the role of the teacher to themselves be updated about all that is happening in the industry? Your take, please, because you've been in the teaching field for 40 years, Desai sir. I think you could give us a spectrum of perspective on this.
No, we need to be absolutely updated of what is happening in the industry. It is not a must that you must know about everything. Like, I cannot be an expert in a hospital because I don't do a hospital. That doesn't mean that I need to be knowing about everything, but I need to be connected, and all the teachers need to be connected somewhere or other with the industry at the smallest level. I always very simply say, in a whole year, if you are doing one house also, that is also fine, because then you are constantly in touch with all the materials, and house gives you the pendulum again. At the same time, if you are doing one interior is also fine. If you are doing some exhibition structure, that is also fine. But somewhere or other, you must indulge in practice along with teaching, because that is what will set the ball rolling between you and the students, and students gain from it, you gain from it, and that's what is very, very critical. So there is no denial. Early schools, we have seen active practitioner being full-time faculty members. Currently the trend is low, but I think this trend needs to be restored back. It is very, very important that some balance needs to be done between practice and teaching for all the full-time teachers also. I'm very, very confident about this, that this needs to be done.
Yes, thank you, Desai sir. And I think promoting this is very important because when we see the students today, they are very tech savvy. At times they know a little more than what we know as teachers. They're more updated about the current apps, current trends that are going on. So it's very important to be connected. That connected word is going to stay with me longer, I think, as a teacher. Atul sir, your call on this. You need to unmute, sir. Sorry. Yes.
I think teachers' roles have been defined as the most crucial for students since the beginning of the times. Teachers continue to bear the primary duty for improving educational quality and ensuring that students are properly transformed into effective professionals and good citizens. Mentoring the students to identify their core strengths, guiding them for acquiring the desired professional requisites, and finally developing them into good professional is the responsibility of the teachers and the educational institutes. In truth, educational institutions are also supposed to be open questioning, trusting, experimenting, inspiring, guiding and encouraging individuals to believe that nothing is impossible. This I think is a very, very important point. There should also be a learning universe with safe areas for trying out new ideas, different thinking and discussions based on deep thought research, new theoretical constructions, and so on. So I believe that teachers and mentors have an immense role to play in shaping the student's career in right direction. Apart from this, I think upskilling of the faculty with right exposure and training is another important aspect of consideration, so that faculty is also regularly upgraded with the necessary industry experience, which in turn will help teaching practical understanding about industries. It would be fantastic if the faculty would routinely collaborate with industry professionals on short industrial initiatives. This will assist in ensuring that the faculty is also up to date with the current industry trends. Thank you.
Very important. Upskilling. Upskilling is, I think, the norm of the day for all of us, not just students, but teachers also, trying to be upbeat with what is happening. Naveen sir, your call too?
I think I agree with Desai sir when he said that the one who teaches needs to do practice. I think that's something that is predominantly it holds good for any professional as such. You know, a professional who's practicing has a lot to give the students in terms of his knowledge that he gains from the projects that he's working on. Just to give you an example, if I'm working on a project and if I'm able to expose the students that I'm teaching to the project I'm working on, that will give a lot of confidence to the students to understand what in reality is happening. And it kind of bridges that the confusion of is whatever I am learning going to be useful in the practice. That confusion will go off when you actually share your projects that you're working on with the students. And we at our institute, we have one thing that we started doing is that when a design brief is given, the person who is teaching, the faculty, also works on that particular project. For example, we had a woodworking workshop. The mentor also had designed and constructed the furniture that he had designed for that particular workshop. So a cross learning in terms of working together with the students is something that will also improve this scenario better.
To that, cross learning. Cross learning is another word that I'm going to take up from here, which is very important. Kavita ma'am, your take on this?
So I think I agree with all of them. We definitely need to upgrade or upskill at both ends, the learner and the teacher. But I would also like to add here that we are looking at a generation which is called as the Generation Z or millennials. And according to theories and research, these people, these young people, I would say, they think and process information differently than the older generations. So you need to so they don't want to just be at the receiving end of taking knowledge. They also want to participate in the learning process. So I feel it's very important that the mentor also identifies this, and the learning happens in a very two-way, because it's not just telling the student what to do, but it's also asking the student what is your take on it. Okay, so that there's that give and take is very important, and that's where this healthy relationship will kind of survive, and that's where even both the parties would benefit, because it's a learning on both the levels, right? Because there is something that you learn from the student, there's something the student learns from the mentor. So it's a two-way. So I feel it's understanding the learner and trying to curate the learning
Correct. So
for
the
this.
dual way of learning and
Yes.
curating it from both ends.
Yes.
That's the takeaway from that. Suresh sir, your call, final words on that, because we're running short of time.
Yes.
I would like to, after you, try and sum up this whole session. So
I'm
Suresh sir, over to you.
I am only going to add, not final words, of course, but add to it. I think practice is most important, where academia should work upon, and it should have both the amalgamation of skills. In fact, we have found that encouraging faculties to participate in competitions is becoming a very good way, because they can do it themselves with groups of faculty, otherwise with groups of students also. So that encourages the students a lot, and industry comes with a lot of competition projects, be it Birla White, be it Modi Glass, be it lighting design competition, Jindal Steel, etc., etc. So we have found this to be helping a lot. And if Nippon Paints can set up such a forum where this inter-exchange can happen, I think it would revolutionize the way we are working. So industry exposure is very important. But apart from all of this, I think building of universal values and ethics in students is also becoming important. And AICT is giving a lot of efforts, putting a lot of efforts behind it, because we want finally a good individual, good human being with ethics who also goes and works well in the profession. So that is what is the overall development side of students in architecture.
True that. True that. Yes. So I think we have been informed that we are ready with the results and which is what the students have been waiting for. We've had exact 1 hour of our panel discussion, and it's been great amount of learning. I've had a lot of notes. I have so many words written down that I will have to really spend more time restructuring all of this. But I think from what we learned from all of the comments from all the experts here today is collaboration between the industry and academia is a key catalyst for innovation, where the teachers play an equal important role, as well as the peer learning is so important in the field. Plus, taking it slow and steady, trying to expose yourself to the nuances of the field, the practice. Also, while the industry is growing, the success of the industry also is trying to address solutions that are more practical, which needs to be coming from the academia. And for that, I think as we usher into this new age of digitization and learning with this hybrid mode of education and the duality of the learner learning and the teacher learning as well, I think it is as India, we are in an enviable position of having a young tech savvy, the Generation Z that we call, population who's ready to apply its learning from the key fields of architecture, interior design, management, infrastructure, and also the construction industry at large. And we are in a good position to bridge this gap and probably cross over the bridge at the earliest, and where we'll be able to come out as a giant in this field of design. And our roles as teachers would obviously become a little more serious, and I'm sure all of us would contribute towards that. But the role of the learner will also become more serious as well with this. If not serious, sincere at least is what I believe. So the sincerity has to stay. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists here, Atul sir, Naveen sir, Suresh sir, Kavita ma'am, Desai sir. It has been a pleasure listening to all of you. It has given some food for my thoughts as well. And I'm going to myself kind of try and create a narrative out of what we all discussed, so that I could share it with my students. And I'm sure the audience who learned, who were attending this, have a lot of takeaway from this. Thank you very much for being a part of this panel, and thank you, Nippon, for allowing us to share this platform together. Any parting words from anybody before we say thank you, final bye? Anybody?
Thank you to Team AYDA, Team Nippon Paints, and Ethos, for making this opportunity available to our students. and getting us all together on this platform. And it was really nice listening to all your insights. And thank you so much, Mahesh, for hosting this. This is amazing.
Pleasure is on mine. Yes. I'm going to hand it over. Yes, Desai sir, your
No, thanks, Mahesh, for conducting it so well. So thanks to you and the Nippon Paint. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand it over to Shweta ma'am here, who's going to take up the best task of the day, I think, to wind it up and announce the winners. So over to you, Shweta ma'am, and thank you all the panelists. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, that has been a fantastic panel discussion and a very, very long day, but I'm sure all of you are excited and are waiting for the most exciting part of today's session, today's grand finale, the award ceremony. Before we move on to the award ceremony, I would like to thank the panelists for today, because everything that you said, every single inputs that has been shared in the panel discussion have been really critical, and a lot of interesting takeaways for the students as well. And I really wish I could put across all these things as a good article and circulate it to the students across the country. And such amazing inputs. Thanks, Mahesh sir, and to all the reputed panelists for the day for this amazing session. And are we all set? Are we ready to move to the most exciting part of today's finale? May I now take the privilege and honor of welcoming Geeta ma'am to announce the results. Ma'am, are you ready?
Thanks, Shweta. Always ready for something so happy to deliver. Yes. So we begin with the best supporting college. And this year, the best supporting college goes to Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute, Madurai, Chennai. Congratulations and thank you so much for your support. Look forward to support like that next year as well. Moving on to the best educational institute in the interior design category, and it is Pearl Academy, Mumbai. It used to be Pearl Academy, Delhi supporting us a lot, and this year it's Mumbai. Thank you. Best Educational Institute in Architecture has to be VITS PVP College of Architecture, Pune. Thank you so much and well done. I'm happiest to announce the best mentor, a dear friend and a well-wisher who was with us a little while ago, Professor Prasanna Desai from VIT's PVP College of Architecture, Pune. Thank you so much, Prasanna, for doing such fantastic work with your students. Moving on to the Best Color Choice Award, and it goes to Jagat Jai Mukesh Bhai from MNIT Jaipur. Well done, Jagat. MNIT is on stage again. Moving on to the Green Innovation Award, and this time it is Dheeraj Sachdev from VIT's PVP College of Architecture, Pune again, on mending the mills. Now, we move on to the honorary mentions, beginning with the interior design category. There was Rashmika Malik from the School of Architecture, IPS Academy, Indore, with her project 48 inches. Congratulations, Rashmika. for the honorary mention in architecture, the first new entrant into AYDA, Kaushiki Singh from USAP Delhi for the Kumar Tulli project. Well done, Kaushiki. I honestly thought you were from Kolkata, with the project at least. Moving on to the Popular Choice Awards, in interior design, we have Mohammad Sadan Khan from Jamia Millia Islamia. He got over 973 votes, and I think this is information from a little while ago. It's probably gone up beyond that now. Mohammad Sadan is a popular person. In the architecture category, we have the Popular Choice Award going to Sanidhya Shah. Total of 1,466 votes and 215 votes to Sanidhya. Well done. Now for the Silver Award in Interior Design. Hold your breath. Jagat J. Mukesh Bhai, again from MNIT Jaipur. For the Shipbuilding Museum. There's a lot of debate and interest around your entry. Very well done, Jagat. Moving on to the Silver Award in Architecture, one of my favorite projects, The Future of Nostalgia, Rethinking Post Offices. Sanidhya Shah from PVP College of Architecture, Pune, just missing out the gold. But silver is important as well. Gold Award in Interior Design first is Maitri Shah from BMS School of Architecture for her community library in Kutch. Well done, Maitri. The Gold Award in Architecture goes to the Apparatus of Amusement, Ongoing from Academy of Architecture, Mumbai. Both new entrants in AYDA finale, at least the national champions this year. Congratulations, Om. And I think I must compliment Team Nippon. Let's finish with this. I was saying that if it was a live ceremony, I know the kind of atmosphere and the ambience that would have been there, and Team Nippon has done its best to make this as happy and wonderful as possible, and I must compliment you for that. And congratulations to all the award winners and all the finalists. I think it's a fantastic job done, and I'm sure you've built bonds and built relationships with each other, and are going to carry these memories with you of the last 4 weeks where you've been interacting and growing. Thank you, and over to you, Team Nippon.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and very beautifully announced the awards. Congratulations, winners. It's your day today, and the entire year of hard work has finally paid off, and really glad to see new entrants from different parts of the country. Once again, congratulations. May I now request Nidish to invite everybody from Team Nippon, Ethos, and all the jury members to launch the theme for 2022. So that's a wrap of AYDA 2021. And are we all set to launch the theme for next year's competition well in advance so that all of you get to prepare?
Nitish is not there. You have to say prayer.
Nidish, I think Nidish is not there on the video. So may I now request all of you to join us and give a thumbs up to launch the AYDA theme for 2022. Can we have the video, please? Thank you so much, team, for playing the video. And are we all excited for AYDA 2021? Yes. So may I now request our president, Mr. Mahesh Anand, to share his remarks. He wanted to personally come and wish the winners for today and for a fantastic session, and also wanted to thank the jury and the panelists for the day. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Shweta. Thanks, everyone. And first, I want to thank the jury members. In fact, I keep telling this in every event of AYDA happening. In fact, what they do to this program is what giving back to the society where they have grown and where they have been contributing. And what you are doing, all the jury members, panelists, the HODs, mentors, everybody. I think what you do for these youngsters, the budding architects and interior designers, is something phenomenal. I think we want to thank you all for that. Keep doing that. Keep supporting us. And as an organization, we want to do much, much more than what has been happening right now. So just keep supporting us, encouraging us in this. And for the winners, of course, all the panelists who came today are winners today. But because of a small difference, what Geeta was telling, it's just a minor differences which made the differentiation between the gold winner and the silver winner. But the gold winners, they go on for the international event, and I wish them all the best. And congratulations, all the winners and the gold winners who are going in for the international event. Bring us glory like the past years. Thank you so much. Thank you, Geeta. Thank you, my team. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your support, and your vision of AYDA has really made AYDA such a big competition and the most sought after competition in the country. Yes, like what sir said, the gold winners will not only represent their college, but will be representing India in the international finale, which is scheduled in the first week of July. So please do us proud. Please make the nation proud. It's now time to invite Niti to deliver the vote of thanks. And then I request all of you to come on the screen for a group photograph. I think that's the best we could do, right? At least click a virtual photograph. Over to you, Niti.
A very good evening. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks of AYDA's 6th edition finale. It was reminiscent watching all the finalists present their winning projects today, and extremely delighted to be part of Finalists 2021. I wish you all more and more victory on behalf of Team Nippon, and I'm happy to celebrate you on your current win as well. I first and foremost would love to extend my warm regards and thanks to the special jury member team. Jury consists of 12 persons chosen to decide who has the best lawyer, Robert Frost once said. We had a 6-member jury team who ensured just and fair results. All your inputs encouraged us and influenced us and spread across a thread of thought which increased the quality of submissions this year. All the hours that we spent during this AYDA actually embraced every one of us in a very, very warm regards to all of you in the jury panel. I greatly appreciate the continuous support mentorship, and guidance extended to us by our very own architect Geeta Balakrishnan and Team Detours, the Enlightened workshop conducted this year to the finalists was a great support panel. And my gosh, today we had such an interactive and amazing panel discussion, isn't it? Blurring the academy and industry boundaries. You all came up with new ideas, fresh perspectives, and new strategies. Hope we all can implement it in the near future. A very warm regards to everyone in the panel today. And indeed, it was with a very heavy heart that we decided to go virtually this year. And we hope and pray that next year the situation will become better. And AYDA's 7th edition, we will come back with a bang. Thank you. Stay safe. Once again, wishing a very, very warm regards to everyone.
Thank you, Niti, for the word of thanks. And before we conclude and wrap up the session, the grand finale, can I request all of you to switch on your video for a group photograph? This is going to be a memorable one, and let me assure you that I'm going to get this framed and send it across to all of you. So can we have all of you on the screen, please? I request the jury members, the finalists, the winners, Team Ethos, and Team Nippon to join us for the group photo.